What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was the reincarnation of Black Goku. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now let's get into part 4. Remry Mansion, Underworld, 6:30 p.m. A figure had arrived in the location of the Underworld. The figure was specifically asked to arrive in the location. He has the appearance of a tall skeleton dressed in attire worn by high priests, gives off a creepy aura. Despite having no eyes, his eye sockets can glow to give the appearance of eyes. This was none other than Hades, the god of the underworld of Greek mythology. I never thought a day would come where I would have to work with him. Hades spoke with disdain, motioning to the devils that had come to speak to him. He was accompanied by Zeus, who was annoyed by his older brother's attitude, as he responded. "Brother, I understand you aren't a fan of working together, but for now, we must keep our differences aside if we need to win against Issei." "I am aware." Hades spoke with a cold tone, being well aware of the danger that is none other than Issei Hyoudou. He knew that the boy was a threat, and worse, he managed to escape Tartarus, which was under his domain. That made him angry even more. He vowed to set things right. "Good, at least now you are willing to work with us. The proposition is something we need to prepare and plan accordingly. Issei is strong but not invincible." Hades gave a nod to his brother's words. He had his own team of like-minded beings to work with him. Of course, he wanted to keep their existence a secret. "Well then," Hades spoke in response, continuing in kind. "Shall we begin?" Zeus nodded, as he motioned his brother to head to the representatives of the devil faction, that being Ajuka Beelzebub and Serzex Lucifer. He glanced at them, analyzing their motives and emotions as he spoke seriously with his eyes glowing. "So, what is your proposition?" Lucifer asked Roth. Hades spoke seriously, understanding the emotions and thoughts of the two leaders before he makes the decision of either working together, or taking matters into his own hands and killing Issei. Hades scanned the two leaders, as Ajuka requested. "Hades Dano, we need help against Issei, I believe that." "Yes, I have heard of it. You needn't inform me on the latest situation with your world. Just recently I believe that your baddie friend Sarah Fall was killed, wasn't it?" Hades spoke, his tone hinting a level of callousness in it for not having any respect or care for her death. He could see Serzex and Ajuka getting annoyed at this, as he shakes his head and speaks. "So what do you want from me?" Hades asked with a serious tone, as Serzex speaks after taking a deep breath. "We want some portion of Samael's venom. We need to gain access to him if we ever need a chance against the one who killed them. We need to stop his carnage and madness before it is too late. He needs to be stopped at all costs. My friends and loved ones were taken by Issei. He has shown resilient and strong enough to even tank attacks courtesy of me. He can attack me even in my true form, and he needs to be stopped." Hades widened his eyes as he turned to his brother Zeus, who nodded in response, while also gritting his teeth in anger. This gave Hades a clear understanding of what may have happened against Issei. He knew that he was a threat that needs to be eliminated. "I see." Hades spoke with a serious tone, as he continued. "So what do I gain in return?" The two were surprised by this. Zeus was about to say something, but Hades responded. "Sorry Zeus, I am not going to trust someone that betrayed their own that easily without a second thought. Issei is a threat, yes, I can agree on that, but that doesn't mean I am not going to work with you guys that easily. Keep in mind, Tartarus is in my domain, and Issei was my prisoner." The devils were nervous by this, with even Zeus getting annoyed by this, but was right. They had no choice but to accept Hades' request. Issei was a threat, but they knew what can happen if they don't accept the request. They may lose access to Samael's poison. Serzex sighed and spoke with a resigned tone, not intending to lose anyone else that he cared for. "Fine, what is it that you want?" Hades had a small grin upon hearing this, as he responded. "Two things. First, I want you to relieve me of all my crimes. Second, I will have my own team deal with Issei first, gauge their strength and report it back to you. These are my two conditions." "I accept." Serzex spoke without hesitation, as Ajuka turned to him and asked with a low tone. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am." Serzex responded seriously, not wanting to lose any more of his people to Issei at this point. He was cursing himself for not killing him earlier than before. Ajuka could only not, being unsure of relieving Hades' crimes due to the severity of them. But he could see this deal could benefit them as well, despite how sketchy it proved to be. "Alright then, it's a deal." Hades spoke with slight cheerfulness, as he motions his hand forward intending to shake his hand. Xerxes does the same, with a serious tone, shaking each other's hand. They split their hands as Hades asks, "Do you want it now?" "Yes, that would be for the best. Then we can make our own plans against him." Xerxes responded seriously, as Hades nodded. He could understand to some extent the loss of a loved one. He then spoke with a serious tone. "In that case, follow me." Hades spoke, as he motioned the two devils to follow him, with both vowing to destroy Issei at all costs. Zeus had a small smile at this. His brother was finally deciding to put his differences and racism aside and work together with them once and for all. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, 9 a.m. Issei was seen in the training room with Hel and Graphia monitoring him. Ophis was inside a different room having sweets. He then asked, "Prepare the gravity chamber, 20 times the original one." Hel nodded, as she activated the chamber. Issei immediately staggered to the ground, before kneeling up. Before getting up, immediately adjusting to the environment. He soon started his first 100 push-ups. Once he was done with it, he soon looked at the nearby apparatus, and started his next 100 pull-ups. Despite him sweating, he still pushed himself. Hel was looking at him with an expression of seriousness while sensing the aura, slightly blushing upon sensing it. Once he was done, he soon wore leg and hand weights, and started to rapidly punch around, training even further. He continued to kick, as well, not stopping and continuing to train even after 30 minutes. He soon entered into his Super Saiyan, and removed the weights. He then added triple the weight, and continued to push himself, continuing to the same training, improving his strength, and repeated the same things, constantly punching and kicking around as well, not caring for the amount of sweat that he is producing. He soon stopped after 1 hour, and saw the improvement. His punches and kicks became much faster and stronger. Smirking at his improvement, he moved on to the next training session. Noticing around, he soon dropped the weights, and decided to move to the next step, and that was 200 handstand push-ups. Hel was watching with a normal tone. She tried to maintain her composure seeing Issei train like this, but often struggled against it. She had only seen strong men from Valhalla and those that appeared in her own realm, but this was the first time she had been affected by this. Issei's strength was something even she couldn't resist from. Issei stopped his handstand push-ups and continued to once again wear the weights and start punching and kicking. This time he continued pushing for 2 hours, repeatedly training himself, and didn't stop until he was breathing heavily. But he didn't stop. He wanted to push his limits, to be ready for anything his enemies, who were those that opposed justice, would put against him. He soon stopped doing so, and dropped the weights, as Hel asked, "Should I shut down the gravity training room?" "No, one final exercise. Then we can." Issei walked to the bar, and decided to do 100 chin-ups. Hel could only watch with a sigh, seeing on how he pushed himself on a daily basis. She was constantly getting a sniff of Issei's scent, and that alone was getting her riled up. She watched him perform chin-ups without any hesitation. Once he was done, Issei soon leaped down and depowered himself, breathing heavily. Hel turned off the gravity, as he spoke to himself. "That's it for the time being." Hel rushed to him, as she spoke with concern. "You okay? You have been training for 6 hours straight. You need to take breaks time after time." "I'll be fine, woman. You needn't be worried about me." Hel got annoyed by this, as she retorted with anger. "You need to stop pushing yourself. You are not alone in this fight, remember. I and Ophis along with Graphia are with you. Come with me, and rest for a while." Issei looked at her angered yet worried expression and sighed. He knew that if he pushes it, he may not hear the end of it. She then spoke angrily. "Issei, if you don't listen to me, you will not get any lunch. Do I make myself clear?" Issei widened his eyes at this. He couldn't even imagine a prospect of missing any meal. He then spoke in response. "Fine, woman, you got what you want." Hel gave a smile, and spoke. "Take a bath, and then you can eat all you want." "Fine." Issei grumbled. Even as a Kai, he was still being toyed by with a woman, a goddess nevertheless. She was able to command him at a whim. He walked to the bathroom to get himself cleaned up, knowing he would stink. Hel giggled seeing on how she managed to get someone like Issei to act to her whims, several times. She shook his head, care evident in her eyes for him due to how he did give her a home and a chance of fighting back. Scene change. Tartarus, Hades' realm, underworld, 12 p.m. Hades, Xerxes, Zeus and Ajuka managed to reach Samael, which was a large ominous creature with bizarre features such as the upper body of a fallen angel, albeit with fangs in his mouth, and the lower body of an Asian dragon. This was Samael, the Dragon Eater. So Samael, correct? Hades nodded, and spoke in response. Yes, Lord Serzex, I have already been preparing against dragons if they do pose a problem against us. Just give me a moment. I will give the venom needed. Hades activated the machine to extract the blood so that it can be given to Serzex and Ajuka. Samael could be heard groaning in constant agony. His whole existence was nothing but suffering. Serzex and Ajuka had a serious look, knowing that the hatred this being has for dragons. He would be good enough against Issei to deal with him once and for all. Soon the blood was extracted, with Samael's groaning being unaffected. The blood was placed in the vial and granted to Serzex. Multiple vials were created, as they were then taken from the machine and granted to the two devils. Here, this should be enough to kill him. Serzex nodded in response, and spoke seriously. Excellent, I will be taking this with me. Hades nodded, as both the devils left and teleported out of there. As they left, Zeus had spoken. Thanks, brother, your help won't ever be forgotten. Zeus placed his hand on Hades, making him a bit shaky. He soon walked away, leaving them alone. As he did, Hades sighed in relief. He looked at Samael and had several vials of blood stockpiled just in case. He knew that he had to contact his alliance of hell and prepare for a future fight against Issei, no, an elimination against Issei. He had taken the vials and sealed the beast once again. He took one last look at the abomination before walking away. I wonder if Nyx, Erebus and Tartarus are available. I have to kill Issei before he becomes strong enough to avoid our attacks. Hades responded with a serious and grim tone, as he immediately headed to the Grim Reapers and informed them. Contact the three gods as soon as possible, tell them we have to change priorities against our enemies. Our biggest enemy is none other than Issei Hyoudou. The others nodded in response, as they teleported out of there, leaving Hades alone to contemplate on his next plan. He will back out of the deal once Issei is taken down, and do what he used to do before, which was eliminate the leaders of other pantheons and only let gods do everything, which was protecting everyone from any incoming and extraterrestrial threats. Scene change. Ajuka's laboratory, Underworld, 1 p.m. Ajuka had gained Samael's blood in his laboratory. He was with Serzex and Michael, who had heard of them gaining access to Samael's blood. He then asked, "Are you sure this would work?" "It would." Serzex spoke with a serious tone, as he continued. "This is our last hope, despite Kenji's training efforts of being trained by strong gods. We need to use this as our last resort. We can't solely rely on him for this, and have to do something to kill and, if not possible, weaken him." "I agree, but this blood. Will we be able to attack him?" Michael pointed out, remembering his former brother's punishment. "He is the last original fallen angel that is left, with the others being purged by the former pillar Issei Hyoudou. We will. I believe he will attack us soon, and that is our best opportunity to use it against him. Ajuka, will you be able to create a weapon against Issei?" Ajuka nodded immediately and responded. "Ever since Seraphal's death, I have been working on a device that can not only pierce through his dragon skin, but also be unable to miss completely. Give me a few days, and the device will be done, ready to use against him. Thoroughly tested and properly ready to be implemented." Ajuka's words were nodded in agreement by Serzex. He knew that there hasn't been any attack as of late. However, he was aware that he cannot slack off, especially with a time like this. The people are getting even more afraid of Issei, knowing he can attack them at any given point of time, and no one can stop him. Michael was worried. He was even more concerned on an attack happening sooner than before. He was aware that Issei is no joke, especially with what he had done. "Ajuka, try making it as quick as possible. The sooner we can get it ready, the sooner of a chance we can have against combating and beating Issei for good." Serzex spoke with a serious tone, making the genius scientist nod in response and agreement. Ajuka soon started working on his project while Serzex left the room alongside Michael. "Gabriel is asking me about Issei's state. She wants even more answers after Seraphal's death. I have a feeling that I might have to tell her everything." Serzex nodded. He was aware that Michael can't keep everything a secret, as he spoke. "Do tell her, but warn her of her falling if she ever betrays us." "All right." Michael nodded in response, as he teleported back home. Serzex also did the same, deciding to rest for a while before he prepares against Issei. He wondered on how Issei became this strong, and what else is he capable of. The form changes was something that made him ponder what else is he going to do. In his thoughts, soon sleep consumed him. He had to rest for a while before making his next plan. Scene change. Hades' realm, underworld, 2 p.m. Hades was looking at 3 new guests. The first is a beautiful young woman with the cute face of a child that has long black hair and with pointy ears. She wears a cute frilly dress called Godly Virgin Killer Clothes that has a corset jumper skirt. Her body also gives out a tremendous dark aura. This was Nyx. The second was Erebus, a handsome young man appearing in his mid-20s with black hair. He wears a black cloak and his body gives out dark aura. The third was Tartarus, a being that surrounded the entire realm. He was a being that was 100-meter spherical mass with many eyes and tentacles. His body gives out an unbelievable, malevolent aura and his presence also produces a dark mist. In this world, there are 2 Tartarus. One is the prison where the worst criminals are locked up. And the second is the primordial entity itself, that was part of the Alliance of Hell. The alliance was caused initially due to the purpose of eliminating the Longinus users as they deemed them a great threat and to eliminate the leaders of every mythological world. They have also created an army of artificial devils in order to defend their world against the invaders' outer gods from the EXE universe that are approaching DXD universe. However, with what Issei is doing right now, they had to change focuses and priorities for the time being. I believe on why I called the 3 of you here correct. The trio of primordials looked at each other, as Nyx responded with a serious tone. Yes, you did mention about Issei. From what I remember, he has been in prison for the past 1 year. For a crime he never did. Hades looked at her and shook her head. He was aware that she was in the dark for most of her life due to not leaving her darkness home. Correct, but now he has become a bigger threat than imaginable. Hades spoke with a serious and grim tone, as he continued. He has already slain a lot of beings, including an entire faction of crows. They are all slain without any mercy or care by him and Hell. Hell. As in the same. Nyx asked with a surprised tone, as Hades spoke with a nod. You are right on that one, Nyx. Hell, the same goddess of the dead from the Norse pantheon that we have been trying to recruit to our cause, was gotten to Issei before we could get to him. The reason why we couldn't get to her was because of her being imprisoned in the Niflheim Bastille, Asgard's most secure prison. Or was the most secure prison. And then it got destroyed. The former Red Dragon Emperor was strong enough to destroy the entire Bastille, slaying all prisoners excluding Hell. Wipe out all the guards, and even slay Scotty, the Jotun Valkyrie hybrid, without any mercy. Worse, Hell is now working against us, wiping out any supernatural beings that stand in his way. Tartarus explained with a booming voice, continuing Hades' statement on the events that have transpired to Nyx. While Erebus had a neutral look on his face when Issei massacred the entire Norse prison without any mercy or care. He hardly had any care for those Valkyries due to not knowing them on a personal level, and the only one that he did care for was Nyx, his own sister. So now what? What do we do, Hades? Erebus spoke with concern, as Hades responded. We will have to eliminate him as soon as we can. I have prepared the Samael's blood vials since we are going to need it against him. You 3 must find a way to locate him and eliminate him, since the factions would get suspicious if I make a move on my own. The 3 gods nodded in response, agreeing that Issei must be eliminated at all costs. They knew that while Issei is strong for the time being, he is not invincible and can be beaten. Very well, Hades, we will accept looking for Issei and head there. I am pretty sure we can sense the malice and evilness in his heart, right, Nyx? Erebus asked Nyx, to which the primordial goddess nodded in agreement. She then spoke with a serious tone. Yes, brother, we can beat him. Hades, give us the needed blood. We will get the job done. Hades nodded in agreement and motioned one of his Grim Reapers to get the needed blood for dealing with Issei. After a while, the Grim Reapers managed to get the needed blood. Hades gave the vials to Nyx and Erebus, with Tartarus commenting on the amount of vials that was granted to him. That's quite high. You really want him dead, don't you? I do, Tartarus, I really do. Hades spoke with a grim and serious tone, as he continued. He is a threat that destroys any and all order, whether it be supernatural or regular order. He needs to be eliminated. No being should be able to reach the level Issei Hyoudou does. And the worst part, we don't even know the full extent of his powers. For all we know, he could be holding back, as a sign of mocking us. The 3 primordial gods looked in shock and horror, with Nyx asking, holding back? How strong is he? Hades didn't say anything and created a magical projector screen showing all the information that was provided to him. They saw on how Issei was slaughtering everything in his sight. He had destroyed Grigori without any mercy, killed the Satan Leviathan without any mercy and even ruined the wedding of Rias Gremory as well as Akeno Himejima with Kenji. Nyx was pale by what she had witnessed. His massacre and actions were even more worse than what she had anticipated about him. Erebus and Tartarus were looking at the carnage with slight anger in their eyes, seeing on how Issei was effortlessly thrashing around his enemies like it was nothing. Even Surzek stood no chance against him. As a result, he lost Grafia in the process. He is something else. Erebus commented, seeing on what Issei is capable of, having an idea on what he is capable of, as Nyx responded with a grim tone. He is a monster, that is what he really is. And he is enjoying the success of his carnage. He needs to be eliminated. Both of you are right, he needs to be eliminated. Now it is best you start with your plans. The three nodded, as they teleported out of the realm. Once they did, Erebus spoke in response. Do you have our trump card against him? Yes, I do. The girl will be useful against Issei. Nyx commented, mentioning on how she gained the girl from the Leviathan clan, after erasing the memories of any members that were left behind and taking the person she had secretly wanted to gain. She then hypnotized the girl and gained her for them. Even Hades was aware of the girl, knowing it was him that had informed about the girl to them. Nyx managed to gain her due to this. She looked at Erebus and spoke. Ingvold Leviathan will be useful to our plans. She had a sadistic grin on her face, intending to torture and torment Issei before killing him for good. Scene change. Occult Research Clubroom, Kuo Academy, Kuo, 6 p.m. Kenji had returned from the Orc Clubroom. It didn't make things better by the fact that Seraphol had just been slain by Issei, making him even more angrier and helpless at what happened. It didn't make things any better by the fact that even Lord Phoenix was killed in the attack, making Revel devastated as well. Revel Phoenix hadn't been seen at school since the attack, still consumed by grief over her father's murder. Sona Citri, already burdened by the loss of her father to the sleeping sickness, now faced the unbearable pain of losing her sister. The weight of these losses was palpable, leaving a somber shadow over the school. When Kenji reached the clubroom, the atmosphere was suffocatingly bleak. The lively camaraderie that once defined the Occult Research Club had been replaced by a heavy silence. Members sat scattered around the room, some trying to distract themselves with mundane tasks, others staring blankly into space, lost in their thoughts. Hey guys. Kenji spoke, trying to call out his club members. Asuya had become the new club leader ever since she had graduated, and their graduation was not far behind, which is going to happen in the next few months. Asuya Argento, now the acting leader of the club since Rias's departure, looked up with a faint smile. Her cheerful demeanor, once a hallmark of her personality, had dimmed significantly. Oh, hi Kenji, she replied, her voice tinged with exhaustion and a trace of forced optimism. Kenji's gaze lingered on her, noticing the subtle signs of strain. Asuya, more than most, seemed caught in an emotional tug-of-war. Though she had chosen Kenji over Issei, guilt over her part in the betrayal still flickered in her eyes. Yet, her deep affection for Kenji gave her purpose and kept her anchored. So how are you all doing? Kenji asked, trying to understand the mood of the clubrooms. Zenobia then spoke. Better than ever, Kenji. Thanks to you and you keeping us company, we are happier than ever. Especially Akeno. Kenji let out a small sigh of relief, though he couldn't shake the tension tightening his chest. He was aware that Akeno has Rias and Tsubaki to take care of her terrible state due to now being a college student. He then responded with a relieved tone. I'm glad to hear that. The last thing I want is for all of you to feel alone. We're going to get through this together. Irina, sitting by the window, finally looked up. Her usual cheerful attitude was gone, replaced by a gaze filled with conflicting emotions. You've been a great leader, Kenji. Irina spoke, referring to Kenji gaining his own evil pieces and making Asuya, Zenobia and Rosweiss his servants. The pieces turned into draconic pieces due to his aura, and it was granted in reward for beating Trihixa when Issei failed to do so. But Issei is not going to stop. He'll continue slaughtering us for our involvement in the betrayal. Irina spoke with a grim and serious tone, her tone dripping with fear due to the possible thought of Issei slaughtering them with no possible mercy or care for this world. The room fell silent at her words, her voice carrying the weight of an unspoken truth. The specter of Issei Hyoudou, their former comrade turned vengeful executioner, loomed over all of them. They wondered, why is he not killing them right now? Kenji clenched his fists in anger, as he responded with a cold tone. I know. But if he is not going to quit his slaughter, we aren't going to quit defeating him. We need to train if we have a sliver of chance of beating him. We trust you, Kenji. Rosweiss spoke with a small smile, as his gaze turned a bit fearful, as she spoke. "But I am afraid, we don't know where he is going to strike next and." Rosweiss was unable to complete when Kenji pulled her for a hug, and spoke. "Worry not, Rosweiss, I am busting myself to get as strong as I can to beat Issei. One day we will beat the monster my cousin has become." Drake then soon mused in response. "And I'll assist my partner, we will stop Issei. No matter the cost. No matter the price it demands, we will stop Issei." Rosweiss could only nod, as the rest of the orc girls all got into a group hug with Kenji. No matter what happens, they are all going to fight through this and against Issei together, as a team of friends and family members. They will avenge what they have lost, no matter what consequences they are to face. Drake was also happy. He was glad that the girls are with Kenji instead of his perverted ex-partner. He was relieved that he no longer has to go through with the terrible nickname he has gotten, which is the Opeye Dragon. Something he'll despise for all eternity, no matter what happens. His hatred for his former host was the most, given that he stole the treasures that belonged to him only. No one else should be wielding them ever in their life, and Drake will make sure it is restored back to where it belonged, no matter what happens. Even if he loses his soul in the process, he will never let Issei succeed. "Guys, everything is fine and all." Hyoudou Kiba finally spoke up, witnessing the happy moment that had happened with the girls, filling up with ease, as he continued. "But do we have a plan against him? Big Brother Surzex informed me that after Issei killed the elders and Satan Leviathan in cold blood that he had set a plan in motion. That was to establish contact with Hades." Kenji spoke after splitting up from the group hug. He knew that establishing contact with Hades was a terrible idea, knowing what the man is capable of from his scheming. He did mention that Hades was involved in the first death of his former cousin at the hands of Shalba Beelzebub by using Samael's poison. But he had no choice. Surzex had no other option. Seraphol was dead, and his wife was still missing at the hands of his former cousin. Nobody knows where she is, as her evil piece was dumped at the North Sentinel Island, much to his anger. This was the only way to get rid of Issei. "You sure, Kenji? This may not end up well," Kiba responded, as he continued. "Hades can betray us at any given time. We have no choice, Kiba. We have to do what is needed if we have to fight against Issei and kill him for good." Kenji responded with a serious tone, which only made the knight nod in response. He knew this was a bad idea, but had to agree due to how dire the situation was. "Kenji is right. My only regret is using so much energy to keep him alive. I never understood why my foolish past hosts had cherished him so much. Especially Elsha. But then again, he was the only more potent host at the time, till Kenji came. Who was way better than him, not only in terms of personality but also in his powers." Drake commented in agreement, as many agreed to this. They all agreed on one thing, that Issei was only useful in terms of his power. Aside from that, many hated his personality, and everyone was disgusted by what kind of a being he was. They detested his perversion the most, which hasn't changed or reduced in any manner even after he started to date Rias. Unaware that many of them are alive or happy because of him. They had forgotten the good deeds he had done for every one of them, and they no longer care for the consequences of their actions, and are only fearing for their lives and the ones of their loved ones. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, 7 p.m. Issei was making his next plans, which was to recruit his next ally, which was Tiamat. He was aware that she had anger and animosity towards Drake for losing her treasure. His plan was simple, to locate her treasure and return it back to her. It turns out Drake didn't lost her entire treasure. Some of it was stored in the vault, and fortunately it was connected, which would allow him to trace the rest of the treasure and return it back to them. He knew this would immediately get Tiamat on board, and she would be a useful ally to his goals. "Our plan will be simple. I will be locating the treasures that will be needed to get her to our side, and then we will recruit her to our cause. It turns out, she has been traveling around the human world while staying at the familiar forest. So we have either two options, either we can." Issei suddenly trailed off when he sensed three massive presences heading his way, as Ophis, Hel and Graphia also picked up the signatures and were surprised by this. "Guess the primordials are here to deal with us. Let's go," Issei commanded, as the trio nodded, as he turned to Ophis and asked, "Ophis, can you make a barrier spell that negates any teleportation or escape routes? I have an idea on how they located us, but I need to confirm with them." Ophis nodded in understanding and prepared the spell, as Issei and the others got ready for the fight against the three primordial gods, as Issei decided to take down his first few divine beings to show how futile opposing his justice is going to be. Issei, Grafia, Hell and Ophis confront the attackers, which, true to Issei's prediction, were revealed to be Nyx, Erebus, and Tartarus. They surround the entire Australian seas in a dimension that had multiple eyes, which was Tartarus's doing, who had covered the entire ocean and Australian beach they were in with his dimension, meaning they are fighting inside what seems to be Tartarus itself. Issei and the others knew that these three were here for a purpose. So what brings the three of you to my dwelling? Issei asked with a mocking tone. He knew that they are here for some important reason. The dragon side, which was a mere 5% at this point, was screaming when he sensed that the two primordial deities carrying. He could sense Ophis seemingly a bit nervous due to the blood they are carrying. Simple dragon. Erebus spoke with arrogance dripping in his tone. Your demise, you have slain many for long enough. And this ends now. Issei narrowed his gaze, as Nyx responded. Yeah, you are nothing short of a monster, and worse, hell is working for you. I am pretty sure you must have forced her to do so. Before Issei could respond, Hell spoke with seriousness. I chose to side with him on my own. The fact that you claim that is nothing short of your own arrogance and delusions. Then again, someone that can chooses to see her own brother as a lover is a moron, to say the least. Nyx grew a tick mark at this, and so did Erebus, while Issei was surprised, as he asked, is the story true that means? Hell responded with a sigh. Yes, all stories are true, she did the deed with her own brother. Issei could only look agape at this, and shocked. Did she really do the deed with her own brother? What the hell was wrong with the Greek pantheon? Okay. Nyx grumbled with annoyance and slight embarrassment. I did not do the deed with my own brother. Those stories are just by mortals who like to exaggerate things, and second, the supposed children that I have are our creations, not our children. Issei and Hell didn't buy the truth, as Erebus spoke with an embarrassed tone. Can we just get the fight over with? He also wanted to leave the location, cursing the mortal that was solely responsible for spreading the story of them becoming a couple, when the truth is far from it. However, the four hardly believed the two primordials were saying the truth or not. I see, so you are too eager to gain justice, don't you? Issei spoke with slight arrogance and condescending tone, as he continued. I shall fulfill your desires. He transformed into Super Saiyan, and the others also joined in to fight against the gods. Issei clashes against Erebus, Nyx clashed against Hell, and Grafia and Ophis against Tartarus. Issei looked at his opponent Tartarus, the primordial god of darkness, as he asked. So wanted to ask. I never actually posed a problem to the Greek faction, yet. So what's the deal with Hades? Why does he want me eliminated? I am not obliged to answer to you, dragon. Erebus fired a powerful beam of darkness which was easily deflected by Issei, with his hand as he swatted it away. He then closed the gap and followed it up with a ki blast, exploding him point blank, sending him flying. Erebus looked annoyed at the attack, as he continued to fire many more attacks at him, which he deflected without a bother. Issei then spoke. It's useless to oppose justice. Erebus got even more angrier and fired a more concentrated powerful darkness energy blast as he fired at him to try and get him off. The darkness energy entered close and was about to make contact when Issei spoke. Allow me to demonstrate on how futile your attempts are. Issei fired a concentrated ki blast at the darkness spear, completely dissolving it, much to the primordial's shock and horror. But before he could react, Issei dashed forward and sucker punched him, sending him flying across the location. Tartarus tried to intervene by firing multiple laser beams, but Issei responded by firing ki blasts aimed at the entire location, making him groan in pain. Arg. Tartarus boomed throughout the entire location. He had to deal with Ophis as well, who was using her snakes to try and take control of the dimension Tartarus had created with his body. Erebus tried to recover, but before he could, Issei followed it up with a leg stomp, sending the primordial crashing to the ground. The primordial again tried to get up and fly over to Issei, firing a darkness concentrated blast towards Issei, who only raised his leg up and stomped him again, sending him flying to the ground with a thud. The explosion to the ground was marred with Erebus on the ground. When the dust settled, he was barely standing. However, he didn't give up. He got up again despite his body feeling the pain of being crushed without any effort. He then exclaimed, I will destroy you, dragon. Issei, instead of getting angry, had a small smirk. If he can kill these primordials, he will make the factions even more afraid. He knew that the factions, even if they get his blood, it won't work, since he predicts it would be used on his foolish cousin Kenji, knowing that he is basically their pawn now, instead of Issei. Erebus defied justice, like many others, and now has to suffer its consequences. he could see the primordial god leap in the air and fire many attacks at him, creating strong powerful beam with his godly aura and fired at Issei, who only looked at it and motioned his hand forward. The beams touched his palm. Despite the burning sensation, he barely felt anything. If anything, it was ticklish to him. He could see the surrounding ground he was standing on turning into scorched earth. He then fired a stronger ki blast, destroying the aura beams like it was nothing. Erebus was shocked by this. No attack was harming Issei in any manner. This form of his was annoying to say the least. He recognized it from the popular anime that these humans were so invested in seeing it. But he didn't expect to actually show it in real life, since in his eyes some monkey-based beings destroying planets is idiotic and moronic. What's the matter? Scared to face a Saiyan, primordial. No matter what you do, it is useless. Erebus was about to respond, but Issei attacked him, brutally punching him in the gut, making him cough up saliva, sending him back a few feet, as he rapidly fired several ki blasts, as the primordial reacted using a barrier to protect himself. But when it started to get overwhelmed, he used teleportation magic to teleport himself out of there. He soon ambushed Issei from the back, using a sucker punch, sending him a few feet back, as Issei smirked. His punch did damage him a bit, grazing his shoulder, as he removed it and threw it to the ground, smirking at the fight. He had a plan for Hades, and his blood was the key to it. Erebus tried to land another godly aura beams at Issei, trying to hurt him even more. But Issei rapidly used his punches to deflect each and every beam to Tartarus's locations, making him scream in pain. He was getting injured thanks to Issei's attacks. Erebus was annoyed by this, as he charged a powerful darkness blast at Issei, which was approaching closer. Issei only took a small breath, generated a ki blast, and fired it at the incoming blast and completely disintegrated it without any effort, completely leaving no trace of the once powerful blast that was aimed at Issei. He had a smirk once he was done, as he spoke callously. "I told you." Issei dashed in front of Erebus, who had a look of shock, and kicked him straight in the shin, staggering him to the ground. He tried to recover, as he could only see a purple ki blast that was aimed straight at his face. It was useless. The ki blast exploded right at his face. He was sent flying a few meters, as his body was seen out of the explosion in a smoky heap, as he was breathing heavily, looking at his opponent with a mixture of frustration and helplessness. He was angered by the fact that Issei was not even affected by his attacks in any manner. In the meantime, Ophis unleashed several snakes which were constantly biting and infusing their magic into the being, making it screech in pain, as he was being constantly messed with by the dragon goddess of infinity. Her plan was to prevent the gods from escaping. The gods were not expecting Ophis to be in the same location as Hell, Issei and Graphia, but in their overconfidence, they overlooked that fact. "Aha!" Tartarus exclaimed with slight pain, as Ophis responded with a cold tone, a smirk falling on her face. "This is just the beginning. Primordial God." Ophis breathed some flames and decided to incinerate the primordial god alive, as he kept screaming in pain. Ophis's flames were much stronger than any dragon's flames, surpassing that of the Dragon King's by a long mile, and while she knows how to control the effects of the flames and can even manipulate the intensity of them perfectly. "Aha! Make it stop, please." Tartarus screamed in pain. He was afraid of the dragon goddess, as Ophis refused to stop. Tartarus, having no choice but to defend himself, decided to fire several shots of lasers of darkness to defend himself, which struck Ophis from multiple locations, forcing her out of her flaming attack, and soon she was forced to defend herself. Seeing this opportunity, he unleashed his abyss magic, creating a small space of darkness and increased the gravitational force by 15 times the usual, which made flight impossible, and upon Ophis trying to coat her into it. Ophis initially made a small struggle to break free, but she knew what she had to do. She soon released her aura, trying to overpower her restraints, effortlessly using her strength to fly up. She started releasing the aura of a dragon god, overpowering any and all gravitational restraints, and exclaimed with her anger, as she looked at Tartarus with a serious look, who responded, "I should have expected you to break free from this, but your friends will not be able to do so." "Then you underestimate them, Tartarus." Ophis spoke coldly, remembering Issei training in such gravity multiple times, when he has to really push his limits. Sometimes, he really pushes himself, asking Hell to make the gravity chamber 50 if not 100 times, in some cases the Earth's gravity, in several cases much to her worries and annoyance. But she usually does pull him out of training before he can seriously injure himself. Tartarus tried to aim his attacks at the three, but Ophis was quicker, using her snakes to once again chomp through the defenses of Tartarus, as he groaned in pain. He soon turned his attention to Ophis, who had started to breathe in some air, and used flames against Tartarus, making him screech in pain even further. Tartarus managed to push back, releasing his aura to distract Ophis while using barrier magic to defend himself. He was able to push off Ophis's flames while focusing all attention to heal his body, which was soon recovering. Ophis looked at Tartarus, knowing she will have to take it to the next level if she wants to beat him. "You are tougher than I presumed." Ophis spoke emotionlessly but with interest, as she curls into a smile speaking. "Maybe I should take it to the next level." Tartarus was annoyed by how she was treating him, but he didn't let it get in his head. Ophis was only toying with him, and any mistake would give her an easy win. The stakes were already against him, and he will only speed up his demise if he takes them carelessly. At another location, Nyx was fleeing from the combined assault of Graphia and Hell. The first was using her ice magic on her, creating several ice shards at the woman, making her dodge, with Hell using explosion seals with her trying to dodge, with her legion of undead Valkyries and Apsaras flying around creating many more magic circles and fire at her which she barely dodged. Hell was faster, trying to attack her with an explosion seal which she was once again able to dodge, and respond with firing a darkness beam at her. Hell was able to dodge the attack, as Graphia followed with the Valkyries started to fire their ice magic onto her, which she was able to dodge again. She was getting annoyed. She charged up a powerful night-based magic spell at the Valkyries and Graphia with the maid dodging effortlessly, and the Valkyries getting hit, destroying several of their numbers. She was a bit satisfied, seeing this, but before she was implanted with a seal from Hell, as she exclaimed. "Explode." The explosion consumed Nyx before she could react. Hell looked frustrated, knowing she will have a tough time against Nyx. She could see her legions being killed. Hee hee. Nyx giggled, as she continued as Hell and Graphia turned their attention to Nyx, who had recovered, while her clothing was slightly destroyed. Hell managed to avoid contact by using the seal to prevent it from having contact with her. "I must admit you are quite strong, however." She immediately closed the gap, charging up a concentrated darkness blast, sending her flying towards a few feet, as she continued once again to close the gap and speak. "You are no match for a primordial like me." Nyx was about to attack as Hell tried to defend herself, but a magic ice and wind pushed her backwards. Hell soon followed it up with a callous smirk of her own, as she spoke mockingly. "Don't count your horses just yet, Nyx." She soon unleashed a barrage of magic spells using her knowledge she had gained from the undead she had killed and resurrected. With the undead and Graphia joining in and fire their own spells at her, pushing her behind, causing her to be sent flying to one of the Tartarus's eyes, with an explosion. The army was waiting for her to recover, only to see her standing with her clothing and armor still intact. She had worn the armor to counter Issei just in case. "I must admit." Nyx spoke. Her breathing was not uniform and was breathing heavier than usual. She could see that her enemies were far stronger than she had anticipated, but fortunately she had enough power and durability to survive. "You are strong, but fortunately I brought someone." Nyx snapped her fingers, garnering everyone's attention. Erebus had a smirk, as he prepared the weapon that Issei had generated against him. He had the Samael's blood ready and brought out a dragon-slaying knife to stab Issei in the back, ready to kill him permanently. Soon enough, they had an encounter with a beautiful foreign girl who appears to be in her late teens. She has long purple hair and orange eyes. She wears a white dress typical of female noble devils that exposes much of her large breasts, with high slits and long sleeves. She also wears a black mini skirt. This was Ingvold Leviathan. "A devil?" Issei asked with confusion, sensing her key to be that of a Leviathan. As soon the woman's eyes turned violet, and she started to sing. Ophis was affected, which caused slight pain to her, while Issei's was in a slight daze, holding his head in pain. Seeing this opportunity, Erebus decided to act quickly and stab Issei in the stomach, making him cough up blood. "Now die, like you are supposed to be," Erebus exclaimed with joy, as he felt the effects of Samael's poison making him grit his teeth in pain. His whole body was convulsing with pain due to the effects of Samael's poison. He felt like he was almost dying. "Issei!" Hell and Ophis exclaimed, as Hell acted quickly and used some of her armies to isolate Issei from Erebus, as Ophis acted quickly, rushing to Ingvold and firing her snakes. Nyx tried to defend the attack with a magic barrier that protected her. Ophis gritted her teeth in frustration. She was not expecting that she would have a power that would control dragons. "Master!" Graphia exclaimed with worry, turning to Hell, as she nodded. The armies were distracting Erebus, forcing him to fight against them, trying to destroy as many of the undead as he could. "Hang in there. No matter what you do, there is nothing you can do." He is going to die horribly. Erebus spoke arrogantly with a smirk, as Tartarus was rapidly attacking Hell and Ophis, while Graphia looked at Erebus angrily with slight tears in her eyes. Hell then exclaimed with desperation and sadness, "We gotta do something." Ophis nodded. She was using all her snakes, but she noticed Nyx was using her strength to defend Ingvold Leviathan. She was grinning sadistically, enjoying the pain that she had inflicted. Ophis was even more angry. She was going to make an example of Nyx. Back with Issei, he was struggling in pain. He soon remembered on how much pain he was in when Trunks had cut him in half during their final battle, and that angered him even more, as he exclaimed, "No, I won't falter to this. Never again." "Master?" Graphia asked with worry, as he looked at her seriously and angrily and gave her a signal which she understood. She had to get away and hold off Erebus. Using her devil wings to fly, she held off Erebus, as he was getting annoyed by the constant interruptions, but he knew Graphia and the legions wouldn't stand a chance against him. "I will destroy this obstacle that stands in the way of justice," Issei exclaimed with fury, as he started to channel his ki, both divine and regular ki, using it to fight against Samael's poison. He was not going to fall to this. Issei soon screamed with all of his might, as he wasn't going to give up, no matter what happens. His hair was starting to grow, pushing past Super Saiyan 2. He was going to surpass his limits. A brief flash of an Oozuru, Great Ape, was seen in his mind. Samael's poison was having no effect on him. He was transforming even further, releasing ki that made the three primordials really afraid at the massively increasing ki. Erebus tried to intervene, but Graphia held him off, firing her ice beams at Erebus, forcing him to dodge, as he was surrounded by some of the undead Apsaras. "Why you? Why do you fight for him when he is going to die?" Erebus exclaimed with annoyance, firing his godly aura at Graphia and her armies, as Graphia flew from the air and fired back at him after dodging the attack. "Because we know that he'll survive Samael's poison, just like he did once before." "Impossible," Erebus responded, as he continued with anger. "It is not possible. He lost his boosted gear, and without Drake and the past hosts, his death was inevitable. Even if he had the flesh of Great Red, he is not strong enough to survive." Graphia only had a smirk, as she responded with mockery. "Your information about him is outdated." Erebus widened his eyes when he saw Issei standing, his hair longer than before. He was not going to fall to Samael's poison, and soon the pain ended, unable to work against the Saiyan blood. Issei had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, having longer hair than before and his facial structure changing, more refined. He had a maniacal grin on his face. "Now it's my turn," Issei spoke with a dark smirk, as electricity was crackling from his body. He soon reached Erebus and Graphia and spoke. "I will take it from here. You did well, supporting me, Graphia." "Master." Graphia spoke with happiness, and with slight tears, earning a smirk from him before turning to Erebus, his grin widening into a dark one. He soon spoke. "Support Hell and Ophis." "As you wish, Master." Graphia responded, flying to Ophis and Hell, who were surprised and happy by this development of his, as Ophis responded, seeing the form, recognizing it from the words that Issei said. "So he managed to reach Super Saiyan 3. He is not far from his full potential." "Indeed. I was worried for his safety." Hell spoke with a relieved tone, as Ophis was also happy by this state of Issei. Recovered and well, she could see the change in Issei's attitude as well, since Issei did have its influence on Zamasu's original personality coupled with the Saiyan body he was in. Nyx was fearful by not only Issei managing to survive but also gaining a new form. She could see the girls ganging up on her, as she struggled to maintain the barrier. Hell then spoke. "Now ladies, let's not hold him back and show what we can do, right?" Hell and Graphia nodded, unleashing their attacks all at once, exclaiming with fury, as they all destroyed and shattered the barrier. Nyx almost fell to the ground, as Hell acted quickly, aiming a blow at the back of her neck. She had knocked out the Leviathan girl before she could pose a problem. She was placed on the ground, as Hell took her in her arms. Ophis and Graphia decided to deal with Nyx, much to her annoyance, as she struggled to fight against the combined efforts of the dragon goddess, who was able to recover herself, and the former strongest queen. Back with Issei, he was clashing against Issei, as he sent Erebus flying. His reflexes and other abilities had increased much more, and was able to keep up with the primordial god of darkness. "So Erebus, this is my first god kill. What do you think?" Erebus got angry at this, as he exclaimed, "Piss off, you bloody monkey." Erebus decided to punch Issei, who was barely affected, as he gently placed his hand down, and spoke mockingly. Thanks, sir, may I have another? What are you? Erebus backed away with fear, as he responded with anger. You were never this strong before. Well, it looks like you got some required reading to do. Issei brought out the official Saiyan handbook and threw it to them. Erebus, having no choice, decided to read the handbook while he flipped the pages, speaking. Full moon, lose your tail, near death, get stronger every time. He realized what Issei truly is, as he spoke with a look of horror and terror, knowing what was going to happen next. Well, I am right fucked, aren't I? Issei only gave a deeper grin, and spoke with an evil tone. Right in the down under. Before Erebus could respond, Issei kicked him, causing him to turn upside down. He soon kicked him in the air and struck him in the chest, breaking some of his ribs, making him cough up blood. Issei soon prepared a ki blast, as Erebus spoke his last words with fear and terror. Clever girl. He fired the ki blast, powerful enough to completely wipe out Erebus, who couldn't do anything to defend himself. He soon perished right in front of everyone, who could only watch in surprise at how Issei effortlessly defeated Erebus in his new form. Brother. Nyx screamed in agony and terror when she saw this, as Issei soon reached the girls, as Hell immediately hugged him, worried for his safety. However, Issei was unaffected by this, as he spoke in response. I am fine, Hell. You can let go of me now. Hell looked at him for a moment, and could only nod. He was barely affected by her hug. At least he did not push her away. She wondered if Issei will ever care for someone other than imposing his justice. She could see the development in him. He then spoke. Mind if I take a swing at her office? All yours. Issei could sense Nyx getting angry, releasing a massive amount of aura. She was furious at her brother's demise at the hands of Issei, as she screamed. I'll kill you. Nyx unleashed a powerful night blast aimed at her, as they started to fight against each other. Issei decided to entertain the primordial goddess before eliminating her for good. The girls decided to clash against Tartarus, as the primordial deity, who was horrified by this, had to go all out at the three. He had no choice, trying to use his magic to once again bind the three girls, which caused them to be grounded momentarily, but Ophis managed to rise up and fight back. She soon fired her snakes at every location surrounding the whole area with them, as the girls all decided to perform their attacks, deciding to take out Tartarus completely. Graphia fired a barrage of magical attacks at the god, making him screech in pain, as he shouted with agony. No. I cannot be beaten. Tartarus screamed with agony, feeling his body being torn apart on the inside. He tried to escape, but Ophis was not letting that happen, as her snakes started biting onto Tartarus's body, making him groan in pain. The snakes chomping onto him were preventing him from escaping. The three girls continued to fire their attacks onto the primordial abyss god, preventing and cutting off his escape completely. Soon the attack completely consumed him, making the primordial scream in sheer agony of the combined attacks, as they were firing onto every location that there is. Soon enough, he was consumed completely, leaving nothing behind, triggering explosions all across the dimensions. Once the dust settled, Tartarus was somehow alive, barely clinging to life itself. He was groaning in pain, weakened, battered, and bruised. He no longer was the abyss god, but just a weak shell of his former self. He tried to drag himself out, but was suddenly squished under a strong pressure. The attacker was revealed to be Hell, who was crushing the primordial under the heels she had worn. She was pissed off at how these gods almost ruined the life she was having. She could see why Issei hated the Greek pantheon with a burning passion, sensing the arrogance of these primordials. No. Please have mercy. Tartarus pleaded for his life, but Hell didn't respond, as she kept on crushing him until she had completely destroyed him. Tartarus exploded into nothingness after being killed by the goddess Hell, leaving behind only his parts left. Good riddance. Hell responded coldly, as Ophis walked up to her and asked, So I presume you are going to revive him as an undead too? It is worth a shot. Having a primordial as an undead ally would be useful. Plus, if he proved to be better, he'll probably be my second in command, leading my armies, while I do so alongside Issei. Hell responded, as she brought out a Norse magic circle and released her green mist on what remains of Tartarus, as they soon disappeared, and once again Tartarus was brought back, this time as an undead. His eyes were different, they were completely pupil-less, similar to the other undead that she had revived. They seemed to be openings onto the dimension he used to constitute, being well aware that they were her eyes. Hell could feel herself getting stronger, with every undead she brings onto her side. Now with the primordial god being on her side, she can do much more now. If she were to successfully revive someone stronger, then it will just be a matter of when she can reach the level of her former uncle Thor and surpass Odin. Welcome, Tartarus, to my undead legion. Tartarus only boomed in response. Now serving the undead goddess with awe and admiration, he was now completely subservient to him. Hel then looked at him for a moment, and knew that she can return to Helheim without any problems and get the time to revive them without any problems. She usually needed Issei for this, but given that she has Tartarus, she can use him to coat her presence and do the task needed, allowing Issei to focus more on his training. She knew he usually isn't a fan of going there, and is often dragged to that location by Hel. Now she doesn't have to deal with it. Soon a presence was sent flying towards them, making them dodge. The person was revealed to be Nyx, who fell with a crash. They all turned to Issei, who was walking towards them, as he spoke. So I guess you revived Tartarus, didn't you? Yep, all in a day's work. Thanks, Issei. Hel spoke with a cheerful tone, as Issei only smiled at this. He soon turned to Nyx, who was barely standing. She was unable to land a hit on him in any manner. She was breathing heavily, as she fired several magical blasts composed of pure night, and fired at Issei, who only deflected it with a swipe of his hand, sending it flying elsewhere. He soon closed the gap and brutally punched her in the gut, making her cough up saliva. He followed it up with many more punches, making her cough up even more. He soon followed it up with a roundhouse kick, sending her flying. Nyx was sent crashing to the ground. The dress she wore had a specialized curse outfitted in it, which was covered by her armor. It tried to affect him, but the key vaporized any instance of the curse that even touched his body. Issei was far more powerful than any god at this point, given that he had vaporized Erebus without much effort. Issei soon closed the gap and grabbed her by the head and dragged her across the entire location, all the while the primordial goddess was screaming in pain. The entire rubble was striking her at every step. Once he stopped, her saw her battered and bruised face, as she was crying in pain. She looked at Issei with fear, terrified of the being in front of him. Not even a single scratch was made in him, and even Erebus fell to that man. So Nyx, you have a tendency of tormenting people, correct? Nyx looked at him with fear, seeing his grin widening, as he continued. How would it feel if you are on the receiving end? Nyx looked at him with fear as Issei landed an strike aimed at her face. As it caused her to bleed from her mouth, some of her teeth were broken as well. Acting quickly, he slammed the primordial goddess to the ground, making her cry in pain. Her face was completely bloodied and messy. Issei then spoke with a maniacal grin. Worry not, I'll delay your justice as far as possible, since you must be treated and tried for the same way you inflicted on your victims. Using his strength and a maniacal grin, he started to crush Nyx's head and made her scream in pain. The primordial goddess felt the full force of Issei's strength and powers, regretting ever messing with him. She was constantly feeling the pain. Make it stop, I beg of you. Nyx screamed with all of her might. She would do anything to stop the pain that she had inflicted on him, knowing that it was her that brought Ingvold to control him. Tears of pain and trauma were starting to fall from her eyes after a few minutes, as she was unable to handle the pain. She kept on crying. She didn't want to die, not like this. She wanted to beg, but the pain was too much for her to handle. She was feeling her brain and skull were being crushed under the massive weight on her body. Issei wanted to make her demise as painful as possible. However, before he could, someone kept her hand on him. Issei. That's enough. It was Hel that did so. She could see that Nyx was suffering, as she continued. We may need her alive, since she can prove useful to us. Issei removed his leg, feeling the weight of her body, making her wonder what is going to happen. How so? Why her abilities are going to prove useful to us? If so, we can have her as an undead too. Nyx was even more afraid. Being a servant of a lesser goddess was something that was even more terrifying to her, especially being a zombie. Hel looked at her, understanding what Issei was conveying. As she took a look at Nyx's broken and battered state, she was crying given the torment she had to go through because of Issei. Ophis also understood that she can be useful, as she spoke seriously. Knock her out, we will find a use for her. Perhaps a maid will be fitting for someone like her. Issei understood this. It should definitely break her pride as a primordial goddess, as Nyx had a look of terror knowing what her fate is going to be. But before she could have a say in it, Issei curb stomped her to the ground, knocking her out cold. She was completely passed out from the torture and the final attack that had been dealt to her. He soon carried her like a sack of potatoes, and Hel commanded Tartarus to return the dimensions back to normal. They soon had left the location, leaving nothing but destruction behind. They had won the battle against 3 primordial beings, killing 2 and taking 1 as a prisoner. Scene change. Sixth Heaven, Vatican, 8 p.m. Gabriel was looking anxiously and seriously at Michael, as she asked, "So brother, are you going to tell me why Issei was kept in Tartarus for all this while?" Michael was silent upon this, knowing full well what is going to happen if the truth is going to be told, but he decided to stall it for a little longer, not considering Surzex's advice due to him being afraid of losing his sister. However, he was also aware that Gabriel won't stop pestering him unless she gets an answer, as she spoke immediately. "Brother, I want to know the truth. A year is not enough to completely change a person without any good reason." Michael knew he had to tell her the truth, so he decided to tell her the supposed truth. "Gabriel, he failed to defeat Trahexa, and because of him we almost lost everything. He was supposed to beat Trahexa." Michael spoke while controlling his anger, which made her shocked at this, as she exclaimed, "That's it?" "Yes," Michael responded, as he got back to completing paperwork which was approving the defenses against Issei's attack, completely unaware to the defeat of the three primordial beings. "Are you serious?" Gabriel exclaimed while controlling her anger, as she continued. How would he be able to fight against them? He was all alone, and Trahexa threatened all of us. We are all supposed to fight against Trahexa. Michael was silent by this, as he clenched his fists in response. He refused to see that Gabriel was right. He then retorted, "But he is the Red Dragon Emperor, he is supposed to be." Gabriel cuts him off with anger. 1. His Longinus was not the strongest, that goes to Saw's true Longinus. 2. Even if he did have the flesh of great red and power of Ophis. Michael again cuts her off, as he speaks with anger. "That's the thing, he should be strong enough to combat Trahexa alone, and that is the thing we all were hoping him to do, Gabriel. He is supposed to handle it on his own." In Michael and many leaders' eyes, Issei should theoretically be strong enough to wipe out Trahexa due to his current composition, and the fact that back then he had Drake with him was more than enough to defeat Trahexa. Keyword being theoretically. But they failed to take one major fact into account, and that was the fact that Issei wasn't trained enough to do so, and was unprepared against the beast of Apocalypse. "Did you forget that he needed more training?" Gabriel spoke with a frustrated sigh, as Michael wanted to retort, but Gabriel beats it to him. Just cause he was having the flesh of great red and powers of Ophis doesn't mean that he knows how to use it. He should, that is his job. Michael retorted in anger, as Gabriel could only give a frustrated sigh. Seeing her brother has lost his mind at this, she then spoke. "You know what? I am leaving. Looking for Issei is my best option before he kills all of us." Gabriel teleported out of there, not intending to respond to Michael, as he shouted with anger. "Gabriel! Wait!" He gritted his teeth in anger even further, as he responded with fury. "Fine, if that is what you want, then you are no longer welcome here. Henceforth, you will now be a fallen angel," Michael declared with anger, as he headed to the Heavens system and started to make the changes to the system. He had to do so since causing one of the 4 great seraphs to fall needed confirmation from all the remaining 2 seraphs as well as a united vote from majority of the 10 seraphs, then only it will be done. That alone will take time, and that is something Michael can wait for. Issei was looking at Nyx's state, who was being healed by Ophis, as she responded emotionlessly. Aside from some broken bones, and near fatal injuries, she should recover in no time. Her mana is going to be a different story, that will take a while to recover. You really did a number on her, didn't you? I had to set an example, she had it coming. Issei responded without any care or regret for what he did to Nyx. She had it coming for torturing him with her Sama Ale's poison plan. Now only one person remained, or 2 to be precise, and that was Ingram Mainu and Hades. He had to terminate them as well before they can cause any problems. Either way, Hel added, as she continued, once she wakes up, we will deal with her. I should probably find a way to remove the hypnosis magic on that Leviathan girl. Ophis, could you put a seal on her if she becomes a problem? Ophis gave a nod, as she generated a sealing snake, and it went inside Nyx's body. Once this was done, Nyx's powers would be reduced to the point of being a low-class being, meaning she will be able to use basic magic but not above middle-class magic. Very well. You can go. Issei responded upon seeing this, as Hel gave a nod and left the room. He remembered that Grafia was tasked with looking after Ingvold Leviathan. They had managed to win against 3 primordial deities, and that alone made them relieved knowing that no one will know of their place of dwelling. That was, however, for the time being. Ophis, would you mind in analyzing my body again? Ophis looked at him in surprise, and responded. Why? I am curious, since I was once again affected by Samael's poison. I wonder what happened to my body. Ophice looked at him for a moment, and responded. Fine, I am almost done anyway. Ophice was done healing, as she continued. She should wake up in an hour or two, then do as you see fit with her. Issei nodded, looking at the sleeping posture of Nyx. He wouldn't deny it, he did see many of the supernatural goddesses as beautiful. But he also knew that this beauty is exterior, meaning that not all goddesses are like the ones that truly embody the aspect of beauty. Now let's begin with yours. Ophice spoke emotionlessly. She wasn't mad at Issei for going too far, knowing that Nyx did push him to such an extent. But she wished the old Issei was more displayed, knowing that there is a chance it may never come. She knew that even her race couldn't be completely trusted due to what Drake had done. She generated some snakes from her fingers which soon started to nibble onto Issei. He didn't feel any pain. He did feel some ticklish sensation though, but it was only short-lived. The dragon goddess waited for a few moments before speaking. So that is what happened. Your dragon side is diminishing at every second due to Samael's poison. Instead of being 5%, it is not falling down to 2%. Your other two sides managed to stop it for the time being. And coupled with your desire to push forward and live, you managed to survive and unlock Super Saiyan 3. Ophice explained to him, ending with a small smile. She was happy and relieved that Issei was alive and stronger. He then responded. I see. So if Samael's poison hits me again, not only will I feel less pain but also it will destroy my draconic side completely. Issei asked Ophice, to which she responded with a normal tone. Yes, Samael's poison is meant to do that. Your draconic side will be purged if you get hit by the venom again, making it completely useless against you. Ophice responded with a relieved tone, as Issei nodded, having a smirk on her face. She then spoke. Now we have to wait for her to wake up. Until then. Ophice walked up to Issei, and nuzzled herself on Issei, having the same blush on it. Looking at Issei with a gentle smile, she spoke with slight happiness. I wish to lie down on your body, Issei. Issei shook his head in amusement, before speaking. Alright Ophice, fine. You can stay. Ophice nodded with a smile, as Issei managed to hold the dragon goddess, placing his hand on her abdomen, and carrying her with one hand. He sat down, as the duo waited for Nyx to wake up. Hades' realm, underworld, 12 a.m. The presence of Nyx, Erebus and Tartarus going away immediately was something that was completely felt by many supernatural beings. Their complete vanishing from existence was not something to be considered lightly. Them going missing was something that needed to be further investigated. Worst case scenario, all three of them were slain by Issei and his allies and were made into revenants by hell. They all went missing during the investigation against Issei. Their missing could be taken as a fact that they have all been slain by them. Hades was sitting on his throne with anger. He was shaking in fury when his three allies were gone missing. He knew they wouldn't stab him in the back. This meant that they were slain by Issei, or something worse must have happened. Hades was sitting in his throne room seething in fury when he sensed their presence was completely gone. That bastard. Hades growled in fury, knowing that this could be true. Issei slaying them was not to be taken lightly. He had become a way bigger threat than he had anticipated. He was aware that he will be next, causing him to be afraid of the being even, and that was something he hated. I won't spare him. Hades exclaimed with fury, as he got up from the throne room seething in rage. He then called out for his Grim Reaper Thanatos, knowing he would have a personal beef against Issei, knowing that he had a hand in causing his creator's disappearance. Soon enough, a robed figure came inside wearing traditional Grim Reaper clothing which was highly decorated. This was Thanatos, one of Hades' underlings and a creation of Nyx and Erebus. Additionally, Hades summoned him for another reason, which was that he'd have an innate connection to Nyx and Erebus due to them being his creator. You called my lord. Thanatos spoke respectfully with a bow. Hades then spoke immediately. I did. I want you to personally investigate what has happened in the battlefield. Can you identify what happened? Thanatos nodded, remembering him, also sensing the loss of presence of his two creators. That made him also furious, knowing who was responsible for this, and he also internally vowed to destroy Issei as well, only waiting for Hades to give him the order. I shall, my lord. Thanatos was about to leave, but Hades stopped him and spoke. Before you do go, here, take this. Hades gives him a small vial of blood which belonged to Samael's, as he continued. Use this if he shows up. Run away immediately when he does so. Don't face a confrontation. You are not strong enough to deal with someone like him. Especially when him and his team were responsible for the disappearance of 3 primordials. Hades explained with a serious tone, making the Grim Reaper nod. He soon left the location, however he was slightly displeased with how the events have gone that had transpired between him and Hades. He wanted to have a fight with Issei for his actions, but he didn't want to oppose Hades in any manner. Hades was left alone in his throne room, as soon enough, and Grim joined in. He was described to be a phantom with a jet-black body with a muscular build and glowing fire-like eyes and has horns on his head. His body also gives out a chaotic aura. The evil Persian god looked at Hades in the eye, and asked, "What happened, Hades? You sensed it, didn't you?" And Grim Hades said, making the evil god nod in response, being well aware of the missing primordials. The evil god was also being worried on how strong Issei is becoming with every stage and state. He was starting to get afraid of Issei. He then spoke in response. "I did. It's a shame that they cannot be with us due to what that dragon did to them. Either way, we need to keep finding a way to beat him, don't we?" And Grim kept his hand on his chin, as he continued. "And what of the factions? Should we tell them about our plans?" "Not yet, I don't intend to work with those bats." Hades responded with slight spite, as he continued. "We will beat him ourselves, we don't need their help to do so. They'll only hold us back." "I guess, but what would we do about that dragon?" And Grim asks, to which Hades shakes his head, doubting that Issei is a dragon at this point. He looked at the evil god, and spoke. "No, Ingra, I doubt Issei is a dragon." "How so?" Ingra responded, to which Hades spoke seriously. "Simple, I don't think he would have survived Samael's poison if he was a dragon, since you know Samael's poison is even lethal to heavenly dragons and can even seriously harm even dragon gods. That was how Lilith, Ophus's clone, was created." "True." And Grim mused in response, as he continued. "I guess you may be right. Then again, it is just a suspicion. We won't find anything till my subordinate Thanatos has gained information from the battlefield." And Grim looked amused, as he turned to Hades and asked, "You have already started acting on this, didn't you? Not even wasting a single second." "I had to. The sooner we know the truth the better. We also need to keep this a secret from the factions, since they were considering planning a tournament of all pantheons, in such a manner that Issei can be lured and they can get rid of him." Hades mused, as he continued with a smirk. "Regardless, we can only hope that Issei is a dragon." "And if he is not?" And Grim asked with concern, to which Hades responded with a grim tone, as he continued. "Then we are done for, and may not have any means of fighting him." Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, 12:30 a.m. Ophus was nuzzling with Issei. She was partially asleep due to being so close to Issei's key, feeling warm and comfortable to him. Issei was curious. He has never been this close to the dragon goddess before, especially in this form of hers. He was curious to see if her body was really big. He always wanted to touch them. He motioned his hands towards her chest, as he was curious to feel them in his hands. He was more curious on how Ophus would behave at this, not that she was seemingly against it. Ophus sensed his approaching hand and smiled at this. She was aware that this was the Issei that was showing instead of Zamasu or Goku Black. Although small, it was still there inside of him. She didn't mind him touching her body given that she was in extremely close proximity to him either way. However, soon enough a groan was heard, causing them to jolt up, since this was not the voice of either of them. Ophus leaped out from Issei's chest and looked at the person that did this. It was Nyx, who had woken up from the fight that had happened. "Where am I?" Nyx spoke with a low tone. She was surprised by where she was. Issei then spoke with a dark tone. "Hello, Nyx." Nyx paled and shivered by the voice she had heard. She turned to see Issei standing there with his hands crossed, and beside him was Ophus, who was placing her hands behind her back, as he continued. "Seems like you have adjusted yourself quite well here, Nyx." "What are you doing here, you monster?" Nyx exclaimed with fear and anger, remembering the monster that had slain Erebus and was the one that brutally tormented her with glee and happiness. She was furious at what had happened to her brother, but was also afraid at the one responsible for the deeds that happened to her brother. "Me. This is my house, and I have some use for you, that is why you are alive." Nyx was about to respond. She hated the situation she was in due to Issei slaughtering her, as he continued. "I have a proposition for you. You will join me, if you wish to survive, that is. After all, having a woman that can scare the pants out of Zeus would be beneficial to my plans." Nyx clenched her fists in anger, as she exclaimed. "Never, I will never work alongside you." She was about to use her magic to teleport herself out, but to her shock it didn't work. She looked at her captors with horror and fear, as Issei had a dark grin on his face, and respond. You have no choice but to abide by what I declare. You have committed a grave sin, and a punishment is needed. Henceforth, since you gods and primordials are known to look down on humans, and some supernatural beings as lowly, you no longer possess the divinity or powers you once did. Nyx became pale by this. She also couldn't feel her divinity, or any powers that she possessed belonging to darkness or night magic. She looked at her captors with horror, as Issei walked closer and lifted her up by her chin, making her look up. Well, Nyx, you have become the very same being that you once looked down upon. A primordial is no longer one. From what I heard, it is one of the biggest insults or humiliation any divine being must endure, correct? Nyx was tearing up at this, as she now knows she is no longer a primordial being but an ordinary being. Issei then smirked at this, as he continued while wiping her tears from his free hand. Since you are quite strong on the outside, I gave you some level of mercy. You can use some spells, low-class spells albeit, but you have some magic. Consider this the only magic you can get. You. Nyx growled at this, as he continued. You really think I will become your slave? I would rather take my own life than become one. Issei lost his smirk and became serious, as he continued. You know, killing you is mercy, ex-primordial. Nyx can be seen gritting her teeth at this, knowing that she was powerless and weak to defy Issei, as well as incapable of escaping in any manner. He then spoke. But I decided to give you a fate worse than death. Serving me unconditionally till whenever your life force lasts. If you do make me amused and happy, I might return you back to your old self. Wait. Nyx spoke with a tone of surprise as he continued. If you serve me unconditionally and I see you to be a valuable ally, you will be joining me in my extermination of other factions. You always wanted that to happen, didn't you? Nyx was silent, contemplating about the situation. Issei was offering her something she wouldn't want to deny. It was tempting, but she hated the powerless situation she was in. She cursed Hades for being the sole reason why she was in this situation, but she also had cursed the choices she had made to get into this situation of powerlessness. Look at Hel, she was also given a choice and she took it. She didn't even resist, and she is one of the few that I can have faith in. She has not only been a valuable ally to my goals, but also she has been someone I can believe in that will have my back. However, if you do refuse, I have other ways. Nyx widened her eyes at this, and asked with a tone full of horror. What choices? Well, I can send you into a dimension where 1,000 orcs will assault you to submission. Issei spoke while having a dark grin which made Nyx horrified, as she exclaimed. If I don't comply, you will get me raped. That is only if you are unreasonable. So what is going to be, Nyx? Still want to defy justice? Nyx rapidly shook her head at Issei's question. She didn't want to provoke Issei in any manner given what the man was capable of and what he had done. She then looked at Issei and spoke. I'll accept the deal. Excellent, now you have known your place. Good. Nyx could help but grit her teeth in frustration, as Ophis changed a bit of her snake to make sure she doesn't betray him in any manner, making the ex-primordial unaware of what had just happened. Now then, I will probably head out and keep an eye on Ingvold. She would probably been awake by now. Issei spoke, as he looked at Nyx one final time and spoke. Goodbye, Nyx, and welcome to your new life, as my personal servant. I will let Graphia know on what she must do with you and you'll comply to her wishes else. Issei trailed off with a menacing tone, making Nyx rapidly nod with fear, as the duo left. Once they did, Nyx couldn't help but cry knowing she had lost her brother, and was now a slave to the very people she had once looked down upon as well as the ones that were the killers of her brother. She cursed Hades for dragging her and Erebus into this, but she also blamed her choices and arrogance for causing this. Scene change. Ingvold's room, Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, 1 a.m. Ingvold was inside the room seated. She looked at Hel with a hopeful look on her face. She then asked, "What is going to become of me?" Ingvold asked, afraid of what her fate is going to be. She feared that they may kill her due to working with Nyx. You will be given a choice. Either you can work with us, if you don't we will be dealing with you accordingly. Ingvold seemed to be more afraid of this, as Hel responded. As long as you don't stand against us, you should be fine since you were dragged into this fight. So what were you before you were possessed by Nyx? Ingvold stayed down for a moment before speaking. I was born in the 1900s, and was diagnosed with sleeping sickness, and have been sleeping for more than 100 years. I was born in Miami, Italy, and spent most of my childhood there, until my sickness took place and was shifted to the underworld for treatment. There my existence was kept a secret, and when I did awaken, it was because of my sacred gear, Nirid Kairi. After that, Nyx came in and hypnotized me to serve her. And that was how I was forced to fight against you. Hel and Graphia took note of this. It made sense on why she would want Ingvold on her side, which was to gain the control of dragons. Which was why she was used. She could see Ingvold looking down, not intending to fight against them in any manner. Ingvold then continued, I never thought I would encounter the very same people that want my kind purged from this world. Are you going to purge me because I am a half-devil? Depends on your choice and future actions, Ingvold. Everyone turned around to see Issei standing in front of the door alongside Ophis, both of whom were standing near the door. Ingvold was shivering in fear, afraid of what he plans on doing to her given that she was the cause of Issei getting hit by the Sama Ale's poison. She wanted to escape but knew that Issei is strong and fast enough to subdue and deal with her accordingly. She looked at Issei, with her eyes watering with slight fear. However, to her surprise, Issei closed the gap and placed his hand on her. Relax, I have no reason to kill you yet. Ingvold nodded, cleaning herself of her tears. She looked at Issei with seriousness, not intending to show fear to him, since she can see Issei sensing this. He sits beside her bed and speaks. So what will you do now? Do you intend to return to the underworld? I do. Ingvold responded with a solemn tone. I am grateful for you all to rescue me, but that was not your intention, was it? Issei shook his head and spoke. No, it wasn't. But if you do intend to return, I will erase your memory of you ever meeting us, and of this place. Not only that, I will also see to it that your memory of encountering Nyx would never happen. But before you leave and make your final decision, there is something you need to know. Ingvold looked at him for a moment with confusion, as he spoke in response. Truth be told, you cannot trust the current devil government, Ingvold. I was once part of them and they used me, those filthy bats, they used me for their own goals and purposes. And so did the factions. Just think of a possibility that they will use you for their gain, especially with their current pillar and Red Dragon Emperor Kenji. Ingvold looked at him with shock and surprise. She didn't know anything about the devil government, ignoring the jab that Issei gave at her kind. She then asked, what would happen to me? Well, you are already half Leviathan. And these bats, they will do anything to cater their whims. You will basically be their most prized possession, and anyone that marries you will gain the most prestige, honor, and a gain in their reputation. Ingvold became pale by this. She didn't want to marry just any person that wanted to be with her just because she was half Leviathan. She hated this to some extent. Clenching the sheets of her bed in anger, she was starting to not intend to go back to the government. Issei looked at her and started to smirk, as he continued. Then again, if you do want to return, I won't stop you. Furthermore, you never know who they'll pair you up with. Kenji is possible, but given he has got a lot of girls with him, I doubt he'd have the time to ever cater to you. But then again, with Rias at the helm of his harem, I doubt you'd ever get your chance since she hogs him the most. Issei remembered when Rias literally controlled everything in his day-to-day life. He was furious that a filthy bat used to control him, and he was certainly going to make an example out of her when he does confront her, torturing her till there was nothing left of her. He plans on doing the same to the rest of her slutty peerage, making an example of filth before making them go through his justice. As in, is he a good person? Ingvold asked, confused. She had heard about Kenji but never had met him in person. Issei then speaks with slight anger. Good to those that care for him, but then again he was never good to me, so I am not the person you want to know more information from. He was my supposed replacement, but so far, he seems to be doing an okay job given he was working on the base that I managed to build. It is the girls that fawn over him that you should be more concerned about. Honestly, the Satans and their government are the biggest plague that should be wiped out at this point. I see. Ingvold clenched her fists, not seeing Rias in a good light due to what Issei had spoken about her. She was starting to hate this Rias due to her actions. Issei then looked at her and spoke. Not to mention Rias is a spoiled brat, thinking she can do anything she wants and not suffer consequences because of being related to Satan Lucifer. So do you want to deal with people like her? Not at all. Ingvold swiftly exclaimed, as she continued. I don't want to be with Kenji, who may not care for me. Hell, I don't even want to go back now. Especially given on how the devils see me. Issei gave an evil grin. His plan of turning Ingvold against the devil government worked. All he had to do was tell the truth and twist it in a way that Ingvold will realize on how her can see her as. And that was all she needed to turn against the very beings that had given her existence life. Although, Ingvold spoke, making Issei lose his grin as he spoke. Why do you call devils as bats? Oh, Issei responded, as he spoke with a blunt tone. It is because of their bat-like wings, and their nature as batty, hence why I call them bats. Ingvold nodded, as she knew that Issei doesn't see her as a filthy bat, else she would have been dead by now. Issei then added in response. Not to mention, you are not the only devil in this place. Grafia. Grafia nodded as she revealed her devil wings, and released them, showing Ingvold who she really is. She then spoke her words. I also am a devil, but a pure-blooded one, and what Issei-sama said was true. I had to live my life in hiding due to them wanting me to be with Surzek's Gremory. These devils are like parasites and need to be eliminated. That is why I stayed with Master, and became his servant, abandoning my pride as a lucifuge devil, and I'll be honest, I haven't been any more happier than before. Grafia ended with a gentle smile, as Issei couldn't help but internally smirk, knowing this was another memory he had altered into her. Before she had served Issei for years, she was a runaway devil in hiding for a very long time, changing homes and locations due to this and only settling in when Issei took her in for this job. I see, then I am willing to stay here and not return to the underworld, but will I do? Ingvold asked, to which Issei responded. For now, nothing. I want you to train a bit before we can get you ready for this. Ingvold nodded, as Issei smirked. He knew that he had gained even more allies to his side and his enemies are going to lose big time, especially Kenji, knowing that she will be able to control him even further, and damaging him severely with her singing. He soon sensed a presence, as he spoke. Hell, it seems like Hades has sent a spy. You want to come? Sure, I'd love to. Issei nodded, as Hell placed a hand on his shoulder with him speaking. We will be back soon, wait till then. The rest of the group nodded as Issei placed 2 fingers on his head and teleported out of there to the location. Scene change. Battlefield, Pacific Ocean Islands, 2 a.m. Thanatos was investigating the battlefield remains, where he had sensed that Erebus's battle had taken place last year. He then spoke. This is where I last had sensed Lord Erebus's presence. He knew he had to continue looking for any signs of his god. He hoped that he could find him before Issei and his allies get to his location. He looked for traces, and could sense high amounts of energy in this location. This aura, Lord Hades informed me about Ki or Tsuki, hailing from the Yukai faction. Could this power be similar to that? I must report it back to him. Thanatos muttered to himself, as he continued to investigate what had happened. He had looked at the battlefield, and it was nothing but destruction that was met in every location. Any tree or ground was completely destroyed by their clash. He continued to walk, trying to find any trace of his creator, which was already fading away as the minutes passed by, as he soon sensed some traced portion of red substance. He used his scythe to cut off the rock, and check what is it. He was about to pick it up, but before he could do so, a ki blast completely destroyed the entire rock, much to his shock, as Thanatos looked around and saw Issei and Hell standing above a tree, with Issei motioning his hand indicating that he was the one that attacked the rock. The same rock had disintegrated in front of him, leaving nothing behind. Issei had a smirk on his face, as he spoke callously. So the dog of Hades has shown up. What are you here for? Post-justice trial, come tomorrow and I'll happily judge you for your sins. Thanatos clenched his scythe tightly in anger, as he responded. You dare do that? You will pay for your sins. Sins? That's rich coming from a sinner like you, Thanatos, born from 2 major sinners and siding with a cowardly sinner known as Hades. Issei spoke mockingly, goading the Grim Reaper to want and attack him, but he remembered Hades' words that provoking him was not an option. Hell had finally spoken up. Hades is a coward, Issei. He won't show up directly for a confrontation. If we want to deal with him, we need to head where he is located. I know, what a pussy. Issei spoke mockingly, causing the Grim Reaper to get even more angrier, as he charged at Issei with fury, not intending to let the 2 mock his god any longer, as Issei only sidestepped, dodging the side strike, and kicked him so hard that sent him flying across the oceans, and he crashed onto a huge rock that made him cough up in response. The 2 reached where Thanatos was, as Issei kicked him hard enough to drop the scythe in response. Issei picked the weapon up, noting it to be a death scythe. Thanatos was glaring at Issei with anger. Despite being a rebel and not following Hades' orders, he was loyal to Nyx and Erebus, his creators, and wanted to find the one responsible for their disappearance. Since I am feeling generous, I might as well tell you what happened to your creators. All of them, including Erebus, are dead. Issei spoke seriously while lying about Nyx's survival, as Thanatos looked at him with a shocked tone, and responded. You're joking, right? Hell only snapped her fingers as the whole dimension changed into Tartarus. As he looked at Issei with shock and horror, him and his team managed to beat them without any mercy. He wanted to have a confrontation, sensing the two to be strong opponents, but given Hades' orders he had to flee given that he was not ready to confront them. Hell then spoke seriously and coldly. "You see, that's what happened to Tartarus. Still believe we are joking?" Thanatos got on guard and was ready to have a confrontation with them. He had no choice but to fight given their state. "And don't even think of fighting me, Thanatos, unless you are stupid to do so, like your creators Erebus and Nyx. Their bodies didn't remain intact." Issei spoke with a serious tone, as Thanatos still was ready to fight. He didn't mind dying in battle since he enjoyed fighting against strong opponents, as Issei responded. "But since you do want to fight, I'll entertain you, but not today." Thanatos was surprised, and so was Hell, who was expecting a fight to happen, as he spoke. "What?" Issei threw the death scythe on the ground next to Thanatos, and spoke with a serious tone. "I prefer fighting strong opponents, and so far you are not even worth the effort. If you wish to fight me, become strong and make it worth my time. Go back to Hades and report him this." Thanatos looked at his scythe for a moment. Despite the humiliating words he had endured from Issei, he wasn't angry. Quite the contrary, he was more desiring to fight against Issei. Him killing his creators was an obvious sign of strength, and now he was being challenged. This was not going to be taken lightly. "Very well, if that is what you wish. I won't disappoint you." Thanatos picked up his scythe and was about to teleport, but Issei spoke. "Wait before you go." Thanatos stopped for a moment and spoke. "Tell Hades this. I will make him suffer justice for his actions, and I can come to him at any time. Inform him that it can be any time, whether it be a day from today, a week, a month, of even a year, any time." Thanatos nodded and left the place, teleporting out of there. Issei was left alone with Hell, who responded with a tone of surprise. "Wait, why did you let him go?" "I wanted to see what Hades does. It was sending a messenger to him. I want to humiliate the Greek god of the dead before killing him for good. Plus, I also want to see what Thanatos is capable of." Hell only looked at him and sighed in annoyance, as she grumbled in response. "You Saiyans, always craving for violence, like a bunch of beasts." Hell grumbled in response, as she gave a wry smile and responded. "Then again, you are the best person I have met." Issei shook his head as he spoke. "Flattery will get you nowhere. Either way, we should probably get back. I could use some sleep." Issei nodded in response, as she kept her hand on him, and they soon teleported out of there back to their homes using instant transmission. Some time had passed, and the news of the three primordials being slain were spread all across the pantheons. Many were afraid of Issei now, coming to them and purging them for their actions, especially those that were responsible for his imprisonment. Kenji was trying to restore hope by claiming that he is constantly training, but it was barely doing anything, and he could only helplessly watch them be even more terrorized. The leaders were livid by this development. Not only did Gabriel leave the heavens, but three primordial gods being killed in one day made them really furious, with Issei with some vowing to hunt him down at all costs. Hades was the most angriest at the message that was given. To him it felt like Issei was mocking him. He vowed to make an example out of Issei once he does head to the underworld. 2 days later. Issei's house, Australia, Sydney, 7:30 a.m. Issei lied on the bed, and he was aware of his next plan. If he needed to head to the familiar forest where Tiamat was located, he needed to find the magic circle that would allow him to teleport him to that location. He thought for a moment, before it clicked in his mind, jolting up. "Of course!" Issei exclaimed in happiness, as he continued. "Kuo Academy? My old place of learning. How could I forget that is where those bats dwell?" Issei got up and decided to make a plan with his team. He knew that today would be the day of judgment of several of his tormentors. If they survive, even better, he can always chase them down and make them pay for their sins. He knew they saw him as an enemy, and an enemy is what he will show them. He reached the dining table and saw Hel preparing the food, alongside Ophis and the newly appointed maid, who was Nyx. She was wearing a French-made outfit, much to her embarrassment and anger. But there was nothing she could do. To think that a primordial, once seen as the goddess of the night, was treated in such a humiliatingly disgraceful manner was infuriating. But as fate would have it, this is her life now. To behave like a lowly mortal woman was something she despised, but she had to get used to it, else she fears what Issei will do to her. She was afraid of the Saiyan completely, who showed her brother no mercy and was the sole reason for her current predicament. "Morning, everyone." Issei responded, as Hell turned to him and spoke with a cheerful yet sarcastic tone. Woke up quite early. Something must have happened, hasn't it? Yep, it has. I will explain our plans soon. Issei soon turned his attention to Nyx, who was having a look of embarrassment, as she was shaking in fury. He grew a small grin and responded with a mocking tone. Seems like our new maid has settled herself quite in, isn't she? Issei's words made Nyx shake in anger. She wanted to be killed rather than having to go through such humiliation. She was hoping that someone would come and save her, but she was completely powerless in this situation of hers. Stop bullying her, master. It was hard as it was to get her into the costume. Grafia responded with a slight exhausted tone as Hell spoke. But I managed to do it, isn't that right, Nyx? Hell made a scissor hand. Only Nyx could see a huge man wearing Jason's mask and armed with a giant scissor, preparing to cut off something of Nyx if she ever tells lies. Hell spoke with a sweet smile, as she had magic in her other arm making Nyx shiver with fright, terror and fear. If Issei was bad, then Hell was much worse in getting people to her whims. She was able to make Nyx enter the maid costume. She didn't want to piss off Hell in any manner, lest she suffer a fate that will want her to crave death. Even Grafia was visibly shaking with nervousness when she saw Nyx like this, having vivid flashbacks on what happened with Nyx, and how her pride was immediately broken when Hell decided to deal with her to make her more compliant. Issei wondered what happened between Hell and Nyx, in such a manner that even a primordial like Nyx was compliant to Hell's whims. Then again, it shouldn't surprise him given she was even able to control him. Hell has a way with people. If she can control someone like him, then Nyx was too easy for her. Anyways, Issei spoke up, changing their attention to him. I was going to reveal our next plan of attack. Since Tiamat's main home is the familiar forest, we will have to gain an access to the location. Now that you mention it. Hell spoke as she placed her hand on her chin and responded. We have no access to that location, maybe Grafia can. Grafia responded to this. As much as I wish to help Lady Hell, the familiar forest is a well-guarded location only a select few people can enter. Grafia is correct. Recent news showed complete lockdown of the familiar forest, placing it in a separate dimension where even I can't sense the key completely, meaning we cannot head there until we have access to its key. Hell nodded in understanding, as she pondered on what key are they going to need if they are going to gain access to the familiar forest. Issei then spoke his words in response. That is why our next plan will be altered. Instead of going to familiar forest, we will be heading to Kuo Academy. Hell was surprised for a moment, before realizing that this is the place where Rias Gremory and Sona Citri reside, two people that would certainly have a way of entering the familiar forest. She nodded in understanding, as Issei began his plan of heading to the location. Kuo Academy, Kuo, Japan, 10:30 a.m. Kuo Academy, a coeducation school, has been comprised of both boys and girls. Despite the suffering of the supernatural students that has been going on behind the scenes, the human students blissfully ignorant of the situation that is going to happen soon. In the meantime, Kenji and his group were present at the occult research clubroom for the day, as they decided to speak about the events that have transpired just recently. You know, the official statement from Lord Hades. Rias spoke with a serious and grim tone, as she continued. Nyx, Tartarus and Erebus were all slain. The fear in the group was increased, with even Drake starting to fear Issei. The fact he and his allies managed to slay 3 primordials was nothing to scoff or look down at. He was becoming a force of nature, and their karma was catching up to them. However, they refused to admit that Issei was their doing, only being afraid of the consequences. We know that it was Issei that has slain them. The leaders are still unable to find the next attack due to the unpredictability of his attack patterns, since when we expect his attack elsewhere. Worse, Lord Odin told us that the more she reincarnates people to her bidding, the stronger she becomes. Akeno spoke with a fearful tone, afraid of Issei at this point. Even her sadomasochistic nature was too much for the brutality and genocidal nature that Issei had shown. Time after time, he has been defeating any challenge that had come before him. We need to stop him, but how? Yudo Kiba spoke helplessly, furious at the development that was going on. They still presumed that Issei shouldn't be this strong, even after all of this. Delusional, yes, but in their eyes, it never made too much sense. Even if he had the flesh of Great Red, there was no way he should survive Samael's poison. But unfortunately, as fate had it, he survived, and that granted him a new powerful form. Training is our best option, Kiba. Kenji spoke with a blunt yet agitated tone. He was furious at how strong Issei has become after he had lost his boosted gear. Despite Drake willingly coming to him, and him being imprisoned in Tartarus for more than a year, he presumed that he shouldn't be this strong. Worse, Lord Michael has declared Lady Gabriel to become a fallen angel. She is now the first fallen seraph after a very long time. All because she sided with my former childhood friend. He will pay for what he has done. Irina spoke with anger in her tone, vowing to destroy Issei at all costs. He is the reason why Gabriel had turned against them, and now wants to make sure that she is the one that helps Kenji and the others defeat Issei once and for all. The others agreed to Irina's words, while Kenji was thinking of a way to stop Issei, but to find that out, he needed to find out how he was able to escape, since Issei theoretically shouldn't be strong enough to break the seals in Tartarus, since he was trapped there for a year. If he could do it alone, then he would have broken free earlier than before. Unless someone helped him. Even then, I have a feeling that someone helped him escape, and granted him the power to get this strong. Kenji spoke with a serious tone, as many of the orc believed he was being foolish, since no one would even know or even believe he existed. They had even lied to Ophis about this, while Kenji was not aware of it. He only knew Ophis by name, since the others informed about her visiting the place again and again, not staying in the place unless Issei was present. That's not true. There is no way someone can help him. Zenobia exclaimed with anger and disbelief, knowing that there was no one that knew of his existence in Tartarus, or even someone who would want to help him, due to almost every supernatural being either despising him for his failure or being clueless of his current location. I refuse to believe that is the case. Who would even to rescue that Prev? Koneko spoke with a low tone and in disbelief, as Gasper responded while slight stuttering due to Kenji helping him with his speech. I agree. Even then, someone must have known about Issei and rescued him. There is no way he can get out on his own. The prison was outfitted with seals that can even restrain a heavenly dragon, Kenji added, with Drake also agreeing to it. There had to be another player that was the reason why Issei had become a threat. The orc was starting to see Kenji's words holding water. However, some like Rias were still in disbelief about it. The seals had to be faulty, which was something that Issei must have taken advantage of. She then spoke, voicing her doubts. I am not sure. He must have found a weakness in the seals. Perhaps, but with constant monitoring, at least 20 hours a day, out of which 4 hours were meant for his own privacy. I believe someone must have helped him in the ones where his own privacy time was going on, and that allowed him to escape. Kenji responded with a serious tone, as Drake spoke in agreement, and with a serious tone, being made aware of Kenji's thought process. I agree with Kenji on this one. That criminal wouldn't escape without any help. He must have gained some help in order to escape. Just when he did so, I and Kenji went to the prison and did some of our own investigation the other day, and there was no signs of tampering, meaning he was able to break free. But someone had to help him. Drake wanted to get back at Issei. He wanted to crush him like the lowly being he is, but at this rate, he was getting stronger at every step and every day. He was reaching levels that he normally shouldn't have, surpassing even deities at this point. I see, so what do we do? Rias asked Kenji, as he responded. We find that ally, and force him to divulge the location of Issei. We know that from the Battle of the Primordials. Issei's last location was somewhere around the Pacific Ocean, meaning he could be living in any of the islands. That way we can snuff him out and eliminate him when he is caught off guard. The group agreed with this plan of Kenji's. It was a good one, and something that seemed to be a good plan. Asya then responded. That is an amazing plan, Kenji. Thanks. Kenji rubbed his back, as he continued. But we can celebrate later. First we need to inform this to the leaders and make our plans. The others nodded, with Drake agreeing that Kenji is the way better choice than Issei anytime. He was regretting ever lending him power and information about his treasures, given that he was going to be stuck with him for a very long time. Outside the academy, Issei and Hel took a look at the academy, as Issei spoke. You ready to inflict judgment? You asking me this? I am always ready and would love to have some payback against that stupid Valkyrie. Hel spoke with a smile, remembering the trouble she had to endure because of Roswise shutting down her plans. Issei then added in response. I actually regret saving her from Euclid. That filthy demigod has no value or respect for others. I should have left her to be Euclid's sex toy. She deserves that fate. Issei spoke with controlled anger, as he clenched his fists in anger. Hel approached him and kept her hand on him, with her looking at him and speaking with a solemn tone. Save the anger for them later. I will deal with Roswise if you want, and I will make it painful. Issei nodded in understanding as the two leaped down to the ground, as he spoke. You have the dimensional transportation. Yep, I do. Hell exclaimed cheerfully while making 2 balls from her fists, as she continued. Tartarus will be helpful in teleporting the students out and knocking them cold. Those mortals will have no clue on what has happened. Issei nodded in agreement, as they walked towards the entrance of the academy. The duo had managed to enter the academy, infiltrating the location, walking across several students noticing them. Some even had spoke out. One of the female students spoke out analyzing the clothing Issei wore, remembering a shonen character dressed as one. Is this man a cosplayer of a shonen character? A black and dark pink-haired girl had spoken. And the girl with him seems weird, like who has 2 hair colors. A boy had spoken. She does look good though, the man is lucky. Another boy had spoken. Tell me about it, he does have a hot body though, the man is also good looking, wonder if he is single. A female student spoke. The student's words made the 2 have annoyed looks. Issei was less annoyed since he knew if the mentality of the students earning a sigh from him. Hell was irritated by the disrespect some of the students' words along with their vulgarity. Sure, she was not exactly human looking, but the least they could do was stay silent or speak something else. Did you have to deal with these students on a daily basis? Hell muttered with slight annoyance, as Issei responded bluntly. You'll get used to it, I did have to deal with them for 2 years straight. Issei did notice his perverted friends and the kendo duo gone, implying that they must not be present, or they must have been in their final project semester. He also firmly believed that they were in college, and not in the regular high school division. Additionally, Issei knew that Kenji and the rest of the former second-year students were college students, but due to lack of members, the Occult Research Club became part of the college division. That was how Asuya was able to still remain the president of the org despite her not being part of the high school division any longer. This meant only students like Koneko, Ravel and Gasper, to name a few, were present in the high school division, as third-year students and are close to being graduates once their year is over. He soon entered the target of his location. This was where his target will be present. He looked at the door, revealing it to be the office of one man in particular. Ziasidus Gremory, the administrator of Kuo Academy. Hell, once I attack Ziasidus, you know what you have to do, right? Hell nodded. She was aware that her task will be to locate the magic circles that will be present in ORC, or Japanese Culture Research Society, JCRS, office in the form of the pamphlets. She was aware that Rias must have kept them inside one of her 2 offices. She then teleported out of there to first get the students out into a dimension created by Tartarus. She had immediately summoned him and surrounded the school barriers. She made sure to mask his appearance before it was too late. Tartarus, get the students and the teachers out, except for a certain batch. Hell explained the names of the ones who won't be getting out of the barrier, which were the ORC, JCRS, Student Council, and the Devils and Vampires in this location, along with some other people like Tosca, Ika Kiryu, and Lefei Pendragon. Hell intentionally did this place Kunu in the Tartarus dimension such that she wouldn't get caught in the onslaught that will happen soon. She remembered Issei mentioning that the Yukai weren't there during the judgment of Issei 2 years back. So it is a possibility that Kunu might be innocent. Once the spell was active, all students excluding the ones mentioned by Hell were teleported out of there and forcefully put in a deep sleep. They were inside Tartarus's dimension, as Hell smiled knowing that the first phase of the plan was a complete success. In the meantime, Issei had unleashed a ki blast that destroyed the door, shocking Ziasidus, who was working on some paperwork. He looked up to see his attacker, only to become pale with fear and terror. And no. Ziasidus was fearful of his last encounter with Issei, where many of his friends and Seraphal Leviathan was killed in a brutal manner. He was shivering with fright and fear, as Issei walked up to him and spoke mockingly with a sinister grin. Hello, father-in-law. Ziasidus was backing away. He had dropped to the floor of his chair and was backing away with terror, desperately trying to access a magic circle, but Issei fired a ki blast near his hand, causing him to scream in fear as he kept on scuttering until he landed onto a wall, which made him even more frightful. No, please, I am sorry. Ziasidus was pleading for his life. Fear had completely overridden the pride the Gremory family patriarch had once held due to his family's prestige. Sorry. Issei darkly chuckled, as he continued. A filth like you that stains this world doesn't get to be story. It is time to erase you permanently. Issei charged a ki blast, as he was ready to make an example out of Ziasidus, who was shivering in fear, as his whole body was shaking from the immense strength that Issei now holds. The same strength that is intended to destroying them once and for all. He was almost tearing up due to the immense fear that he was in. At the Orc, the Gremory peerage sensed massive amounts of ki that was coming from the school. As they all looked horrified, Kenji then exclaimed, Issei, he is here. We need to head to the location, fast. Rias exclaimed with worry, wondering who he was targeting, as they all headed out. They had encountered the student council and many others on the way, as Elmenhild spoke with fear. What do we do now? We head to the location where the key was. I have an idea on where Issei is and we need to stop them now. Rias spoke seriously as everyone nodded. They all rushed to the location where Issei was. They used their magic circles to head there. Once they left, Hel walked outside. She had a smirk on her face and spoke. Time to get those magic pamphlets. She walked inside the Orc Club room and decided to start her search there. She had to finish the pamphlets as soon as possible. Rias and her group were heading towards the location where Issei was present. There she could see Zamasu sent outside with a thud, causing him to crash onto the wall. He was battered and bruised with several of his clothing torn. He had completely passed out with his hair disheveled and messed up. He was crying in pain from the attack. Father! Rias exclaimed with fear, seeing his state. She was in terror and despair, seeing that Issei managed to infiltrate the barrier that was set up to protect this town. They turned their attention to Issei, who was walking outside. He was in his base form, knowing that Zamasu was barely an inconvenience, so they wouldn't even bother going past his base form. You bastard! Kenji shouted, causing Issei to turn his attention to him, as he grinned and spoke. Been a while. I was just having a reunion with this cowardly filth. You won't get away with this. Sona exclaimed with anger, remembering the man to be solely responsible for the death of her sister. Issei only grinned and spoke with a dark smirk. I do remember the very defiant face that once belonged to Seraphal Leviathan, and she said the very same thing, and look what happened to her. Sona started to lose some of her anger, and started to tear up, as the Citri matriarch was devastated when she remembered that the same man had ruthlessly killed Seraphal Leviathan, as Genshiro responded. You bastard, you will regret this. Genshiro activated his sacred gear, but before he could do anything, Issei quickly dashed forward and closed the gap and unleashed a powerful ki blast at him, vaporizing him completely without any mercy or care. All Genshiro could do was look in horror and scream in response. He also made sure to vaporize Vritra as well, since the blast vaporized all the gears, disintegrating them into nothingness. The evil Dragon King screamed in agony and was wiped out alongside his partner. The dust revealed nothing had been left behind, only the shocked looks of everyone present. They were terrified, given that Issei had just killed Genshiro Saji barely a few seconds into the fight. No. Sona spoke with horror. As Issei turned to the next person in line, she grits her teeth in anger, and exclaims with tears falling from her eyes. You bastard. I will make sure you regret killing my fiancé. Fiancé, eh? Issei responded. As the others tried to get ready to attack him and defend their allies, Kenji was already in his cardinal crimson armor, ready to defeat Issei. He no longer needed the chance to do so, given his current strength. Drake was growling in fury, sensing Vritra's presence was no longer there. I should probably give my congratulations. Issei's smirk grows darker as he speaks. In this manner. Looking at the rest of the Citri peerage excluding Tsubaki, he fires powerful ki blasts before anyone could even react, wiping them all out in an instant without any mercy. Their screams were the last things that were heard. They couldn't even defend their comrades in any manner. All they could see behind the dust was Issei Hyoudou, with an evil glint on his face. Sona fell to her knees seeing this. Her whole peerage excluding Tsubaki was purged completely. She was weeping in agony and crying, screaming at this. Tsubaki herself was crying in sadness and despair due to what had happened. The whole student council was wiped out by Issei in just one day. You rotten bastard, Issei Hyoudou. I will make you regret killing Vritra and stealing my treasures. Issei only gave a maniacal and evil grin, not caring for the insults that a dead dragon had given him. Cause once he is done, he will make Drake growl before him and humiliate him in a manner that he will remember him. Oh, you foolish lizard, whose mother should have swallowed before you were born, or destroyed the egg that you were born in your case. Those treasures were just there for the taking, and I even found out certain treasures that can contend with the Longinus. Issei pointed his hand towards Drake in an accusatory manner. Not to mention, you have been stacking such treasures inside your secret vault that I was powerful enough to break through, and you have been keeping it a secret from the rest of the world. The others were shocked by this, turning to Kenji and Drake. Kenji turned his gaze away due to this. Drake was suddenly silent upon this, frothing in anger due to what Issei had said. He then called out Drake for his hypocrisy. You are no dragon, just a filthy lizard who is known to stab others in back just to gain a better opportunity. You are a shitty person. And unlike you, I am someone that cleans the shit from this world. Shitty lizards like you don't deserve to live in this world, desecrating it and destroying it for their own benefits. You sick bastard. Drake growled in anger, as Issei only gave a sickening grin that made everyone afraid, as he spoke while bringing his hands forward. Imagine a world filled with beauty, a utopia where filthy supernatural beings desecrating and rotting this world with their presence and actions no longer exists. Using humans and weaker beings for your own amusement, and not caring for the consequences. That is why I will see to it that all supernatural factions are purged from this world. No one will survive, whether it be man, woman, or child. Issei declared with happiness and joy. He was excited to instill judgment across all the supernatural beings. No one will be exempted from his judgment, and everyone will be judged fairly. Children too? Asuya asked with fear and tears in her eyes. She was shivering in complete terror hearing Issei's declaration. Issei turned to her and spoke with a cold tone. Yes, witch. Asuya flinched and backed away upon hearing his tone, as he continued. Children too, they'll just grow up to cause problems and defy the natural beauty of this world with their vengeance. And I can't let that happen now, can I? Cause if I did, then tell me. Who would be the villain in that case, them or me? Asuya backed away in fear. She was terrified of the thought process of Issei. It seemed like Rainier but far worse than her. Kenji then asked with saddened despair. When will you stop then? Kenji continued with anger in his tone. When will you stop killing us? I told you before, and I won't stop till the beauty of this world is restored. It will become a utopia free from the filth of this world. Free from your filth. Issei declared, to which Sona retorted with a tearful rage seeing her fiancé and peerage excluding Tsubaki perish in front of her eyes. You can't build a utopia by hunting us down for your stupid revenge. Even gods. Issei only turned to her with a sick grin, making her back away with fear and respond. I know you can't understand the beauty of this city. It is beyond the limitations of your female mind. Sona gritted her teeth in anger, and was about to destroy him with her water-based dragon and aimed it at Issei, but he responded quickly, by preparing a small disc in his hand, much to everyone's surprise. Destructo disc. He fired it towards the dragon that was coming towards him, slicing it in half, causing it to explode into water raining down the entire location. He then generated many more of them and sent it towards his former friends and lowers. They were already dazed by the events that had happened with the Citri peerage's demise, excluding Tsubaki and Sona, coupled with the treasure Drake secretly kept from the others. The others desperately tried to dodge, but with their current state it was harder, with Kenji firing his cannons at them, but they managed to pierce through them, cutting the beams in half, much to Drake and Kenji's shock, who dodged the attacks, leaping across the air and battlefield with grace and style. He dodged the first one by ducking before rolling in the mid-air. He then dodges another attack before dashing forward, but Issei controls them, causing it to return, forcing him to continue dodging, with one piercing through his armor and even grazing his cheek, making him slightly afraid if one of them hits successfully. He then dashes again. The others are also struggling to evade and escape the attacks, since the discs were tailing them around and trying to keep up with the attacks, as Rias exclaimed. These discs, they are key but are much powerful. Our only option is to evade. We can't use magic to destroy them. Rias exclaimed in anger and frustration. But we got to try. Extinguish star. Rias shouted, trying to generate a sort of black hole of pure destruction in the air, trying to absorb the Destructo discs. It was starting to work a little, slowing the discs down a little. Issei, who was occupied in clashing against Kenji, decided to intervene, dodging several punches from Kenji. He was able to control two specific discs and aim them straight at her hands, chopping them off completely. Rias could only scream in agony and pain when it registered in her brain. Ayahaha. Rias's hands were chopped off from her body, causing her to lose control of the sphere, causing it to dissipate completely. Issei scowled at her, remembering that he was the reason she was influenced in using the technique, as he was ready to fire a key blast at the weakened Rias. But Kenji intervened, with Drake responding in his mind. Now take him down. Kenji nodded, preparing a dragon shot which was point blank aimed at his face, as he exclaimed, "This is for all the people you have killed. Now die, cousin." Issei only grabbed his dragon shot and crushed it in front of him, triggering an explosion, much to everyone's surprise, with the onlookers wondering what had happened, hoping for Kenji to have beaten him. Only for grunts and screams to be heard, Kenji was sent flying from the smoke cloud, having several bodily wounds including piercing wounds, with Issei standing victorious from the attack. The Destructo discs were still trying to attack them, with Akeno trying to protect Rias as much as she could, who was helpless in the pain state she was in, bleeding and seriously damaged. Kenji was on the ground, losing his armor and had many wounds on his chest, abdomen and legs. He was completely destroyed by Issei, who didn't even use his full power in any manner. Kenji! Many shouted, as Revel, who was the nearest, tried to heal him with the Phoenix Tears, as Issei smirked, seeing that once again he was able to beat him without much effort. He remembered what had happened in the dust cloud. He couldn't even properly react or enter into his true form, and fell due to Issei using purple tendrils to pierce his armor, and even his body, making him screech and groan in pain. He controlled the Destructo discs, turning his attention to Sona and Tsubaki, and he aimed them at their backs, while Tsubaki was able to dodge the attack due to sensing it, and it being far away. The other disc was too near Sona, and she wasn't so lucky, as the disc that was aimed straight at her body in a vertical motion, which resulted in her being sliced in half, dividing her body into two parts. All that was on her face was a look of horror. Acting quickly, Issei fired a ki blast at the two halves, disintegrating them into nothingness, effortlessly killing Sona without any mercy or care. All the while the others could only look in horror and terror. Tsubaki was the more fearful, seeing this, shivering in fright seeing him kill Sona without any mercy. He acted quickly, firing a ki blast in several locations, which made Tsubaki struggle to use her sacred gear in any manner, with the result being the Citri Peerage being completely disintegrated, leaving no trace of the Queen of the Citri Peerage. "Now you can join your fiancé in hell, Sona Shitori," Issei spoke mockingly and with glee as he purged an entire peerage in a successful manner, leaving no survivors behind. To add it all off, all the pieces of the Citri Peerage were also destroyed, so there was no trace of them left. Issei had slain an entire peerage without any mercy or care in this world. The discs were soon destroyed by Issei, as he turned to the rest, intending to kill them personally, and in a more gruesome manner. He killed them all. Ria spoke with fear and terror, crying at the demise of her best friend and her entire peerage. They were completely purged from existence. "He is a monster." Le Fay spoke with terror and anguish, shivering at the demise that were caused by Issei, as Tosca responded while crying, seeing on how Issei had purged so many devils without any effort or mercy. "He is worse than that." Issei turned his attention to Tosca, deciding to make her the victim of his next attack. He looked at Kiba, who was seething in anger and fury. He prepared to fire a ki blast at her. "No!" Hyoudou, Kiba shouted, dashing forward and lightning fast speeds, not intending to lose the last of his family, as he tried to strike Issei with the sword of betrayer, but he was too quick and caught his hand and kicked him in the gut before he could react. "Since you have chosen to perish, then please by all means." Issei slammed him to the ground before he could respond, as he stomped his rib cage, breaking some of it, making him cough up blood. "The sword of betrayer, an app sword meant for a filthy betrayer like you, Kiba. I wonder if you would betray your current best friend Kenji." Kiba was getting more furious, as he escaped from Issei's grip and charged at him with his blade once again in speeds akin to God speeds, but it was too slow for someone like Issei. He demonstrated this by grabbing his blade and snatched it from his hand and throwing it in the air, and then following it up by firing another ki blast, destroying it completely. Issei knew Kiba can generate another sword, but it will take time to do so. He used his balance breaker, Glory Drag Trooper, and used the armor to create propulsion armor, pushing him to even faster speeds, with only for Issei to enter into his Super Saiyan with the intention of crushing him in every manner. He sidestepped Kiba and kicked him in the gut. He soon flew in the air and unleashed a leg stomp that sent him flying to the ground with a thud. He soon turned to Tosca and fired the ki blast, completely disintegrating her without any mercy, her barrier sacred gear doing nothing to stop the attack. Issei made sure to eliminate her quickly, as a sign of mercy, and she was vaporized in an instant, the pain not even reaching to her before she was killed. Tosca was gone, leaving only nothing behind, with many looking at Issei with shock and horror. Aika, like many others, was afraid of being next. She and Team Dog were loyal to Grigori, and when it was purged, they decided to go into hiding, with Aika only having limited contact with her mentor Lavinia Rennie. She was downright fearful of Issei, knowing he will come to attack them due to their involvement in the betrayal as well. Turning his attention to Kiba, who was weakened, he looked at him apathetically and spoke. "Now one of the Gremry peerage will perish." Kiba stood up and was ready for what was to come. He kicked him in the chin, turning his head back, forcing him to the ground, and rolled in the air and fired another ki blast, which completely destroyed the weakened Kiba, who could only scream in agony and despair, knowing that he was helpless and powerless to do anything about it. "A fitting end to a betrayer like you," Issei spoke with a smirk, relishing the death of his former best friend in any manner. The ki blast resulting in a massive explosion, leaving nothing but dust behind for him. "No, Kiba." Rias and the other orc members shouted in despair and anger, seeing one of their own purged. Akeno then shouted with anger and fury. You will regret this, Issei Hyoudou. The leaders in Kenji will one day find a way to defeat you. I can't wait to watch the despair on your face, as I torture you for my own satisfaction, you damned murderer. Issei was about to respond in kind and make Akeno pay, but before he could, Hell teleported in front of him and spoke. I got what we came here for. Issei turned to see Hell having a smirk on her face, as Issei spoke. Very well, let's go. I have already had my fair share of fun with them. Seeing their despair and agony showing how helpless they were, is good enough for me. Hell watched the chaos unfold with an air of detached amusement, her sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. It didn't take long for her to notice the absence of the Citri peerage and several others, including Tosca and Kiba. A small smirk tugged at her lips as she turned to Issei, her voice dripping with sardonic humor. It seems you have slain some of them before the final curtain call, she said, tilting her head. Shall we end this farce? Issei's expression remained stoic, though a faint glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Of course, Issei replied. The final judgment remains. He extended his hand toward Hell, who took it without hesitation. With a flick of his free hand, he traced a glowing sigil in the air. In an instant, both vanished in a burst of crimson energy, leaving the battlefield behind. Wait! Zenobia and Irina cried out in unison, their weapons raised as they tried to intercept him. But it was already too late. The space where Issei and Hell had stood moments before was now empty. Tears welled up in Zenobia's and Irina's eyes as they fell to their knees, their weapons clattering to the ground. Their cries of anguish echoed across the ruins of Kuo Academy, a testament to their failure to stop the man who had once been their ally. The mournful silence was broken by a sudden surge of energy. A blinding pink beam roared toward the remaining defenders, its destructive power undeniable. Akeno! Rias shouted, her crimson aura flaring as she prepared a defense. We need to. Her words were cut off as the beam struck the school, detonating with a deafening explosion. The ground shook violently, and a wave of heat and force swept across the area, reducing Kuo Academy to a smoldering field of rubble. When the dust settled, the once pristine campus was nothing more than shattered ruins. Only silence remained, save for the distant crackle of flames. Amid the destruction, survivors began to stir. Ria stumbled to her feet, her body battered and her uniform torn. Nearby, Akeno groaned in pain as she pushed herself up, her once graceful figure marred by dirt and bruises. Is everyone alive? Rias asked weakly, her voice trembling. Her crimson eyes scanned the scene desperately. Most of the group was accounted for, though all bore the marks of the devastating attack. They all nodded, standing one by one. However, their relief was short-lived. As they moved through the wreckage, they found Gasper, unconscious and unresponsive, lying amidst the rubble. His breathing was shallow, and his usually vibrant aura was faint. Asya rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to heal him. He's alive, she said, her voice breaking. But he's in a coma. I don't know if he'll wake up. The nearby corpses of Ruruko and Lugaru were nearby, both of whom were killed due to being the closest to the final attack, them also being casualties from the attack. Their bodies were intact, but the wounds were too fatal to cause their survival. They had perished from the final attack courtesy of Issei. Nearby, Ziasidus Gremory was also found unconscious, his once proud figure slumped against the collapsed wall. His condition mirrored Gasper's alive, but barely clinging to life. Rias stared at her father with a mix of sorrow and fury. That bastard. Rias growled in response, seeing the destruction of the entire academy. Nothing was standing, even the old orc building wasn't spared, completely destroying it to rubble. She looked at the sky, which was not welcoming. Her state was battered and bruised, but not yet quite broken. She was not going to stop till all those that were slain were avenged one day. Kenji immediately helped her up, looking in despair, anguish and helplessness. There was nothing he could do. His father-in-law and brother figure Gasper are in a comatose state, and many of his friends are dead. He had to inform this to the leaders, and immediately contacted them. Far away, Issei and Hell stood atop a cliff overlooking the burning remnants of Kuo. Hell's smirk widened as she turned to him. Another blow struck. How does it feel, Issei? She asked, her tone playful. Issei's expression was cold, his eyes fixed on the horizon. It's not enough, he said. Not until they've lost everything, just as I did. Hell chuckled, her laughter echoing through the night. Then let's continue. The final judgment isn't finished. The two vanished once more, leaving behind only destruction and the echoes of their judgment. They had got what they wanted, and some additional targets were killed by them. Hell asked Tartarus to leave behind the students that were trapped in the barrier, including Kunu that was unconscious. The leaders had arrived. Primarily Odin, Michael and Surzex had made their way to the wreckage alongside several medical teams only to see the carnage that had happened. He rushed to his sister, and seeing his state, called out many people from the medical department and exclaimed, "Get all of them to the emergency department. Head them straight to the ICU departments in Serafal Memorial Hospital." The medical department nodded, as several beings helped up the survivors of the hospital, with some commenting seeing the destruction of Kuo Academy, as an angel spoke. "This is madness. Whoever did this is nothing short of a monster." Another soon spoke in response. "Get the supplies, many are wounded and in need of critical treatment." A devil exclaimed with fright as stretchers were being brought with multiple devils and angels lifting them up and placing them in before taking them to the hospital using a magic circle. Surzex looked at Rias and asked, "What happened here? How many survived Issei's onslaught?" Surzex knew this was Issei's doing from Kenji's words, but he wanted to know who were the survivors from the attack, but given the brutality of the attack, he wondered who managed to make it out alive. Only to be met with a tearful response as Rias was crying endlessly. She then exclaimed with a tearful rage, "Oni-sama, he killed Sona and her peerage. Even killed Tosca and Ruruko without any mercy, and he killed two of my pieces, Yuto and Lu. Father and Gasper are unresponsive. I just don't know what to do." Rias could only cry, as Surzex embraced his sister. He clenched his fists to the point of bleeding, knowing that once again Issei was able to get away with the carnage. He could see his brother-in-law and many others battered and critically injured state, and to top it all off he saw his father's state. He moved away from Rias, and could see his father not responding to any first aid treatment. "Issei Hyoudou, I swear to Satan, I will destroy you once and for all." Surzex shouted with anger and fury, as the other leaders who were assisting taking the wounded to the hospital all agreeing at this. They all knew that Issei had to be stopped at all costs. Odin managed to take a look at the unconscious students including Kunu, as he spoke. "Lord Surzex, look." Surzex took a look, losing some of his anger, and was surprised and shocked to see the unconscious students along with an unconscious Kunu. Even Michael was surprised by this. Why did Issei not harm these students, since according to them, he clearly intending to destroying the academy? However, they knew that the students will question on what happened to their academy along with the people in the location, as many could see the bystanders gathering. Surzex immediately put in hypnosis spell which he had learned from Azazel and made it around the entire town, putting them all to sleep. "Lord Surzex, we must put a manipulation spell, place a month-long holiday till the academy is returned back to itself." Michael suggested, earning a nod from him, as the memory manipulation spell was done and was placed on all the students and residents of the academy alike. They all had no clue on what had happened due to Issei. "Take them to the hospital, and we need to discuss on what needs to be done next. I have a plan, and Issei must be stopped at all costs." Surzex spoke seriously, earning a nod from everyone else present. "They all take them to the Serafal Memorial Hospital for treatment before it is too late. They couldn't save everyone, but at least they can save the survivors." Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, 6:30 p.m. Issei managed to take a look at the pamphlet, which reminded him of a time when he was just an ordinary human, as he muttered to himself, "How far have I come?" The pamphlet that he was holding was a magic circle in black with the Gremry symbol at the center. He was reminded of a time when Rias's familiar gave him the pamphlet to revive him after his death, which was before he was killed by Rainier. That was another motivation to purge the fallen angels. Issei looked at the balcony of his residence, taking note of the time that has come for him to reach this level. He was just an ordinary human, and he transformed from being a devil, a dragon-devil hybrid, a dragon-god-devil hybrid, and now a Saiyan Shinjin hybrid with barely any draconic blood inside of him. Honestly, I wonder what is their next plan. Issei thought of a few prospects. Maybe spying on the factions was an option. But he also had to collect the treasure that belonged to Tiamat. He knew today was not a day to head to the familiar forest, given that they have to wait for a full moon if that was meant to happen. Could it be? Issei muttered with horror, as he started to release his aura in anger when he realized that they can use Valerie's power to revive his parents, as one of their plans against him. He had to eliminate Valerie along with her sacred gear, which was Sephiroth Graal, if he had to stop them. Hell immediately rushed in, as she exclaimed, "What happened, Issei? Are we under attack?" Issei realized this and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He then spoke. No, I just remembered a way that they would come after me. What is it? Hell walked forward, gently placing his hand on his shoulder, while trying to calm him down, as she knew that Issei wouldn't just release his ki for no reason, as she pushed Issei. Come on, tell me, Issei. Issei sighed in response, as he spoke. I have a feeling that they might use Valerie to revive my parents. I see. Hel responded with a normal yet understanding tone. She knew that it isn't above Odin to use hostages to get his bidding, since he did these actions during the early parts of his reign. So the other leaders doing this shouldn't be surprising to her, since desperation can make people do unthinkable things. They can even poison their minds against him to weaken him, just like RageRevan attempted to do, or possibly kill them in front of him to try and affect him. Then why don't we strike in first? Hel responded with a blunt tone, as she continued. We head to the location where she is currently and deal with her accordingly. As in right now? Issei responded with a tone of surprise as she continued. Yeah, why not? Since your attacks are powerful enough to even destroy sacred gears with their souls inside them, then why not do so with Valerie? Eliminating her was also part of the plan, correct? Yes, I don't mind. Hel then mused, adding on to this, as she pushed her agenda to him. Then sense her ki and get on with it. If it makes you feel better, I'll join you, sounds good. Issei only smirked in response, and spoke. Fine goddess, you got yourself a deal. We will deal with Valerie Teeps right away and take her out of the picture. Excellent. Hel wrapped her arms around Issei, causing him to get surprised, as she continued. But once this is over, and we recruit Tiamat to our cause, I want to head out and roam around Australia. Think of it as a date. No. Issei growled in a warning manner, as she responded with a slightly annoyed tone. Come on, Issei, I also want to have a date. Let's have some fun. Hel spoke with a convincing tone, as Issei could only turn his gaze away, as he could be soon grunting in frustration as she responded. Issei, come on, it will be fun. Issei continued to grunt and eventually started grumble in annoyance, as he closes his eyes. She then gets annoyed, as she growls with slight anger. Issei. Cut it out. Issei exclaims after being pushed again, as he continues. One more word about pushing me for this and the answer is no. Hel only gives a smile after this. She knew to once again push her demands onto him. Hel knew that Issei was changing and even listening to what she has to say even more. She wrapped her arms around him, as she exclaimed. Thanks, Issei. Issei could only grumble in defeat and frustration, giving in to Hel's demands, knowing full well that he couldn't refuse what she had to put up, else he may not only lose the one that makes his food but also the one that is helping him the most. His instincts were starting to get more attracted to her due to Saiyans naturally liking women with stronger personalities, but he was annoyed by how much aggressive she can get when she wants something. He sighed in response, after which he spoke, waiting for some time. Hel, we should probably get going. Hel looked at him, and seeing the seriousness of the expression, she then shook her head and responded. Fine, let's head out. So any plan, or should we go guns blazing? Guns blazing, the more vampire filth we kill, the better. Now let's go. Issei responded as he gave his hand with a smirk, earning a nod from Hel, as she takes his hand. He places his hand on his forehead and senses for Valerie's presence, as he speaks. This is surprising. Issei responds, as Hel retorts. What happened? Issei turns to her, and speaks. She is not in the vampire kingdom but in the hospital. That is quite the interesting to say the least, meaning we can kill her when she is completely unaware of it. Issei has a wider grin in response, as Hel spoke. This means, we can eliminate her without anyone knowing. Possible, since she would want alone time with Gasper. Slight change of plans, we won't be teleporting straight to her immediately. We'll be waiting outside the office and taking Valerie down when she doesn't expect us. Hel nodded in agreement as they teleported to the Memorial Hospital immediately, as they decided to eliminate Valerie before they can cause a problem. Scene change. Serafal Memorial Hospital, Underworld, 6:30 p.m. Many of the loved ones were standing outside the ICU where the victims were present, due to the recent attack that had happened in Kuo Academy. They were being administered intensive care with several machines attached to them for their bodies to keep them from dying due to their serious wounds. The only ones standing were Rias and Kenji, who were getting their wounds checked and healed before they will be discharged. Yasaka was one of the few that rushed to the hospital as well, worried that Issei might have harmed her daughter, the only family she had left. But to her surprise, she saw Kunu standing on the ground, not even injured. Mother? Kunu asked, confused. This whole situation confused her a lot, as Yasaka didn't hesitate to embrace her daughter, as she spoke with happiness and relief. Kunu, I am glad nothing happened to you. Mother, Kunu didn't say anything, and melted into her hug, as the two stayed like this for a while before she had split from her. Yasaka checked the injuries on her body, and to her surprise, she had none. She wasn't even grazed, let alone having broken bones or other critical injuries that the other victims had. Several were even killed, as she had passed by a funeral outside of the Citri peerage along with Hirokiba, Tosca, Lu Garu and Ruruko Nimura. What happened, Kunu? Yasaka asked with a serious yet worried tone, as Kunu responded with a shaky tone. I don't know, I had fallen unconscious before anything could happen, and when I woke up, they were all dead. Yasaka once again held her daughter and calmed her down. Seeing so much death and destruction must have traumatized her to no ends. Being the unharmed survivor would have left a sudden impact on her. Furthermore, she also remembered that human students that don't have a connection to the supernatural were also spared and were surprisingly unharmed, and this included all the students of Kuo Academy. Meaning this was a well-thought-out plan, and it was stated that only those that had a former connection to Issei were the worst affected. I see, this means they spared you for a reason. Kunu. Yasaka muttered to herself, as she continued. This means he can be reasoned with. But what do we do? Issei has so much hatred and poison inside his heart for us, Mother. He sees us as lowly filths that need to be exterminated. Kunu could only respond with complete sadness. Yasaka didn't deny this. This was true, especially when Rias revealed the words to them. She had told them that Issei sees them all as filths that need to be purged in order to restore the beauty of this world. He already purged the fallen angels from existence, seeing them as filthy crows, as he puts forward his actions as instilling justice. The Yukai Queen couldn't help but fear this Issei. This wasn't the man that had put all his effort in saving her from Saw with his former friends and team and had protected her daughter with all his heart. This wasn't the man that had once been an older brother figure to Kunu and had cherished her with all his heart, intending to spend time with the kitsune the next time he would come back. But the day never came. He was kept in Tartarus, and she wasn't aware why he was kept there. She had asked the leaders, but they only told her that he has done a grave crime. He had apparently betrayed their expectations and had been imprisoned in a location meant for literal terrorists and criminals that are at least a rank and above. Until his breakout that caused many more criminals to also escape, who were fortunately recaptured and rearrested. Issei was the only one that wasn't arrested or located. Now he wanted vengeance against all those that have wronged him, seeing himself as a messiah figure that justifies genocide. She wanted to speak to him, but whenever he showed up, he only brought destruction, despair or death, or sometimes a combination of all three aspects. Now the factions are on the edge. He was taking even more lives and becoming far stronger, and she wanted to know his intentions, out of worry for him but also to protect her faction from his assault, since she doesn't want her kind to die by his hand. Her Yukai had come a long way, from being malevolent, bloodthirsty beings to kind-hearted and good-natured beings. Of course, they had some bad apples as well, but that was something that they could handle, since most of them have been dealt with accordingly. Kunu, we have only one option. Kunu looked at her mother in confusion, as she continued. We have to speak to Issei. It is our only choice at protecting our faction. We need to tell him that we are unaware of what really happened. We want to know what he plans on doing with us. Kunu nodded in agreement, as she continued. Mother, what happened to Gabriel-sama? Gabriel-sama was kept in one of the rooms. I was surprised when she had come here. Yasaka spoke, recounting the day Gabriel had come to the Yukai faction, as she continued. She had already started to become a fallen angel, and we had to keep an eye on her. Kunu nodded in response. She remembered Gabriel was slowly and steadily transforming into a fallen angel, which would take some time, but it was happening, and the Yukai under her were slowing down the transformation as much as they could, with only one wing being transformed into that of a fallen angel. She was going to tell us the truth on what had happened with Issei, but then I got a call about you being in the hospital, and Issei being the one that attacked Kuo Academy. That is why I rushed here. Yasaka spoke with dread, remembering when a messenger had barged in with a dreadful message about what had happened. She was glad that nothing happened to Kunu in any manner. Mother, should we head back home? Kunu asked, to which Yasaka responded. The factions have a meeting, but I plan on not attending this one, since I need to speak to Gabriel about what really happened. We will head home, now. Yasaka responded with a smile, as the mother-daughter duo head back home, knowing that they still have hope when it comes to speaking with Issei, since out of all the creatures, the Yukai hasn't been harmed by Issei yet. Outside the hospital, Issei is seen standing above the plane, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He didn't even bother noticing Yasaka and Kanu. He was focusing on detecting Valerie Teeps, and soon he found her. Perfect. Issei spoke, sensing her key in Gasper's hospital room. As he speaks, we found her. Right in Gasper's room. I shouldn't be surprised. She would be visiting her childhood friend. That is what you had informed me, correct? Issei gave a nod, as he soon responded. Yeah, those two were pretty close. The half-breed's cross-dressing habit was something that was gained due to spending time with her as well. Frankly, I don't even judge on someone's clothing appearances. But then again, the red-haired bat never truly bothered to fix Gasper's state, and was the reason why he cross-dressed for a long while. Putting all her problems on me, like the useless spoiled whore she is. Issei spoke with contempt and venom, remembering the problem his former master had caused him. He wanted to make an example out of her, but he decided to wait. He wants to destroy her peerage before ultimately killing her for good. And then Surzex is next on his list, along with the rest of the filthy bats. We should get going. She will be leaving the room soon. Hel pointed out, as Issei nodded, as she kept her hand in, and Issei used instant transmission to head to her room. Inside the room where Gasper was sleeping, there were multiple machines that were beeping faintly, with several wires being attached to his body, supplying the necessary nutrients and blood to him, so that he recovers as soon as quickly. There was an oxygen mask planted on his face, which was supplying him the necessary oxygen. Beside her was seated Valerie Teeps. She was stated to be a blonde-haired woman with red eyes. She was seen wearing a full-sleeved red striped dress that covered her body along with maroon track pants. Gasper, why? Valerie spoke with sadness. She remembered him being a victim of Issei Hyoudo's onslaught. She closed her fists in anger, and was furious at what Issei did to his childhood friend. She then spoke with anger. Issei Hyoudou, I vow to defeat you at all costs, for the sake of my childhood friend. Valerie's eyes started to glow a bright red in color, her sacred gear Sephiroth growl reacting in response to her fury that she was feeling at what Issei had done. However, before she could continue, someone stood in front of her, shocking her to no bounds. If you want to defeat me, let's do it right now. Issei turned to her, with an evil smirk on her face. Hel also had a smile, turning to Gasper, as she spoke with a cold tone. I must say, him clinging to his bare life is amusing. The ungrateful brat should be happy that he was able to survive. You! Valerie growled in fury, as she immediately summoned several evil dragons to assist her. You won't escape out of here alive? But Issei only charged a powerful ki blast and evaporated all of them without any hesitation. The dragons screaming in pain and agony as they were all wiped out without any mercy or care. No! Valerie spoke with horror, as she tried to escape, but Issei grabbed her by the neck and slammed the vampire to the ground, making her cough up in response. Issei soon unleashed a kick stomp that made Valerie scream in pain, as he had aimed at her stomach. He soon grabbed her up, and by the neck into the air, and all Valerie could do is struggle. She tried to use her strength to escape, but she was unable to do anything about it. She looked at Issei with complete fear and terror. I have heard this speech a lot, same boring speech of me not getting away with what I did, with me regretting my actions and even me not leaving out of here alive. But here I am, always alive. So tell me, Valerie Teeps, is my justice succeeding or you're failing? 'Cause you can clearly see what is happening, correct? Valerie could only tear up seeing how futile it was to resist Issei at this point. She could see how helpless and powerless she is, in the current situation she was in. Issei then spoke with a cold tone. Goodbye, Valerie. Valerie could only look in horror, as she started to plead for her life. No, Issei, please. A powerful ki blast was sent towards Valerie, vaporizing her into nothingness. Even her gear was completely destroyed as well. Soon an explosion took place near the hospital location, leaving nothing but dust behind. When the dust settled, all that remains was some dust that once belonged to the vampire. Issei had slain Valerie Teeps as well. Issei. Issei turned around to Hel, who had called out to him, and pointed towards the vampire Gasper, who was constantly twitching with the heart monitor beeping even more, due to the sudden changes in his heart rate. Tears can be seen falling from his eyes. My guess, Gasper knows his childhood friend is gone. The twitching soon stopped, but the tears didn't, as he continued to cry, sensing the fleeting presence of Valerie Teeps. She was gone, killed mercilessly by his former older brother figure. How? Are they that close? Hel asked with a tone of surprise. Seeing this, she felt a small amount of pity for the vampire, as Issei continued with spite. Yes, they are, Hel. Honestly, they are. The filthy half-breed forgot about my contribution to his well-being, sucking up to my older cousin due to my failures. Then again, it shouldn't be surprising since he is half vampire. Being selfish was in his nature. Issei spoke with disdain and spite, making Hel nod, losing whatever pity she had for him completely. She could see why Issei hated them so much, and even she didn't like on how even Gasper had abandoned him, despite on how much he did for them. Issei walked up to Gasper and muttered, "Now you know how it feels, suffer while you can, Gasper. Soon I will enact my justice onto you." He headed to hell, as she kept her hand on his. Issei then used instant transmission knowing that he was done with his task, which was to hunt down Valerie Teeps along with her sacred gear. Scene change. Meeting room, Underworld, Lilith, 8 p.m. The leaders had all gathered here to speak about the latest exploits of Issei Hyoudou, with some additional people like Seorg Bale who had also joined in to speak about what had happened. He analyzed the recording and found out that Issei was using some sort of key to attack his enemies. The current Bale leader was surprised that Issei managed to gain access to key, since it takes years of practice and mastery to do so. But he knew that Issei had to be stopped, and his discovery was informed to the other leaders. "So I believe you know why I have called you here." Serzex spoke seriously, as the other leaders were also present. He then continued. "An attack happened in Kuo Academy, and the result was the entire Citri peerage's demise coupled with several others being injured. That is something we need to act on." "Indeed, he cannot just get away with this," Michael responded angrily, which surprised many since the current leader of the Angels was known to be much more level-headed. Gabriel's departure has affected him in a negative manner. And Seorg also found out on the abilities that Issei was using. Would you shed some light, Seorg? Seorg nodded in response, and explained. Issei is using ki for his battles. The transformations where his hair goes blonde is also a result of ki. Even the blasts he uses were made from his own ki. I don't need to explain ki, since most of you all know about it. But the ki blasts, and even the powerful energy blasts that had taken down Lady Leviathan along with the elders is a result of powerful ki that Issei possesses. I firmly believe that his ki is stronger than the two ki I and the Yukai faction use. Seorg spoke looking at the leaders with a serious tone, as they all nodded taking note of his current and true power. They had to come up with something to counter his ki-based attacks which directly come out of one's life force. Now we get to the next topic at hand. Ra spoke, pointing out to Kenji who was looking down in shame knowing he was asked to hide the treasures from them. He then continued. Kenji needs to explain on why he hid this information from us. Drake seemingly hid some treasures from the rest of this world, and because of that Issei was successful on some of his attacks. Kenji was quiet. He had respected Drake's wishes, which was why he kept the treasures a secret from him. He remembered that a few of them are capable of ending the entire supernatural world if needed. Kenji, would you explain to us about your intentions? Serzex spoke with a serious tone, yet there was controlled anger in his tone, knowing that Kenji hid something important from them. Before Kenji could speak, Drake responded defending his partner. Don't blame Kenji for what he had done, it was I that had asked him to keep it a secret. He was only following my wishes and my requests. I had informed him my reasons on why I didn't want the others to know of this. The leaders looked at the dragon. They remembered that it was due to his help that they were able to seal Trihixa. But even then, Drake, that didn't mean you hid something as important as it is. Issei was able to enter and cause so much damage due to his treasures. Serzex responded, to which Drake responded with an apologetic tone. If Shitsei hadn't stolen them, we wouldn't be facing this problem. They were kept in a special door that only I can access them. My biggest mistake was telling Shitsei about the gold that I had once stored in Wales, otherwise he would have never come. I believe he must have found out about the hidden door and was strong enough to breach through it. The leaders could sense the grief and anger in Drake's voice, noting that he was aware that Issei was solely responsible for this. They understood that Drake didn't want his treasure taken due to how much value the treasure actually was to him. Shiva then spoke with a calming tone. It's fine, what's done is done, we have to prepare for what comes next. Kenji, please raise your head up. Kenji nodded, as he felt guilty hiding the truth from the leaders. They knew that he was not at fault, and was just caught in the crossfire. Shiva then spoke with worry. And that is not even the worst part. I firmly suspect that Issei and his allies were the responsible for this. But didn't Indra say otherwise, Shiva? Zeus asked with a surprised tone, as Shiva shakes his head and responds. Indra is overconfident. He believes that no one can infiltrate the location and will not let anyone enter that location, but my vision says otherwise. It shows my faction's inevitable fall under Issei who had relished slaughtering my kin. Your visions aren't a 100% true, Shiva-sama. The future can change. It is not set in stone. Surzex retorted in anger. He didn't want Issei to win against the Hindu faction since that was the strongest faction of today, and the Hindu faction's collapse means the end of all supernatural pantheons. But the events are transpiring. The first thing that happens is Issei gaining immortality and surviving the effects of Amrita. The next thing that happens is him slaying Sona Sitri and her peerage. Soon enough, the third event will transpire in the next few days. Shiva speaks with fear. This was the first time the god of destruction was afraid. 2 events have already happened and only the next 5 events are to happen, and then the collapse of Swarglok and Mount Kailash was inevitable. The first image was Issei consuming what seemed to be the divine glass of pure Amrita, and the second was the one where Sona Sitri was bisected in half before being completely purged out of existence. The third image was a burning location with corpses of beings with wings on the ground. It was hard to determine the type of the wings. What event is the third? Shiva looked at Odin, who asked with worry on his face, as he stroked his beard, as Shiva responded. His next goal would be a location where the end result will be multiple corpses with wings on them. I wasn't able to determine because of how much carnage was present. But I fear that he can target 2 locations, one if the underworld and 2 is the heaven. One of them will be his next attack. Michael, Surzex, and their respective allies were fearful of this development. They were afraid that Issei would target them next. Surzex already had lost 2 of his loved ones thanks to his attack and was worried that his next attack will be at the same location. He had to stop Issei at all costs. Despite this, Surzex was overconfident that Issei will lose against him. His pride as the current Devil King was affecting his judgment and hopes of defeating Issei. He will find a way to beat him and recover Grafia. That is something he promises. Then we guard the 2 locations, that way we have to hold him off. If that comes the case. Michael responded with worry. He didn't want to be the next on his list. However, Surzex had other plans. He then spoke. We will do that, but I have something else planned for him as well. And what is that? Ajuka asked his best friend, to which Surzex spoke. Since he survived Samael's poison, we have to find on his weakness. Hence I propose an idea. We find a way to extract his blood and see if we can find a weakness. The leaders could see this idea to be a possibility, as Michael responded. That is not a bad idea. Indeed, I was also thinking of another plan. Elmenhild spoke in response. She hated the disrespect and callousness that Issei had shown when she was just joining the factions. She hated the defiance he had shown. And now, she was going to make him regret it. What plan, Elmenhild? Michael asked, to which Elmenhild spoke with an evil grin, her eyes glowing a bright red, as she spoke. I was planning on considering using Valerie's sacred gear to bring back Issei's parents, and turn them against him so that would weaken him. The leaders were shocked by this plan. Some were even disgusted by this plan of hers but could see a possibility of using it. However, several were against this. But before a consensus could be made and voting could be done, someone barged in. Lady Elmenhild, I have some bad news. A maid belonging to the Karnstein family barged in, as Elmenhild spoke up. What happened? Issei, he was here and he. The maid trailed off. She had seen the recording of what had happened and had to inform the leaders as soon as possible. Surzex then commanded. What happened? He killed Valerie Teeps. The leaders were shocked and horrified. No place was safe from Issei's attack. Elmenhild could be clenching her fists and gritting her teeth in anger. She had lost her only hope in countering Issei. With the leaders starting to fear Issei even more, he killed Valerie Teeps without any mercy, having an idea that he must have attacked her due to sensing the fact that they can use his parents against him. They had to come up with a new plan if they have to find a counter against him, and they decided to find his weakness as soon as possible. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, 10:30 p.m. Issei was discussing his next plans with his team, with Ingvold and even Nyx joining in. Ingvold was a bit afraid of Nyx due to what she had done earlier, but Issei responded with the fact that she is now immortal, the same creatures she once hated. Ingvold agreed to this, as Issei spoke up. Now our plan will be simple. I will be using the golden tiger claws coupled with some tracking magic to locate our treasures. I was able to map 4 distinct locations where the treasure could possibly be. These locations were the same locations where the fight that had happened between Drake and Albion took place. I was able to deduce them to be around these locations. Plus, some of the treasure has its connection with the others that I was able to loot. As in, what does this mean? Ingvold asked with confusion, to which Issei spoke. This means I use ki and find the rest of the parts. Issei brought out an armor plating that was huge enough to cover an entire table. It was heavy but nothing for a Saiyan to handle, as he spoke. Now witness. He picked up the key from the armor, which was magical, and then tried locating a similar signature at a different location. He then spoke. There it is, located in southern France. That is where I believe we will find the lower portion of it. The rest were surprised by this, as Issei continued to explain. Most artifacts have the signature of Drake due to being used by him at some point in his life. His aura is something I can easily detect using ki, and with that most of our job becomes easier. Issei responded, as Ophis spoke with amazement. Amazing, now you can get the treasure. I can, it should be a piece of cake for me. Issei responded, as he soon placed his 2 fingers on his head, and spoke. Sensed it. Now. Issei immediately created a portal using the golden tiger claws, as he spoke. It is best I head alone, since they would sense anyone else if they come to those locations. You sure? Hell asked with concern, to which Issei responded. Yes, I will make it quick. Issei went inside, as the others were wondering when he will return from his treasure hunting. They knew he would return safely but were slightly worried for him. Scene change. France, 4:30 a.m. Issei managed to land outside what seemed to be grasslands of France. He was sensing the key of the treasure that belonged to Tiamat. As he was aware that this was the location where the battle between Drake and Albion happened, he knew that there are treasures located across all these locations. Primarily in France, Spain, and Portugal. He looked around and sensed the key of the treasure, while exclaiming, "Found it." He fired a ki blast aimed at the rock formation, eventually finding the treasure, as he took it with him, and pulled it in the ring which he had gained. It was the remaining armor belonging to Tiamat. He soon leaped in the air and flew off, locating the next piece of the treasure. He once again used his ki and found it inside a small warehouse. He fired a ki blast at the door, opening it, and eventually found out the location of the next treasure, which was a bunch of beads. These beads were red in color, as he picked them up and placed them in a ring. As he walked outside and headed to the next location, when he sensed the massive amounts of angelic energy heading towards him. Turning his attention to them, he saw several angels rushing towards him with bright spears in their hands. They were all ready to destroy Issei, but he was quicker, as he leaped in the air, cackling. Since you all have come to me for judgment, I will gladly send you all straight to where you dove filth belong. He gathered energy in his hands and exclaimed. Ka-mi. Pink energy started to gather and expand, as it increased even further. Ha-mi. It soon grew big enough, as he exclaimed. Ha. Issei fired the beam through the angels, all of whom were screaming in pain and agony from being annihilated without any mercy. They could only remain helpless since Issei was able to obliterate them effortlessly. Issei stood amidst the chaos. Only dust remains from the attack, as it fell from the energy explosion. He shook his head at the handiwork that was done, as he moved to his next location that was in Spain. He flew off, and in just a few minutes he reached the location of Spain. There he looked at a forest area, and knew that one of the treasures is buried deep underground. He knew what he had to do and brought out another of the treasures, which was Tunnel Armadillo. The armadillo grew to the size of a vehicle, as Issei entered it, and it started to dig underground and got into the surface of the earth. He continued to dig underneath the earth until he found the treasure, where he commanded the treasure to stop. He soon used the golden tiger claws to create another portal and brought out his next treasure, which was Glove of Jisaku. The Glove of Jisaku was described to be a brown oven mitt one that sprouts out red magnet bars when activated. Using the second treasure, he managed to gain the third treasure, which was a gigantic scepter staff that had multiple gemstones on it. Issei smirked, knowing this was getting easier by the second. He was aware that the factions may start trailing them as soon as possible. He soon controlled the armadillo to move towards the other location while locating for the next treasure, which should be in Portugal. He could sense them coming near his location and knew that they would get someone like Demeter involved, so he had to head to the next location, which was to move further south into the location due to him sensing the key of the final treasure while collecting any other treasure that belonged to Tiamat on the way, which were several gems and other items of different metals meant for protection. He looked at the final treasure, which was a form of necklace and ring that was located where it was, as he used the golden tiger claws to create a final portal to the treasure and used the magnet to pull it closer to him. He had managed to receive all the treasures that belonged to Tiamat according to his knowledge. He placed everything in the armadillo. Guess this means, all treasures are obtained by me. Tiamat, you owe me one. Issei responded, as he placed the two treasures inside the ring, and placed his hand on the armadillo and used instant transmission to get them out of there. He reached Australia and was in the balcony of his house, which attracted the attention of the house residents, excluding some like Nix who stayed inside. When they saw the armadillo and someone opening the entrance to the armadillo, he looked at his team and spoke. I managed to gain all the treasures. The rest were happy by this development, given that Issei only left for a few hours. He then responded. Now I think I will have some dinner, Hell. You got it. I have made something special for this. Hell exclaimed with an excited tone, as Issei smirked and used his ring to bring all the treasures inside it, as he turned the armadillo into a small figure before also placing it in the ring. Wait, so this is… Ingvold muttered in awe as Issei spoke. Yes, Ingvold, it is the power of one of the treasure. The reason I used this bad boy was because I needed to head underground. Ingvold nodded, as Issei soon picked it up and headed inside. He didn't inform them about him slaying the angels since he didn't find it necessary to do so. Those idiots were foolish to confront him and met their fates in that manner. 2 days later. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, 11:45 p.m. Issei was with the rest of his team. Today was the day they'd recruit the Dragon King Tiamat to their side. Issei knew that today is the day they can head towards the familiar forest. Issei looked at the others and nodded. You ready for this? Issei responded, to which his team comprising of Ophis, Ingvold and Hel nodded in agreement, as Ophis responded. So we will be using the treasures to convince Tiamat to join us, correct? We shall. I know that Tiamat has a favor that she needs to maintain with Ajuka. But that is not going to concern us, since we will be dealing with him shortly. Ophis then retorted. And if she doesn't comply? Then she is to be treated like the rest of the dragons, since I intend to purge them all due to them destroying the beauty of this world. Issei spoke with a serious and cold tone, as Ophis felt concerned by the anger Issei felt for her kind. She didn't blame him since many actually approved of his arrest and torture in Tartarus, and did betray him in the end, including Drake. Issei looked at her and stated, I don't intend to harm you. Like I said, many dragons are working with the factions, so by extension they are my enemies too, but the ones that don't are still destructive and aggressive in nature and need to be dealt with accordingly, with the exception of Great Red, Lilith, and of course you. If you don't wish to harm dragons, then that is fine. 4. Issei spoke with a normal tone, not having the special coldness he would usually have. Ophis could only look at him and nod. She felt slightly saddened for feeling slight apprehension towards the dragon's slaying. Come here. Issei pulled her in for a side hug, which made her caught off guard, as she looked at Issei with a slight red on her face, as he turned his gaze away and responded. Don't get the wrong idea. Ophis could only look down and smile. She knew that Issei cares for her and wouldn't want her to be sad seeing her current state. She was aware that no matter what, she does hold a special place in her heart. Seeing this, Hel could only mutter to Ingvold. I am so jealous, the treatment he gives her is so different. 1. You can't help it, Hel-sama, she is one of his closest. Ingvold spoke with a slight drop of sweat falling from her head and a small smile curling on her face, as Hel could only sigh seeing this. She and Ophis are the ones that Issei has tolerated, cared, for the most past. The goddess of death soon grunted, garnering their attention, as Issei released Ophis with her speaking. Hunting down dragons is fine and all, but I have a feeling that Tiamat will be more compliant, since female dragons are known to be subservient towards those that defeat them and are proven to be stronger than them. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Ophis mused, as Issei took note of this, and responded. So to get her on my side, I will have to beat her, correct? Hel and Ophis nodded, earning a smirk from him as he spoke. Well then, let's get going. I believe now would be the perfect time to do so. The team nodded in response, as Issei took one final look at the moon, knowing it is about time for him to head to the location. He only had to wait a minute before he activates the seal and heads to the location. Opening start. Issei can be seen clashing against a blue-skinned man, in hand-to-hand combat. Sparks flying everywhere as their combat releases tremors. They fire their energy blast, with the blue-skinned man firing a purple destructive blast. Issei counters it with his own ki blast, causing an explosion that pushes him back. Issei looks at his opponents, seeing the Gremry peerage. He grins at them, as the gang tries to fight against him. They all clash as Issei was able to take them on. They start to get tired, but Issei seems barely affected. He soon remembers the trauma he had to endure because of them, fueling his anger. He transforms into his evil Saiyan as he overwhelms all of them, battering and bruising every last one of them. Issei smirks seeing the destruction. He was about to kill them when he is surrounded by a destructive energy. The attacker was revealed to be Surzex. He tries to kill him, as Issei seemingly screams in pain, only for him to smirk and scream in anger, transforming into his different form. His hair color changes into pink as he fights against Surzex, who is struggling to keep up. He smirks as he faces against the other leaders, laughing and enjoying the fight who are struggling to keep up against them. They desperately teleport as Issei watches them leave. A woman wraps her arms around him. The scene shifts to silhouettes of the supernatural pantheons, with showing the biblical, Nordic and Greek factions all glaring angrily. Issei can be seen meditating, practicing his ki, which soon explodes everywhere. The same woman can be seen watching with a smirk. The scenes shift to the peerages, as they all gear up for war against Issei. Kenji vows to defeat Issei, with Drake supporting him. Valley also joins in, with Albion agreeing to beat Issei and his new power. Issei can be seen glaring at his former cousin, who was in Diablo's dragon armor. However, instead of anger, he smirks, ready to fight against the two dragons. Issei is seen fighting and overwhelming Valley, as the scene shifts to the woman fighting against Odin. Issei screams in anger, channeling his ki, becoming Super Saiyan before transforming into his evil Saiyan form, as he clashes against them, overpowering them. He soon turns his attention to the blue-skinned man, and a man wearing an Indian armor. The two were furious at the destruction Issei caused, only for him to cackle and start fighting against them. The two manage to overwhelm him, but Issei soon doesn't hold back and starts fighting them on even terms, and even overpowering them. He soon leaps in the air, as a dragon ball is on his hand, as the rest are seen beside him. A giant golden dragon is seen beside him. Opening end. Familiar Forest, Underworld, 12 a.m. Issei and the group managed to teleport in the familiar forest, where they decided to locate Tiamat as soon as possible. Issei tried to sense the key of the Dragon King and eventually located it. "They're inside the cave, that is where she is." Issei responded with a serious tone, as he walked towards the cave in an attempt to recruit her. However, before he could, he sensed someone's ki that was hiding in the background. He soon fired a ki blast in a direction, catching everyone off guard, which sent a man flying. "Issei, what the hell?" Hell exclaimed with confusion, to which Issei responded, "Someone was spying on us." The man fell down with a thud and revealed himself. Issei recognized the man to be Zatuji, known as the Familiar Master. He was a man with a shabby-looking appearance, in his 30s, having reddish-brown hair with a cap. He wore a sleeveless white shirt, red shots, and a purple band. 3. Seems like a bat was spying on us, huh? The man known as Zatuji was gritting his teeth in anger and frustration, never expecting that he would be found like this. He then spoke, seeing his anger. "What gonna tell Serkant about our current location? I'd like to see you try." Issei channeled a ki blast, ready to kill him, as Zatuji could only grit his teeth in fury. He couldn't even report to Surzex Lucifer due to being found out about it. Hell and the others looked at the devil in contempt, knowing full well that he was going to ruin their plans. He was going to die either way, but he wasn't going to go down alone. Zatuji was about to curse, only for Issei to fire a concentrated beam blast aimed at his chest, making him cough up blood. Ophis then spoke, noting what he was going to say. "Don't bother wasting your energy, Bat. You pure-blooded devils are nothing but selfish and deceiving creatures that don't deserve to even breathe this air. Issei, get this one out of my sight." Issei only grinned and responded, "It would be my pleasure." He charged up a concentrated ki blast, with which Zatuji could only look as he spoke. "Goodbye, Familiar Master." He fired a ki blast, vaporizing him completely, leaving nothing behind. The Familiar Master could only scream in anger and agony from being wiped out and doing nothing about it. It would be too late before he could even tell anyone about Issei's existence in the familiar forest. 5. Once it was done, leaving behind nothing but an explosion followed up by a dust cloud, Issei spoke. "Let's get a move on." The others nodded, as they soon walked across the forest and eventually reached a cavern, where they could sense a powerful presence coming from the location. They knew that this was the place where Tiamat was. A booming voice soon followed. "Who dares to disturb me?" Issei turned to the location as he spoke. "Someone who wishes to make you his slave." Ophis knew that Issei was provoking Tiamat, since dragons are prideful creatures who refuse to bend the knee to anyone. Hell looked worried, but Ophis responded, "Worry not, Issei knows exactly what he is doing." Growling could be heard as soon as a gigantic blue dragon showed up in front of Issei. The dragon easily towering over Issei without a problem. It was a gigantic western dragon that had flames emanating from its mouth. Brat. The dragon growled, glaring at Issei as he spoke. So you came out, Tiamat. I have something for you. You have some nerve of trying to enslave me. I will make you regret it. The now identified Tiamat was ready to incinerate him. She looked at Issei, analyzing his stance and posture. But to her surprise, neither did he show fear nor did he show any signs of backing away. She knew that the person in front of her was certain that he knew what he was doing. Regret. I am not sure, but I am here for something. Calling you your slave was my only option to garner your attention, Tiamat, the strongest dragon king. Tiamat looked at him, stopping her flame attack. She scanned Issei again, but she could see that Issei didn't mean to insult her, but to garner her attention. She knew that her pride would force her to come outside if she were to be called a slave. What do you want? Tiamat's voice boomed across Issei, who didn't flinch as he looked at Tiamat dead in the eye. He only brought out his ring and a magic circle came beside him. Issei smirked, while Tiamat was ready for anything that was coming for her. But she widened her eyes when she saw what is next. It was her treasure, the same ones that she had lent to Drake. No. It can't be. Tiamat's voice had disbelief in its tone. She then continued. My treasure. Yes, and it can all be yours. All you need to do is join me in my fights. Tiamat was shaking in surprise. She thought she would never see her treasure ever again. She was happy that it was returned to her back. But she wanted to know who the person in front of her was really. She then asked, regaining her composure. Who are you really? Tiamat asked with confusion, to which Issei spoke. I am surprised that you didn't recognize me. I am quite well known in the underworld. For all the wrong reasons. Tiamat blinked her eyes multiple times, and soon widened them in shock as she asked. Issei Hyoudou. You brought the treasure back to me. I did, and there is something you are unaware of. What Drake has done. Tiamat looked at him, knowing he was the former Red Dragon Emperor. She knew this by no longer sensing Drake not inside of him. Normally she'd be furious seeing Issei here due to his connection with Drake, but now with her treasure returned she was having conflicted thoughts. She didn't want to kill or even hurt someone that returned the treasure back to her. What is it? What did that stupid dragon do? Tiamat spoke with an exhausted tone, knowing he would have done something stupid given his nature. He constantly tried to avoid her, and when an old host of Drake showed up to her returning her treasure, she had to listen to him. She had to at least give him an audience. 1. He lied to you, Tiamat. He didn't lose all of his treasure. Tiamat grew wide-eyed as she demanded. Explain. So he lied to you during his fight against Albion. He didn't lose his entire treasure and left behind some of it in the treasury. I used that as a way to track the treasure down, and well, I managed to collect it. I used my key to separately track down all the pieces of the treasure that was then lost, and I collected it. Then I waited for the day I could teleport to you, and well, here I am. Issei responded with a blunt tone, as Tiamat could only growl in fury. She wanted to make Drake and all of his possessors pay for this deception, but knew that she may not get her chance due to Kenji's current strength. Despite this, she was downright furious at Drake's deceptive lies as she exclaimed. 1. That stupid dragon. I will make sure to rip apart his heart completely. He will regret ever being born. Tiamat exclaimed with anger, as she vowed to destroy Drake. She'll have to train harder to reach the level of Heavenly Dragon. If Crom Cruch is capable of doing this, then even she can do so. 1. She radiated her aura, with only Ingvold being on the edge and affected, while Hel, Ophis and Issei were unaffected by the aura, and actually were standing still. Issei has fought and clashed against gods. The aura continued to be released till Issei spoke with a serious tone. Getting angry won't help. You want revenge against Drake, I will grant it to you. Tiamat stopped releasing her aura momentarily. She turned to Issei, knowing he wouldn't just say that to her right away, as she asked. Why would you want to take revenge against him? Weren't you close? 1. Quite the contrary. I wish for you to join me in my war against the supernatural factions. I want to destroy everyone that has ruined my life, including Drake. Tiamat stayed silent for a moment. She knew that Issei wouldn't hate them for no reason. She had to know more before she makes her decision. You wish for me to become your familiar? Correct. Issei gave a nod, speaking. If that is what it takes to bring you to my side, I shall do it. Tiamat spoke with a deep breath. She could see the resolve in his eyes. She wondered if it stayed true to the resolve she would witness and fight. She wanted to follow someone that was not only physically strong but also mentally and emotionally strong as well. Someone who was determined in doing what he wanted and eventually gained his goals. Fine, I will join on one small condition, Tiamat mused with a serious tone, as Issei nodded in response, as she raised her claw ready for a strike. She knew that she had to push him to the edge if she needed a response. I want to fight. 1. She quickly swiped him, sending him backwards, crashing to a nearby wall. Issei seemingly crashed to a wall, with Tiamat turning to the rest and speaking. Take him away, come next time after proper preparation. I will be waiting. Tiamat was impressed by the current resolve Issei showed, and that alone garnered her attention and interest. She wanted to see if that resolve was there the next time they have their match. She believed he was not ready to fight against the stronger supernatural forces due to spending most of her time in the human world, or in the familiar forest, only having some contact with the Juka. I wouldn't be so sure, Tiamat. Ophis responded emotionlessly as Tiamat recognized that voice, and spoke while shaking nervously. Oh, Ophis. Relax, I am not here to interfere in the match, and that is far from over. Ophis only spoke emotionlessly, as Tiamat turned to where Issei had crashed, only to see him standing up, only slightly greased from the attack that Tiamat had struck, with some grazes on his body. He soon started to laugh with joy. He was not expecting Tiamat to desire a fight against him. Why are you laughing? Tiamat exclaimed with shock and fury, seemingly insulted by Issei's nature, as he responded after he stopped laughing. If you wanted a fight, then you could have simply asked. Issei soon transforms into his Super Saiyan form, as he continued. I'd be happy to oblige with a request like that. He dashed forward and punched Tiamat straight in the jaw, sending her backwards, staggering her for a moment. She was surprised by how strong the punch was. She responded with a claw swipe, which he easily dodged by moving to the side, and fired many ki blasts at her. Tiamat responded by blocking the attacks using her wings, but they were starting to overwhelm her. She flew up in the cavern and reached Issei's level. She started to breathe some flames and immediately fired them at Issei. These were Chaos Flames, Tiamat's own signature flames, which can burn the soul of even ultimate class beings, and severely damage Satan class beings. They are strong enough to continue burning and won't stop till the target is burnt. Furthermore, as opposed to Drake's own flames, Tiamat's flames suddenly drops the body temperature of the target, causing hypothermia, resulting in the immobilization of a person first, and when the heat strikes it results dizziness, fainting, or even shock of a person, making them unable to move. Additionally, Tiamat's flames can also cause permanent damage, and can even result in dangerous after effects like damaging the immune system and even affect the nervous system and muscle of a body. The only limitation is that it won't do that much damage to God class and above beings as opposed to Satan class beings. Issei immediately responded with several ki blasts, sending the flames away. He flew in the air and charged a more powerful attack at her, pushing her backwards, making her grunt. Wanna enter the next round? Issei asked mockingly, earning a furious roar from the Dragon King. She then fired another strong breath of flames towards Issei, who once again dodged the attack and fired a point-blank blast, pushing her back. Gaia! Tiamat exclaimed with fury, as she unleashed a claw swipe towards him, strong enough to even destroy a steel wall like it is nothing, but Issei blocked it with his hand, much to Tiamat's surprise. I am amazed, you are stronger than I presumed. Tiamat responded. She knew she wasn't strong enough to combat Issei in his Super Saiyan mode. Issei only shook his head, and responded. So are we going to stop, or? Tiamat cuts him off and continues. No, I would like to see what else you are capable of. Don't stop now. You got it. Issei enjoyed, as he constantly tried to strike her with a barrage of punches and kicks. With Tiamat tried to defend herself as much as she could using her claws and tail, but she struggled to do so. Issei in his Super Saiyan far exceeded her strength. She took several blows to the face, sending her backwards, as he socked her in the stomach, soon following the strike to the face. She coughed up saliva in response, falling on the ground due to her size. She staggered back in response. She glared at Issei with anger, as she unleashed some more powerful flames breaths towards him, which were chaos flames, as he dodged with relative ease as he continued to keep firing more ki blasts, which Tiamat responded by using chaos flames to try and escape the never-ending barrage of ki blasts. Tiamat couldn't help but internally smirk. Like Issei, she was also enjoying the battle, despite being bruised and injured. She knew that Issei was a strong opponent. She leaped in the air, dodging the ki blasts that triggered a dust explosion. Tiamat flew up and unleashed powerful flames onto him as Issei dodged them successfully, and punched her so hard that it sent her flying tumbling across the caverns, throwing her further inside. She soon staggered, and stood up. As Issei decided to end the fight, he charged a beam blast in the palm of his hands. He then announced, "Ka." Tiamat knew this was the final attack, as she started to breathe flames and also attack Issei at the same time, destroying the cavern walls due to their immense clash. She knew Issei cannot land the hit. He gracefully dodged around, as Tiamat constantly fired any location he stood, only destroying them a split second, as Issei announced, "Me." Ha! He dodged some more flames, turning to Tiamat leaping around different locations in the cavern. He landed onto a close rock formation akin to a cliff, as it was soon destroyed by another flame blast. He kept leaping around gracefully dodging the flames. The attacks even destroyed the rock ceilings and fell to the ground akin to a rockfall. Ophis unleashed a barrier to protect her allies. She knew that the whole cavern would end up getting destroyed due to what would result from the Kamehameha wave. Me. Issei's beam grew bigger, concentrating even further. Seeing this opportunity, Tiamat started to concentrate her flames, knowing she would have only one shot at beating Issei. She continued to generate flames, while exclaims, "It's my victory." She unleashed the flames onto Issei, and tried to attack him, as Issei leaped in the air and twirled his body, maneuvering gracefully throughout the location and soon closed the gap towards Tiamat. He soon reached right at the location where she was looking at him, her eyeballs turning to Issei in shock, and she gasped in horror, as Issei decided to land the wave onto him. "Ha!" he exclaimed, firing the ki blast, as she was sent flying when the beam struck her, consumed by the entire beam. Once the beam consumed, Tiamat was screaming in pain and agony from being burned by the energy beam. "Ha!" Issei kept exclaiming, pushing onto her, as Tiamat was soon sent crashing to the wall, triggering a massive explosion that caused immense tumbling of rocks onto the entire location. Once the dust settled, Issei waited for Tiamat to come out. There she was. The once proud and dignified Dragon King was battered and bruised onto the ground. She was struggling to push the rocks onto her body. She saw Issei, knowing that he had successfully beaten her to the ground. So enough. Tiamat could only nod. She was beaten by the man in front of her. This meant that she was his master, and she was meant to be with him for all eternity. Issei then spoke. "So think, am I good enough?" Tiamat managed to push off the rocks, but once she did, she staggered to the ground, unable to stand up. She was partially on the ground, as she spoke. "Why, yes, you are." She then continued. "You are good enough, no more than that. As the rules state, I am now yours for all eternity. When a female dragon is subdued and overpowered, they are meant to serve their masters for all eternity. You, Issei Hyoudou, are my master for all eternity. Since I am considered a familiar, you have gained the power of the strongest Dragon King. Use my powers as you please." Issei grinned upon hearing this, as she was now his. Tiamat's body soon started to glow, and her form changed. It had shrunk from her gigantic draconic form to a smaller human form. Issei couldn't help but note that she was a beautiful dragoness in her human form. She was a beautiful woman with a striking and ethereal female figure with a celestial and icy aesthetic. She has long, flowing aqua-green hair adorned with intricate, glowing ornaments that resemble crystalline antlers or wings, giving her an otherworldly aura. Her glowing blue eyes radiate a sense of wisdom and power. She wears a flowing dress or gown that appears to be made of shimmering ice and starlight, with intricate patterns and textures. Her outfit is adorned with celestial motifs, including a glowing circular halo with sharp, crystalline spikes, adding to her divine or mystical appearance. Tattoos or symbolic markings are visible on her thigh, further emphasizing her enigmatic and magical persona. 10. She soon staggered, and spoke with a graceful voice, not lacking the draconic side of her gon, as she spoke with a small smirk. "Like what you see." Issei turned his gaze away. As Tiamat clung to him, she wrapped her arms around his hands, as Issei exclaimed, "Hey, get off me, Tiamat." 2. Tiamat only closed her eyes and gave a pout, as Hel could be seen annoyed and slight jealousy seeing on how the dragoness was clinging onto him. She refused to leave off Issei's hand and kept clinging to him. Ophis sighed at this. She was worried this feeling would have ended up happening, as she responded, "I forgot this would have happened." "What happened?" Issei responded, trying to pry off Tiamat but failing. He didn't want to hurt the dragoness even further, worried that he may lose his prized ally. Ophis then responded. When you defeat a dragon, especially a female dragon, they often are attracted towards power. The more power one possesses, the more attracted they become. However, once you overpower a dragon along with the defeat that is involved, that turns attraction into obsession. In other words, Tiamat recognized you as her mate. Issei grew pale by this revelation, as he looked at Tiamat, who had eyes of hearts planted into them. She was breathing heavily, ready to pounce on him at a moment's notice. In Tiamat's eyes, Issei was her mate, and that wasn't going to change. He wanted to flee, but was afraid on what Tiamat would do to him. Taking a deep breath, he knew what he had to do. Tiamat, that is fine and all, but you know about Drake, right? How do you think he would react? Tiamat momentarily lost her hard eyes and separated from him. Issei sighed in relief upon realizing that Tiamat's love for Issei is on par with her hatred for Drake. She still had a smile, and responded looking at Issei. You needn't worry about it now. I will certainly kick Drake and his current bearer. What was his name again? Tiamat asked, not remembering his name, as Hell corrected her. Issei Hyoudou. Yeah, him, worry not. I got that covered, but if you can kick my butt, then why do you need me? Issei thought for a moment, before responding with a smile. Drake is scared shitless of you. Your mere presence should be enough to cause him shaking in his whole scaly body. And that is what I am looking forward to. Tiamat nodded in understanding, even she was looking forward to deal with Drake once and for all. She then responded. Fine, you gained me regardless, let's go home. I could use some sleep. Tiamat spoke with a smile, seeing that she finally got her new mate, and she was not going to leave his side, no matter what happens. Issei gave a nod, and unleashed a portal using the golden tiger claws and headed back to his home. He could care less if the forest is destroyed, as he would do so at a later date. The day when Underworld falls would be the day the familiar forest falls as well. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei and Chibi Goku having a food contest, while Chibi Chi-Chi and Chibi Hella watching from the sidelines with a smile. 2. The next day. Yukai Mansion, Yukai Faction, Kyoto, Japan, 9:30 a.m. Yasaka was walking with a grim and gloomy expression. She knew about what Gabriel had spoken to her. She remembered her conversation that happened yesterday between her and Gabriel. She now knew the truth of why Issei became their biggest enemy. 1. Flashback begins. Yasaka had entered the private chambers, with Gabriel inside the room. She had been living here for a few days, as the Yukai Queen asked her politely. Gabriel-sama, is it alright to speak to you now? Yes, Yasaka-sama, it is. Yasaka nodded with a smile, as she took a seat opposite to her and asked. Are you settling down well? How are your angelic wings? They are slowly falling, 2 have fallen as of now. Gabriel revealed her wings to the Yukai Queen, who could only look at them, losing her smile and having a grim expression on her face. She knew that it is only a matter of when she becomes a full-fledged fallen angel, or cadre to be precise. She had begun her stage as a Dark Angel. Dark Angel was an intermediary stage between angel and fallen angel. It was a symbolic gesture of the beginning of the fall that occurs in angels, cadre-class angels to be precise. However, this fall only occurs when someone opposes the one in control of the heaven system, and not by the traditional deadly sins fall. It happens when someone authorized to control the system triggers this fall. 1. I see, so your fall is inevitable. Yasaka asked sadly, to which Gabriel only gave a subtle nod to this. It felt like there was nothing that could be done for her. For the time being, that is. So how did this happen? Gabriel looked at her, and clenched her fists in anger. She knew that this was all the doing of Michael and his supporters, implying that he was responsible for this fall. She then explained everything that had happened. I refused Michael's will. I knew what happened to Issei and why he became a criminal, eventually leading to his imprisonment in Tartarus. Gabriel muttered with grief, as she blamed herself to not realize why Issei was in prison for so long. She was kept in the dark, but it was too late until she realized the truth on his imprisonment. Yasaka then asked, why? What happened? 1. In reality, him being a criminal was due to him failing to beat Trihiksa. He was given the sole responsibility and expectation of beating the beast without any help, excluding his former partner Drake. They presumed the flesh of Great Red coupled with the powers of Ophis and Drake would be enough to beat the beast, such that the factions can then use its power to seal it. Gabriel explained this to Yasaka, who could only have a look of horror at this. This meant that he was treated as a criminal for a failure that he couldn't even control. She remembered that his growth was not something to scoff at or look down upon, considering he managed to beat someone like RageRevan Levon Lucifer, a super devil. 4. The only reason Valley and Fafnir were ever able to kill him was because of Issei's hard work that they so callously mocked and looked down upon, deeming him as a good-for-nothing pervert. 1. No way. Yasaka muttered to herself. This meant the faction sealed him away for a failure that was out of his hands to protect. This meant that Drake abandoned him for no reason other than to find a powerful and compactable host at Issei. Those traitors. Yasaka growled with fury. They are as conniving as a fox, but only worse, where instead of playing tricks, they played with a man's heart. She didn't want Kuna staying with them due to her being young and influenced by them. She was furious at how they toyed with Issei for a failure for her couldn't control. 1. That is why, Yasaka-sama, I had to come to you. Like me, you are also in the dark of what really happened to Issei, and it would be wise of you to cut ties with them. Cause if you don't then. Yasaka continued her statement with anger, yet there was horror and fear in her tone. Issei will destroy us all. I know what I have to do now. Gabriel looked at her and responded. What will you do, Yasaka-sama? I will contact Amaterasu-sama. Our factions both need to cut contact with the leaders. We will terminate our alliance contract and ties with them. They may be strong, but we won't let them any territory in Japan, although driving them out will be a problem. Yasaka mused with a serious tone, knowing get rid of the factions won't be an easy task. It will be extremely difficult due to their ties being to their leaders. 3. Maybe we can ask Issei for his help. Gabriel responded with a small smile. As Yasaka looked at her, Gabriel then continued. We will make a non-aggression pact with him, explain our situation to him. He hates them more than anything else, so he would want them dead. You also want them out of our sacred lands, so that way we can benefit both parties. Gabriel's suggestion did make sense to the Yukai Queen, who nodded, taking the advice. If he can get the kills on the Gremory Peerage and the other representatives of the factions that will be staying in their homeland, his wrath will destroy them for good. She soon left, thanking the former seraph for her advice, who didn't mind helping them. Flashback ends. Yasaka took a deep breath, knowing this meeting would change a lot of aspects on their allies and enemies. She knew what she had to do now. Once she opened the door, an ethereal presence stood in front of her. This was none other than the Shinto goddess of the sun, Amaterasu. She had the physical appearance as that of a fit young woman with long black hair. Her hair is also tightened towards the bottom to prevent it from freely moving. She wears the standard clothes of a miko, a Japanese priestess. 3. Let's skip the greetings, Yasaka, and get to the point. You wouldn't have called me here, unless it was a good reason due to how much of an emergency it was. Yasaka bowed in response, and responded. I apologize, Amaterasu-sama, but this is an emergency. I found out on what happened to Issei. Amaterasu, concerned on Issei, asked. What happened to him? Spare no detail. Yasaka raised her head up and nodded in response. Amaterasu knew Issei, given she saw how much his parents struggled to have a child. She had remembered them visiting shrines praying with hopes of having a successful pregnancy, which they did in the form of Issei after several miscarriages. She had been the reason why Issei had been born without complications, giving her blessing to the couple, unaware that Goku Black was the soul that she had reincarnated into. 5. To see him turn this evil didn't sit right with her. She knew Issei of his achievements, and was proud of him, and his fall to the dark side was not something she wanted nor she understood. A man cannot turn evil like this for no reason. Yasaka spoke everything, making Amaterasu saddened and horrified, before becoming downright furious at this injustice. She knew the biblical factions were cruel, deceitful, and conniving, but to fall to this low. Even the biblical God wouldn't have wanted this to happen. 6. Those bastards. I knew Issei wouldn't turn evil for no reason. Amaterasu growled. It was taking her every reason to not lose control right here and now. Yasaka then once again bowed and spoke. I apologize, it is my fault that you made an alliance with them, and now we are. Don't, Yasaka. Amaterasu bluntly spoke, as she continued while calming down. It is far from your fault, you were also deceived like me. Yasaka could only nod, as she suggested. Since it is my fault, it is time I make things right. I want to propose a non-aggression pact with Issei, and we can convince him to not attack us and explain our situation to him. Issei would want his revenge against them, and our non-involvement could be a way to tell him that we are not his enemies. Amaterasu scanned Yasaka for a moment, before she had asked. This wasn't your suggestion, wasn't it? Well, it was, but... Amaterasu gave a small glare at her, as she continued after knowing she cannot lie to her patron goddess, not wanting to put her in trouble since Amaterasu has ways of finding out the truth. It was Lady Gabriel's. I see, and what of her? Yasaka sighed, knowing she may get in trouble for housing someone like her in the faction, as she spoke. She was the one that informed us of Issei's truth. And if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't even have this plan. She has been exiled for what she has done, and is now soon turning into a fallen angel due to opposing Michael and his followers. Amaterasu took a note of this, and nodded. She then spoke. Very well, we will do that. But after a while, since if we do it now, when his hatred is at an all-time high, he may see us as an enemy. Yasaka nodded. She hoped that Issei doesn't see her as an enemy. She knew that there is no way for him to see her as an ally, let alone friend, after what has happened to him. She could only hope her faction is spared, since in the end, there might be no supernatural factions surviving. Issei was sleeping in his room. He soon woke up groaning in exhaustion, remembering the fight that had happened with Tiamat. He also had slept relatively late due to what happened with him. Ugh. Just another day. I hope Tiamat proves useful. Issei mused, only to see a weight being on his body. He soon turned around to see Tiamat sleeping beside him. He was surprised by this, as he exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Tiamat slowly opened her eyes as she spoke. "Morning, my dear mate." Issei took a deep breath and groaned in response. He knew that Tiamat must have sneaked inside his room or used magic to enter his room without him finding out about it. He knew that getting angry on her wasn't fruitful, as he got up, gently placing her down, speaking. "Morning to you too, get ready, we have some work today." Tiamat could be seen pouting at the dismissal attitude that Issei had given her. She was certainly going to make Issei hers one day, but she knew that there are others that are also present that want him. One of her rivals was Ophis herself, the dragon goddess. There are two rivals which were Hel and Ophis, both of whom have developed feelings for him. She was not going to let them win and take her mate away from them. 1. She knew that Issei won't accept women that easily, but didn't kick her out, implying that he is tolerating her, which was a good thing to begin with. This meant she had hopes of making Issei hers. "I know there is some part of you that is the old you, Issei," Tiamat muttered to herself, as she watched Issei head to the bathroom to get a shower for his work. This time, he plans on going another one of his big targets. His next targets were Valley and his team. 4. Opening start. Issei can be seen clashing against a blue-skinned man, in hand-to-hand combat. Sparks flying everywhere as their combat releases tremors. They fire their energy blast with the blue-skinned man firing a purple destructive blast. Issei counters it with his own ki blast, causing an explosion that pushes him back. Issei looks at his opponents, seeing the Gremry peerage. He grins at them, as the gang tries to fight against him. They all clash as Issei was able to take them on. They start to get tired, but Issei seems barely affected. He soon remembers the trauma he had to endure because of them, fueling his anger. He transforms into his evil Saiyan as he overwhelms all of them, battering and bruising every last one of them. Issei smirks seeing the destruction. He was about to kill them when he is surrounded by a destructive energy. The attacker was revealed to be Surzex. He tries to kill him, as Issei seemingly screams in pain, only for him to smirk and scream in anger, transforming into his different form. His hair color changes into pink as he fights against Surzex, who was struggling to keep up. He smirks as he faces against the other leaders, laughing and enjoying the fight, who are struggling to keep up against them. They desperately teleport as Issei watches them leave. A woman wraps her arms around him. The scene shifts to silhouettes of the supernatural pantheons, with showing the biblical, Nordic and Greek factions all glaring angrily. Issei can be seen meditating, practicing his ki, which soon explodes everywhere. The same woman can be seen watching with a smirk. The scenes shift to the peerages, as they all gear up for war against Issei. Kenji vows to defeat Issei, with Drake supporting him. Valley also joins in, with Albion agreeing to beat Issei and his new power. Issei can be seen glaring at his former cousin, who was in Diablo's dragon armor. However, instead of anger, he smirks, ready to fight against the two dragons. Issei is seen fighting and overwhelming Valley, as the scene shifts to the woman fighting against Odin. Issei screams in anger, channeling his ki, becoming Super Saiyan before transforming into his evil Saiyan form, as he clashes against them, overpowering them. He soon turns his attention to the blue-skinned man, and a man wearing an Indian armor. The two were furious at the destruction Issei caused, only for him to cackle and start fighting against them. The two manage to overwhelm him, but Issei soon doesn't hold back and starts fighting them on even terms, and even overpowering them. He soon leaps in the air, as a dragon ball is on his hand, as the rest are seen beside him. A giant golden dragon is seen beside him. Opening end. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, 10:30 a.m. I must admit, you actually have the guts to sleep beside Issei without ending up getting injured. Office commented emotionlessly, as she knew that Issei is not someone that would let anyone sleep beside him. Hell then added, "Yeah, I am surprised too." Hell's tone had slight mix of jealousy and annoyance. She never got an opportunity to sleep with her Issei in such a manner, and now Tiamat was able to do so. It didn't help that Tiamat had a smug smile on her face and Hell was grumbling with slight annoyance. "So what is the plan for the day?" Ingvold asked, trying to change the subject of the topic, as Issei responded. "Office, it is time I complete the second part of your promise." "You mean?" Office spoke with a tone of surprise, asking, hoping for the things she was finally expecting as the Saiyan spoke. "Yes, we will be attacking Valley and his team next. From what I remember, they are living in the Pendragon Mansion, with the exception of Kuroka and Lefei, who visit Kenji on a weekly basis whenever they can." 1. Wait, when did they move? Office asked with confusion, as Issei responded. "They moved a few months after my imprisonment, since they weren't in Kuo when I and Hell attacked them. It didn't make any sense since Lefei was part of Kuo Academy as a student, so I presumed that they had to return to that place in the aftermath." Issei responded to the dragon goddess, who nodded in understanding. She understood that they might have returned to a more secure place when Issei had killed Azazel and his allies. 2. So what is going to be our plan? Hell asked, while sipping her cup of coffee, as she continued. "Will we be striking soon?" "Yes, we will. We will strike in 2 hours from now, and from what I remember, the Pendragon has known to store a lot of treasure inside of their vaults. Gold bars and other jewels are still present in their location, and maybe I will take Caliban from Arthur's corpse as well," Issei commented in response. With a smirk plastered on his face, he knew this would definitely hurt Kenji and his allies even more, and with the divine dividing being in his hands, he can maybe take the treasure that Albion had stored as well. 1. And before you ask, I want Hell, Ingvold and Ophis to come. Tiamat wanted to retort, speaking. But Issei this? I know, and I will take you later when you confront Drake. You have my word. Tiamat crossed her arms in annoyance, as she huffed away in slight anger, responding. You better. Issei could only internally sigh. He wondered how did it come to this. Tiamat developed an obsession with him after the battle that had happened just yesterday. Ophis walked up to him and muttered in her ear. She knew that Issei would be dealing with a lustful Tiamat soon enough, and chances of him being assaulted will be increased. 1. Ophis herself was controlling her instincts from not assaulting him, but she fears that it will only be some more months at most before she may lose it. Issei, dragons are often clingy, especially female dragons. The sooner you accept her feelings the better, else there is a chance that she may assault you, sexually. Issei nodded, internally gulping at this. He didn't want to hurt one of his allies, but he would have to defend himself from the sexual assault. He looked at Ophis, and she responded. And if you are wondering why I didn't do so, it is because I have better control over my emotions. Issei nodded. He wondered if Ophis loves him and not in a paternal manner, and something else. He looked at Ophis, who nodded in response. This confirmed his suspicion. Maybe he should speak to her at a later date. I understand, I will speak to her. Issei muttered back to her. As Ophis gave a nod, he could see Hell grumbling in response, wondering what was going on between the Saiyan and the dragon goddess. He grunted in response, garnering their attention, and spoke. We will have breakfast, and then we will plan for our attack. I believe the plan should be easy to understand in my opinion, so you needn't worry about it or rack your brains too much about it. The others nodded, as they had their food with Issei, knowing that the factions will lose a valuable ally today. They all knew that tonight is the day of judgment for Valley's team involvement due to what had happened with Issei and being involved with his imprisonment in Tartarus. Scene change. Pendragon Mansion, United Kingdom, 4:30 p.m. Kuroka and Lefei Pendragon had returned from the Serafal Memorial Hospital. Their expression was grim, seeing the state of the critically injured Koneko and several of the Orc members. They were aware that Issei did this and were unsurprisingly furious at the turn of the events. 4. That bastard. Kuroka growled with outright fury, vowing to kill Issei for being the sole reason why her sister was in an induced coma due to the sheer brutality that was caused by Issei and Hell. She vowed to get back at him. Le Fay calmed her down, assuring her that they will be strong enough to one day deal with him or find a way to weaken him. 3. Once they got back, the guards bowed to them and they entered into the mansion. They were greeted by the rest of the Valley team comprised of Fenrir, Gogmagog, Arthur Pendragon, Biko and Valley Lucifer. They had all been present in the Pendragon mansion, in an attempt to reinforce the Britain side of the factions since Issei's activity was the most recent in the European location. There were 2 other members that being current generation Zhu Beiji and Xiao Wujing, but they had been present outside playing with each other. I am glad you guys made it one piece. Valley spoke with a smile, happy that his 2 members managed to return successfully to the place they were staying at. Arthur hugged his sister, happy that she managed to home safe and sound. I am fine, big brother, we didn't encounter him either at the hospital nor at our way coming back. Le Fay spoke with a tone assuring him that she was alright. As Arthur looked at her for a moment and nodded in response, he was training hard every single day to protect everything that he had cherished. After Issei lost his boosted gear to Kenji, Le Fay, like many others, was also one of the many that had betrayed Issei along with the rest of her team. In the aftermath, while Le Fay didn't visit Issei in prison like the rest of her members, she did condemn him like the rest, and Arthur was afraid he may come after his sister along with the rest of her family. Even the rest of the team was training hard to be prepared for Issei's assault. They had only hoped the weapon that Ajuka created may be enough, along with the plan of them trying to take his blood to see his weaknesses. 5. I am glad, Le Fay. Arthur released his sister, as she nodded. To think that he can attack us at any given time, it is truly frightening, Naya. Kuroka spoke with a slightly worried tone, as Biko responded in kind. I agree, he needs to be stopped. Speaking of which, how has been your luck with Kenji? Biko asked, changing the subject. Kuroka gave a sigh, remembering that she had asked Kenji to give her kittens, but he had dropped the subject for the time being. He was more focused on settling down with the others before she had gotten her turn, which was to be with him. However, when Issei had made his first attack, Kenji put his full focus onto the girls that were the most harmed, which was Rias and the rest of the orc, both former and current. 2. In the aftermath, Kuroka patiently waited for the time when Kenji would see that even she has fallen for him. Her sister Koneko had informed her on what kind of a man Kenji is, and even Kuroka saw him as way better compared to Issei, enabling her to betray Issei in the end, thus resulting in the sealing and imprisonment in Tartarus. 2. It has been well, Kenji is thinking about spending more time with me, and soon we will have the kittens that I always wanted. I will have a happy married life, over that pervert who only saw me for my body. Kuroka spoke with a smile, and a small blush on her face. She always wanted Kenji, who was smarter and good-looking compared to Issei, and was not a pervert. 3. Perhaps it will never come, Kuroka. Cause you will suffer judgment tonight. The Valley team turned around to see where the voice came. They knew the voice to be that of Issei's. As soon before anything could be done, the house doors exploded, revealing Issei alongside Hela and Ingvold. Olphus was hidden nearby since she wanted to reveal herself at the very end when her blessing and powers would be taken from Valley. Hel had already sent her undead soldiers from her legions to counter the Pendragon Mansion soldiers, along with Uther and Melina Pendragon, the father and mother of Le Fay and Arthur Pendragon. Additionally, the plan was to isolate some members and deal with them accordingly before blowing this place to the ground. You! Valley growled, his voice trembling with barely contained fury as his silver aura began to flare, Albion's presence resonating within him. You have some nerve showing up here, Hyoudou. Issei smirked, his eyes glowing ominously. And you knew this day would come, didn't you, Valley? He stepped forward, his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of condescension. For someone who claims to be nothing like dear old Grandpa RageRevan, you sure do a good impression. All that arrogance and self-righteousness, it's uncanny. The jab hit its mark, and Valley's aura spiked violently. I am nothing like that lunatic. At least I'm not a genocidal monster like you. You slaughtered the fallen angels, the Citri peerage, and even killed some of the Gremry, and now you're here for us. You've lost any right to call yourself a savior. 5. Issei laughed darkly, the sound reverberating through the room, sending chills down spines. Is that what you tell yourself to sleep at night, RageRevan 2.0? Keep clinging to your delusions while you can. They won't save you. And besides, when did I call myself a savior? I see myself as a god deciding judgment on foolish filthy bats like you. Issei puts his hand forward in a mocking manner, making Valley bring out his divine, dividing with fury. he detested Issei even more now. Biko stepped forward, his staff spinning casually in his hand, though his posture was tense. You really think you can take us all on, Hyoudou? You've bitten off more than you can chew, just like always. 2. Hell's icy voice cut through the room. Bold words, little monkey. You're nothing compared to your ancestor, the true Sun Wukong. A mere shadow playing at greatness. Her smirk was sharp as a blade, and Biko's knuckles whitened as he tightened his grip on his staff. 2. Kuroka, ever the opportunist, purred mockingly. I told you, Naya. I made the right choice choosing Kenji over you. He's far superior in every way. 4. Valley's eyes flicked toward Kuroka, a flicker of betrayal and anger in his gaze. Issei, noticing, gave a dismissive wave. Oh please, Kuroka. Spare me the soap opera drama. Who you're with doesn't matter to me. You were always going to chase the strongest partner, weren't you? He tilted his head mockingly. Let me guess, so you could have stronger kittens, like the little whore you are. 1. Kuroka hissed but said nothing, her usual playful demeanor replaced with simmering irritation. Tell me about it. She has no pride of her heritage, and would even try her luck to get laid with a god if it means having good kids, isn't that right, Issei? Kuroka was seething even more upon hearing Ingvold's words of mockery, as well as Issei agreeing to it, speaking. Yes, I totally agree. Valley's energy surged again, his irritation finally boiling over at him insulting his friends. Enough. I won't let you talk down to me, Hyoudou. You're no hero, you're just a power-hungry tyrant. His wings of light and darkness flared behind him, Albion's voice echoing in agreement. 3. Tyrant. Issei spoke with slight annoyance, knowing that they won't listen to their then come at me, Valley. Issei said, his tone suddenly cold and devoid of humor. He extended his arm, energy gathering around him in a vibrant display of crimson power. Let's see if you're capable of backing up all that talk. Before Valley could charge, Hell interjected with a cruel laugh. My, so quick to fight. Is that anger I sense, or fear? Deep down, you know you're outmatched. Ingvold, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, her serene voice laced with an edge. We didn't come here to banter endlessly. The judgment has been passed. You've run your course, Valley. Tonight, the dragon of supremacy will fall. Biko and Arthur stepped into defensive stances, the room charged with tension as both sides prepared for battle. But before they could fight, Issei soon responded. Oh, I actually forgot, it is not just us three you are going to fight. Before we entered inside, we encountered 2 yokais that tried to stop us. One was a kappa-like being and the other was looking akin to a pig. Wait. Valley's blood ran cold, he knew who exactly he was talking about, as Le Fay shouted with anger and anguish. What did you do to Zhu and Sha? Hell walked forward and snapped her fingers, as soon a magic circle showed up, revealing the reanimated corpses of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, both of whom generating fire and water in their palms respectively. You killed them. Le Fay spoke with tears and anger in her tone, as Hell responded. We did, they tried to kill us and now they serve us, in our goals and actions. You monsters. How can you do that to children? Hell only cackled in response. Speaking with a cold and mocking tone, she knew that they are nothing but hypocrites for judging them, given that they stood in their way, and the team is not responding to mercy in any manner. Children. They should have been with the yokai instead of joining you lot, and Issei did mention that children will only grow up to be vengeful, so why spare them when they would cause problems? Le Fay and the Valley team was seething in anger seeing the corpses of 2 of their teammates. Not only did the 3 mercilessly kill them without any empathy or care about them. Issei then responded. Don't bother Hell, they are a bunch of moronic hypocrites, but enough talk you know about the plan correct. 1. Hell and Ingvold nodded, as Issei spoke. Let's begin. I will enjoy taking Caliban from your hands, Arthur. Come and try, you son of a. Arthur was unable to complete when Issei dashed forward entering his Super Saiyan 2 in an instant, and kicked him in the stomach making him cough up. His speed was far faster than he had expected, as he snatched Caliban from his hands. Arthur was sent flying across the wall. As Issei held the blade in his hand, he had coughed up blood and his clothing was tattered by the attack Issei had performed. Arthur! Valley team shouted, as Valley entered into his balance breaker immediately, and Biko got his staff ready attacking Issei at once. Kuroka, Le Fay, Fenrir and Gobmagog tried to assist them, but were intercepted by Hell, Ingvold and the 2 undead yokais, immediately teleporting the 4 with them to a different floor and location of the mansion. Sorry you 4, but your fight is with us. Ingvold spoke mockingly, as she readied her water-based abilities much to the anger of the four. Fenrir immediately lunged on Hel, as the two former siblings decided to clash for their allies and the undeads dealt with Lefay and Gog-Magog. Issei dodged a magical blast from Valley and Biko attacked him with his staff. He dodged the attacks, and fired 2 key blasts quickly in response, as Issei forced them backwards. Arthur tried to ambush him using a small sword, as he shouted, "Give my sword back." "How about no?" Issei channeled his own ki, trying to break through any control the Pendragons have, as the seal of the Pendragon was trying to break, as he fired a ki blast at Arthur trying to attack him, forcing him to focus on that. The seal was weakening, as the trio of boys who managed to dodge the attack as Valley responded by his gear with Albion responding. Divide times 30. Issei felt the sudden loss of power, but soon he recovered his ki in an instant, as it soon started to break the seal the Pendragons have, which allowed only their household to use the blade. He soon started to scream, breaking the seal placed inside the Caliban. Valley, his power, it's too strong. Valley could only look at Issei with anger, with Biko's instincts telling him that he should run away, while Arthur was looking at Issei in anger. Soon the seal breaks through, making Issei use the sword. The sword starts to glow in a bright yellow key, which belonged to him. The trio of boys looked at it with horror and anger, as Arthur responded with it. "Impossible. Breaking the seal shouldn't be possible by your hands. Open your eyes, Pendragon. Anything impossible." The trio gritted their teeth in anger, as they continued to clash against him in the hopes of taking the sword from him and returning it back to their rightful owners. In the meantime, Hel continued to circle Fenrir, her expression calm but focused. She understood the reality of her situation. Fenrir was too durable and strong, too unrelenting to be defeated in a straightforward battle. His thick hide shrugged off attacks that would obliterate most foes, and his stamina seemed boundless. But Hel had a plan. She didn't need to overpower him, she only needed to outlast him. "You're stubborn, I'll give you that," she said, her voice echoing across the battlefield. "But even the mightiest wolf can be worn down. Let's see how long you can keep this up." Fenrir growled low, his golden eyes blazing with fury. His massive frame, though battered, showed no signs of faltering. He lunged again, his claws tearing through the ground as he aimed for Hel with relentless precision. Hel dodged, her movements as fluid as water. She summoned a series of magic circles, each one firing a barrage of elemental attacks, flames, ice, and lightning. Fenrir powered through them, his hide scorched and singed but unyielding. He closed the distance in moments, snapping his jaws mere inches from Hel's face. "Close," Hel taunted, stepping back and conjuring a wall of ice between them. Fenrir smashed through it with a single swipe, shards flying in all directions. Hel leaped away, her black dress trailing behind her like a shadow. "You can keep breaking my spells, Fenrir," she called out, her voice carrying a sharp edge. "But how long can you keep this up? How much energy will you burn chasing me while I keep my distance?" Fenrir didn't respond with words, only an enraged roar as he charged again. Hel's reanimated corpses swarmed him, clawing and grabbing at his legs, but he tore through them like paper. Each swing of his claws sent bodies flying, but for every one he destroyed, 2 more seemed to rise in its place. "Impressive," Hel admitted, watching him from a safe distance. She raised her hand, summoning another wave of elemental attacks. Fireballs rained down, forcing Fenrir to dodge and weave, while spears of ice jutted up from the ground, cutting off his movements. "But even you have limits, Fenrir. Let's see where they are." Fenrir growled, his breath coming heavier now, though he refused to slow down. His claws slashed through another wave of corpses, and he lunged at Hel with renewed fury. She sidestepped, narrowly avoiding his jaws, and countered with a blast of lightning that struck his side. The wolf staggered for a moment but recovered quickly, his resilience almost supernatural. He swiped at Hel again, forcing her to conjure a barrier of earth to block the attack. The impact shattered the barrier, sending debris flying, but Hel was already several steps away, her smirk never faltering. "You're strong, Fenrir," Hel admitted, her tone almost admiring. "Stronger than I anticipated. But strength alone won't win this fight. Not when your opponent knows how to play the long game." Fenrir's growls deepened, his movements becoming slightly less precise. Hel's eyes narrowed, noticing the small signs of exhaustion creeping into his attacks. His swings were powerful but less sharp, and his breathing was audible even from a distance. "Getting tired, are we?" Hel teased, summoning another wave of magic circles. She fired a combination of ice and fire, forcing Fenrir to dodge repeatedly. The wolf roared in frustration, lunging at her again, but his movements were just a fraction slower than before. Hel darted back, keeping her distance. I don't need to beat you, Fenrir. I just need to keep you moving, keep you burning through your energy. And when you finally collapse from exhaustion, I'll be right here, ready to finish the job. Fenrir snarled, refusing to give in. He charged once more, his claws tearing through the ground as he closed the distance. Hel braced herself, knowing the fight was far from over but confident in her strategy. She would keep him at bay, keep him fighting until his unstoppable strength became his greatest weakness. She dodged another chomp courtesy of her grace. She grew slightly annoyed. She was well aware of her limitations and knew full well that she cannot keep this for much longer. She then thought, if these mortals conceal them and keep Fenrir as their own, then I think I have an idea and control him to make him more subservient. She knew what she had to do. Looking at the reanimated Barakiel and Penemu, along with Scotty, she mentally gave them the orders. Barakiel and Penemu will distract the wolf with their light spears. Barakiel used his thunder spears at the wolf, who was dodging again, continuing to dodge at every step. Penemu and some reanimated surviving fallen angels continued to firing their own spears, forcing Fenrir to once again dodge. He was struggling to dodge at every step, as he soon staggered, losing his balance, and was struck by many spears, making him howl in pain, taking the hit. Looking at Scotty, she gave the order, waiting for Fenrir to stand, as he did so for a few moments, making a powerful howl, but was once again bombarded by the attacks, making him unable to handle any more attacks. The bombardment was enough to create several dust storms of concentrated magic, and Hel was hoping that Fenrir couldn't take any longer. And true to her expectation and hopes, Fenrir had his skin breached. Some spears lodged into his body and legs, making him stagger for a moment, but he was still standing. He refused to give in to her demands, growling at anger. Looking at his state, Hel knew what she had to do to end his life. Looking at Scotty, she gave a nod. It was time to make Fenrir her slave this time. Goodbye, Fenrir. Hel spoke, as she looked at the undead Scotty and gave her a nod, telepathically telling her to do what she needs to do. She brought out her winter blade, and rushed towards Fenrir, who tried to escape but unfortunately. Stab. Scotty managed to stab Fenrir in his heart, as he soon made a deadly yet painful howl. The fatal stab was enough for him to perish, but before he could ward off his attackers, Hel, coupled with the others, unleashed a deadly bombardment upon him, making the wolf scream in pain. Hel had a smile on her face upon this, knowing someone that enjoyed relishing her father's death was finally getting his due, along with his action of supporting Issei's arrest. At another location, the battlefield was a chaotic mix of water and destruction as Ingvold Leviathan confronted both Kuroka and Gogmagog. The ground was drenched, streams of water flowing in every direction due to Ingvold's relentless manipulation of her element. She moved with precision and grace, her wings shimmering as she effortlessly evaded Gogmagog's attacks and kept Kuroka at bay. Issei had meticulously briefed her on their abilities, and Ingvold had memorized every detail. She knew their weaknesses, their tendencies, and how to exploit them. Having trouble keeping your flames lit, Kuroka? Ingvold taunted, her voice calm but laced with a sharp edge. She waved her hand, summoning another wave of water that doused the battlefield, further hindering Kuroka's ability to use her senjutsu flames effectively. What's wrong? Can't handle a little water? Kuroka snarled in frustration. Every time she tried to summon her flames, Ingvold was there, drenching her before she could fully channel her energy. Even her poison field, a technique that could turn the tide of battle, was thwarted by the constant deluge of water. It was infuriating. Meanwhile, Gogmagog unleashed a barrage of rockets, the projectiles streaking toward Ingvold with deadly precision. But she was too quick, her wings propelling her through the air in fluid, unpredictable movements. The rockets struck the crumbling remains of the castle, sending debris flying but failing to land a single hit. You're really persistent, aren't you? Ingvold muttered, her eyes narrowing at the golem. She kept her distance, knowing that its sheer firepower and resilience made it a dangerous opponent. Kuroka's voice broke through the chaos. You think you're so clever, don't you? But don't get cocky just because you can manipulate water. Ingvold smirked, her gaze locking onto Kuroka. Cocky? No, I'm just confident. You're the one who's out of her element here, quite literally. Kuroka's frustration reached a boiling point. You're a devil. Why are you siding with him? He's massacring our kind, torturing them, hunting them down for his own sick pleasure. Ingvold's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with anger. She raised her hand, summoning a powerful torrent of water that surged toward Kuroka. The Nekishu barely managed to teleport out of the way, only to reappear in the midst of another cascade. she growled in frustration, glaring at Ingvold. "Spare me your nonsense," Ingvold snapped, her voice cold and biting. "You talk about betrayal, but you're the one who abandoned Issei when he needed you most. You're nothing but a pathetic rebound, chasing after power you'll never truly deserve." Kuroka opened her mouth to retort, but Ingvold cut her off, her tone dripping with contempt. "And don't even try to appeal to my so-called kind. The devils see me as nothing more than a trophy, an object to be controlled. I've had enough of their arrogance, and I don't want to be part of their manipulations. My freedom lies in their downfall, and I'll ensure it happens." Gogmagog, seizing the moment, unleashed a barrage of laser beams aimed directly at Ingvold. She darted through the air, weaving between the beams with practiced ease. The mansion around them crumbled further under the assault, but Ingvold remained unscathed, her movements a blur of precision and speed. She knew she couldn't keep dodging forever. If she wanted to turn the tide of the battle, she needed to eliminate one of her opponents. Her eyes flicked between Kuroka and Gogmagog, calculating her next move. 2 against 1. Ingvold muttered to herself, a faint smirk crossing her lips. "But I've always liked a challenge." She took a deep breath, her wings glowing faintly as she summoned a powerful surge of water. The battlefield roared with the sound of rushing waves as she prepared to strike, her determination unwavering. However, to her and Kuroka's shock, someone tackled Gogmagog to the ground, and it was revealed to be an undead Fenrir, who had the same wounds as when he fought against Hell, as well as having pupilless eyes. "What the?" Ingvold exclaimed. As she could see that Hell flying towards her, she had a smirk on her face, as Ingvold spoke with a tone of surprise. "Don't tell me you..." "Yep, Fenrir is now my undead servant." Hell responded with a smile, as she released some of her power, implying that she has gotten stronger than before. After reviving Fenrir as an undead, her power grew even more stronger, almost touching the barrier of top 10 strongest beings. She would soon enter that level and become as strong as Thor and Odin, defeating them for good. Kuroka was shivering and afraid of this development, seeing Fenrir tear through Gogmagog like it was nothing but paper, shredding through its body, as all the while Gogmagog could only scream. Ingvold looked at Kuroka, who was tearing up at this, as she glared at Hell and Ingvold with anger and hatred. "Le Fay turned to Kuroka. As she placed a magic circle to defend herself from her undead companions, she could only watch in horror at Fenrir tearing through Gogmagog like it was nothing. "Get out of here, alert the leaders. I will hold them off for a while." Kuroka had a smile, as she used her Tuki to charge a powerful attack at all her enemies, as Le Fay responded. "Kuroka, but..." "Just go," Kuroka shouted at the top of her lungs, as Le Fay had tears in her eyes, and nodded. She prepared a teleportation circle, and was about to leave. Ingvold and Hel didn't let that happen, as they unleashed their powerful magic spells to kill Le Fay, preventing them from escaping, but Kuroka got in front of them. She unleashed a powerful Tuki blast aimed in response, as she knew she would perish from the attack. Le Fay soon got out of there, all the while crying, as Kuroka had a smile on her face, watching her leave. She was soon consumed by both of the attacks, as she screamed in agony, wiping her from the combined attack of Hel and Ingvold. She was soon consumed by both of the attacks from Ingvold and Hel, erasing her from existence, as she could only die an agonizing death for her actions of betraying Issei and choosing Kenji. She met an untimely death, just like her mother did when she was consumed by an explosion due to the experimentation. Once this was done, Kuroka was nowhere to be found and was dead, and Le Fay managed to escape. Hel knew this due to the revenants of Zhu Beiji and Xiao Wujing. The two revenants managed to watch her leave while they were unable to do anything. "So did we get them?" Ingvold asked, to which Hel shook her head, and responded. "Only Kuroka. Le Fay managed to escape. On the bright side, only one member is alive, and we got 2 more reanimated corpses to join the Legion." Hel pointed out to the now unmoving Gogmagog, as Fenrir was howling in victory, now a complete undead serving his sister Hel. Ingvold could only nod, as she wondered what will happen next. She could only hope that Issei is finished with his side of the fight as well. She soon revived Gogmagog as her undead ally before she speaks. "Ingvold, we need to place seals on this place. Issei wants the Pendragon Mansion destroyed." Ingvold nodded, as she responded with a smile. "You got it." In the meantime, Biko, Arthur and Valley were on their knees, exhausted and bruised from the attacks of Issei. He was much stronger, and despite the constant divides, Issei was also not showing signs of stopping. He was breathing heavily, however, and was also bruised, due to the combined attacks of the trio, with Valley's constant divides, and him dodging the combined pole and sword attacks from Biko and Arthur's attacks respectively. Issei looked at them and spoke. I must admit, for some lowly beings, opposing justice is something that you are known for, yet you don't have the power to do so. We will show you power, Hyoudou. Valley spoke with hatred and fury, as he and Albion knew that they had to enter Diablo's dragon if they had to combat Issei's Super Saiyan 2. They knew that his ki was still at the maximum due to him not faltering in it, despite him being exhausted from the attacks. However, he failed to notice the smirk that Issei had, as he smirked. Ophis now. Ophis suddenly appeared in front of Valley, much to his shock along with Albion's shock and fear knowing who was in front of him. Ophis had a serious and cold look, with her having some amount of anger inside of her due to what Valley had done. I will be taking back what is mine, Issei. Issei nodded, bringing out Caliban and stabbing Valley in his stomach, making him cough up, piercing his armor. Ophis does the same thing, placing her hand in his stomach, as she pulls out the power and blessings she had granted him once. Valley Lucifer and Albion Guiber, you have disgraced what it means to be a dragon. You shall no longer be worthy of my power or blessing. By betraying a fellow dragon who is the sole reason on why you even managed to take revenge against your grandfather for his injustice. Henceforth, you are no longer worthy of calling yourself the Dragon of Supremacy. Same goes for you too, Albion. You are also unworthy of being called a heavenly dragon. Valley could only scream in agony and pain, as Issei ripped out Caliban from his stomach, letting Ophis do what she wants. Arthur and Biko tried to stop Valley from losing his powers, only for Issei to act and swiftly slice them with his sword, pushing him back. He soon leaped in the air and fired a powerful energy blast aimed at Biko and Arthur, vaporizing them without any mercy. The two could only scream in agony and defeat upon being vaporized before they could react, as they were killed by the attack, leaving Valley as the only survivor of the Valley team, aside from LeFay, who managed to escape. The reason they were killed was because in their desperation of saving Valley from Ophis, which would have failed either way, and the previous injuries and exhaustion they had to endure from fighting against Issei. After a while, Valley was done. He had lost access to his full potential, and he fell to his knees, holding his stomach in agony. He looked at the sizzling wound that was in his stomach. Ophis felt her powers back inside of her body, as she looked at Valley apathetically. "Why?" Valley responded with pained anger, as he looked at Ophis with anger and sadness. "Why do you support him?" "Because Issei is the reason why I have gained emotions and am able to have fun and enjoy my life. Not only did you all lie to me about his whereabouts, claiming him to be missing, but also have the guts to betray him. I will see to it that you all suffer karma for what you have done." Valley was gritting his teeth in anger, as he glared at Issei with hatred in his eyes, as he exclaimed with anger. "You dare turn her?" Before Issei could respond, it was Ophis who gave a brutal slap that sent Valley flying, as the White Dragon Emperor was sent flying across several walls, crashing onto a nearby wall, making a dent across it. Valley coughed up blood upon this. "The fact that you still believe yourself to be in the right is just downright delusion. I am glad that I took away my blessing and powers away from you," Ophis exclaimed with anger, as Issei pulled her in for a side hug, as he spoke with a sigh. Now, don't get angry, there is no point in telling this idiot." Ophis could only look at him and nod, as she looked at Valley in contempt. Issei knew this was the first time he had seen her really angry, meaning she was gaining emotion by being with others. Before that, she was seen crying due to the betrayal caused by her former friends and family members. Valley was seething in anger, as he knew that he no longer had Ophis's power. Even Albion was beyond furious by this development, as he spoke. "Valley, we need to get out of here." Valley nodded, as he was about to teleport, but Issei was quicker, firing several tendrils of ki blasts aimed at several locations, making him scream in pain and agony due to it, as he spoke with anger. "There is no escape, Lucifer." Ophis flew up to him, and released some of her snakes, as they started to bite onto the sacred gear, causing Valley to scream in pure agony and pain. The pain was the same pain when he experienced due to being inflicted due to the hero faction. "Ophis, please stop." Albion pleaded for his host's life, however Ophis didn't falter, as his sacred gear was being extracted due to Issei having plans for it. Ophis also wanted to make sure Albion pays personally for what he had done. This was the plan they had made. They wanted Valley to suffer as much as possible, but they also knew that Albion could move on to the next host, as the divine dividing was much stronger than the Sephiroth Graal due to it having the host of the Albion, the former Dragon of Supremacy. He was still stronger than Vritra, whose soul was cut down into 5 different parts, and was still sort of divided even when the gears had a single host, hence his obliteration. Once the gear was extracted, she kept it in an orb composed out of snakes to prevent it from moving to its next host and not letting Albion try and control it. Well, Valley, now you are just a weak half-devil, the very same kind you personally despised due to how weak it made you. The reason why your father abused you and your grandfather was the reason for your miserable childhood. Valley was gritting his teeth in anger, as he glared at Issei with complete disdain, his hatred for Issei magnified when he was the one responsible for Azazel's death along with the rest of the faction, and now his hatred knows no bounds. But before anything could happen, Issei sensed the presence of Hell and Ingvold, as they both joined him, with Issei speaking. So is the Valley team dead? The ones you were meant to handle? Yes, but Lufei managed to escape. Issei and Ophis took a note of this, meaning the team sacrificed their lives to ensure one manages to escape. Valley could be seen smirking, as he soon started to laugh in complete madness and insanity, as he shouted. You see, Hyoudou, Lufei managed to escape your so-called justice. Even if you defeat me, you cannot escape the factions, and they will certainly enjoy seeing your demise. They will destroy you, you hear me? I will enjoy watching your demise from the afterlife. And I will see to it that you go straight to hell. Yuhaya. Valley started to laugh in madness, with Hell and Ingvold along with Ophis wanting to put Valley in his place, but Issei stopped them with his hand, as he turned to Valley and kicked him in the jaw, breaking it completely. His lower jaw was completely ripped straight from his body. This was meant to shut him up since his laugh annoyed him to no bounds. Honestly, that attitude of yours, I see, you have become like your father RageRevan and grandfather RageRevan. You are nothing but a filthy bat that needs to learn its place. Except for two devils I know, the rest of you belong in nothing but the darkest depths of hell, where you should be tortured for all eternity. Now, Valley, face judgment. But you won't die in honor, since you don't deserve that. Valley could see a ki blast in Issei's hand, as he aimed straight at his heart, which made him cough up blood. Valley was barely alive and knew there wasn't much time left for him. Goodbye, Valley, may you rot in hell for the rest of your miserable life. Issei brought out the golden tiger claws, as Hell snapped her fingers with any remaining reanimated corpses disappearing, knowing that their job was done. Ingvold and Ophis was the first to leave, as the dragon goddess took one last look at Valley, who was completely helpless and despair-ridden, knowing there was nothing he could do. Hell and Issei were next, as she had exclaimed. Explode. The seals surrounding the entire mansion soon triggered, which resulted in multiple simultaneous explosions as the mansion was crumbling, with ceilings and other pillars collapsing right in front of him. He could only curse Issei and his team for being in this situation. He was about to shout, but he was silenced when a slab or rock fell on his face and upper body, crushing it completely, as bones and body organs were squished in an instant. Valley's upper body only had blood forming beside it. The Pendragon mansion was destroyed in a few moments, with any potential survivors getting killed as a result. This included Merlina Pendragon, that had barely survived after her husband sacrificed himself to save her. The factions have lost a valuable ally with the Valley team gone, and Albion and his sacred gear are with Issei and his allies. The next day. Ruined Pendragon Mansion, United Kingdom, 9:30 a.m. The news coverage of the collapse of the Pendragon Mansion was shown all across the world. Many wondered who was responsible for such a heinous attack, since its collapse was sudden and unknown. The humans of the world, blissfully unaware of the supernatural, presumed that some faulty explosion relating to an appliance or a terror attack must be the sole reason that has happened. If the latter was the cause, then who was responsible for it? But to the supernatural, they knew who was solely responsible, and were needlessly furious on the ones responsible. Right now, some of the leaders and members of the DXD group were present. They all watched the carnage with outright fury and hatred towards the one responsible for this. They were scavenging for anything they could find, any items, or if they are lucky, a survivor. Once again, he got away with the attack. He is going to regret this. Odin exclaimed with anger present in his tone, as he vowed to destroy Issei, since he was solely responsible for his adoptive son Valley, who he had taken in to remove his criminal status. Not only that, he even killed the last Lucifer. He is going to pay, and we will all make sure he pays with his life. Serzex exclaimed with anger and fury, knowing that with Valley's death he has lost the complete support of the old Satan faction that was still present in the underworld. He was a major key and leader to unite the two worlds. Issei once again managed to slaughter someone of the leaders and is causing the collapse of the supernatural worlds completely. And that's not the worst part. Rias spoke sadly, still being covered by bandages and other dressings. She took a glance at Koneko, who was the same, with her ears being covered, and was weeping in sadness and agony knowing her sister was gone. consoled by Kenji, who was helpless seeing this. Le Fay was being consoled by Irina, knowing that she was the sole survivor of the destruction that had taken place. Neither her team survived nor her family. Rias then continued. Many are grieving for their deaths. He even took away the Caliban away from them. I know, Rias. Xerxes spoke, his tone marred with grief and venom, as he continued. He has taken one of the prized sword away from them. He is going to regret this attack. Michael, looking at the tense situation, he knew that they need to recover from the damage that has happened. The amount of important lives taken from them is astounding, and was as bad as the attack that had purged the elders and Seraphal Leviathan, if not worse than that. Everyone, we should return, and find time to grieve and prepare. We cannot fight if we are in a terrible state. Michael responded, his tone having complete grief and seriousness. He knew that Issei won't get away with what he has done. But he also knew that he and his allies have to recover and improve on their mental states if they need to be ready for Issei. Yes, I agree with the Archangel. Shiva responded, his expression and tone grim from what happened, but he knew that fighting in a bad mental state won't do anything good. The others nodded, but before they could leave, someone called out to them. Lord Lucifer. A devil soldier came to them, hope brewing from his eyes as he spoke. I found something. What? I hope it is something good. Xerxes mused, as the soldier having two containers with one having some blood akin to a test tube and the other having hair present in it. He then spoke in response. I was able to use an analyzer that Lord Beelzebub gave me, and the DNA test showed that it was not part of any faction, the blood was not belonging to any supernatural pantheon. Everyone widened their eyes at this, as Zenobia responded. Is it Issei's blood? Possible. Ajuka mused, as he took the blood and hair containers from the soldier, as the devil soldier bowed, as he continued. But we need to do further analysis to identify it. The others agreed to it, as they had hoped this blood and hair to be Issei's own, that must have resulted in his fight against the Valley team along with the Pendragon family. They knew that if it is, then they can find a weakness to it, which can eliminate him for good. They won't let him kill anyone else. Norway, 5:30 p.m. Issei was waiting for someone in Norway. He knew why he was here, and that was due to Hell wanting a date in Norway, the country where Hell was created and came into this world. He was wearing a sleek black suit with a tailored blazer and matching trousers, exuding a formal yet modern style. Beneath the blazer, they sport a cream or off-white turtleneck sweater, adding a touch of sophistication and contrast to the dark suit. The ensemble strikes a balance between elegance and casual refinement, suitable for both professional and upscale social settings. Keeping his hand in his pocket, he was waiting for his date to show up. He knew that Hell would arrive at this place soon enough. Issei looked at his watch and spoke with a sigh. Where the hell is she? He looked around, not denying that Norway is a good place, but it can be better without the existence of the filth known as the Asgardians. He then mused. I must admit, Norway is quite the place, isn't it? He asked to himself, wondering what he would believe, as he saw many couples enjoying their time around. Normally, the old Goku Black would feel repulsed at this, but Issei was not repulsed. He grew to tolerate, and even grow interested in such things. He knew a lot has changed so far due to being in this new reincarnation of his. Issei. Issei turned around and saw Hell, who was looking more vibrant and radiant than before. She seemed completely different from the one he had encountered in the prison. She was wearing a form-fitting black sleeveless dress, exuding a simple yet elegant style. The dress features a high neckline and smooth fabric that emphasizes a polished and sophisticated appearance. It is well tailored, highlighting a refined silhouette. How do I look? Hell asked with a small blush on her face. Issei remained in a daze seeing her in this state. He never expected her to look so divine and heavenly. But then again, she was a goddess herself, and this was the beauty many supernatural beings naturally possessed. Seeing his daze, Hell only smiled, knowing her appearance did cause some attraction to form inside of his Saiyan mind. She now knew that she held a special place in the Saiyan's heart. She then wrapped her arms and exclaimed, much to his surprise. Let's go. I know of a lot of places where you'll enjoy. Come on, Issei. Issei then responded. Hell, what are you? Trust me on this, you and I will be having a lot of fun. And who knows, you might even have some amazing Nordic dishes that you might take a liking to. Hell exclaimed with a joyful tone, as Issei wasn't expecting Hell to be this excited for the date. He could see that she was looking forward to this date for a while now. She knew that Issei has several things that he is going to like. She reached the first location, which was Garangerfjord, which was in western Norway, she was able to teleport using a magic circle which allowed the instant teleportation to the location. It was a fjord, as she looked at it, and responded. Issei, what do you think of this? It is good. Issei responded, as Hel smiled gently and responded. There is more Norway has to offer, Issei. Come, I will make your day extremely enjoyable. Issei could only look and knew that this date was going to be something that he is going to remember. Hel managed to get him to tolerate her, and even befriend her, knowing she was a valuable person to him. Now, she was going to make him see her as more than an ally. They continued to make the trek above, as Hel and Issei continued to look around and enjoy the greenery. Issei looked at the birds that were flying around and heading to the cliff where they can have a better view of the scenery. So Issei wanted to ask. Hel looked at Issei and her appearance, splitting up from Issei and placing her hands behind her back. Yeah, go on. Hel looked at him for a moment, as she asked. Will you head back to Kuo once this is all over? You know, to actually start with a new life. Honestly, I did thought of that, but with the recent explosion, I doubt they will be building the academy anytime soon. Issei responded, with a small shrug. He frankly could care less on the academy, but he knew that he would have to make a life forward from here on out. He needed to plan what is going to be next for him. Besides, we still got a ton of time. The factions and by extension those filthy bats will still cause us problems. Issei spoke with a sigh, as Hel could relate with him. She knew why Issei found these bats to be annoying, and they will continue to cause problems until they are purged from this planet completely, and without any mercy. I see. Well, if you do make up your mind of heading to Kuo, I wish to join that academy as a student. Hel responded with a small smile, as Issei looked at her and responded. I guess, but then again, weren't you not a fan of mortal kind before? Well, time has caused me to change a bit. Hel spoke while closing her eyes, not regretting coming here since she did develop some small friendships with the locals living in Australia. They had warned her on what creatures can be the most troublesome in this country. They continued to trek until they reached the location where they wanted to go. They eventually reached the cliff where they could see the water that was reaching far inlands. Issei could note the beauty of this place. It was marvelous, with only trees, fresh air and water that was traversing in the fjord. He was aware that this place was one of the most popular tourist hotspots, and was expecting people to be present. However, he noted that there is less humans around, as Hel looked at his surprise and responded. I was aware that there are less people during this time. That is why I took you to this location, so that they don't disturb us. Many humans don't come here and often stay in other locations during this time, so that we can enjoy our time together. Hel spoke with a smile, as Issei looked at her for a moment, before smirking. Hel knew more about him than he realized. He then responded. Guess living with me has given you a clear understanding on what I like and don't, huh? Hel gave a slight giggle, and responded. Of course, I know how much you still are not interested in talking to humans. But I am glad that you are tolerating and even interested in humanity to some extent. What can I say? These mortals are the reason why I am here, plus I did start off as human in this world. Hel gave a nod, as she responded with a smile, wrapping her arms around her, his hand touching her breasts, but the goddess of the dead didn't mind. Issei had a small look of surprise as he managed to control himself. Hel was awfully even more clingier than usual, something she wasn't before. So Issei, want to take a tour of the woods? Issei nodded and spoke. I wouldn't mind some peace and quiet before we eat our dinner. Hel nodded, as the couple started to walk toe in toe inside the woods. They knew today would be the day they can relax and enjoy their time together. Issei did promise Hel a date, and she was not going to let it go to waste. Scene change. Gremry Mansion, Underworld, 5:30 p.m. While Issei and Hel were having their date and having the time of their life, the leaders and the DXD team were mourning the loss of Valley and his team, with the exception of Lefay Pendragon. They were still in grief on what had happened, and they knew that Issei and his allies additionally gained an upper hand against them yet again. But many refused to give in, knowing that this was what Issei wanted, and they refused to give up. Otherwise, all those that Issei had slain would have died for nothing. They finally had some hope to combat him. The said hope was the unknown DNA belonging to the hair and blood that they had found in the Pendragon mansion. In the Gremry household, Surzex was speaking with his mother about what the situation was looking like. They had just lost Valley and his entire team excluding Lefay, and Grafia was nowhere to be found, meaning she is still captured and is with Issei. Surzex, did you find any trace of Grafia? Venelana asked with worry and sadness, seeing her son's state worsening, being well aware of his state after Grafia's abduction. No, nothing. Surzex exclaimed with anger and anguish, as he continued. We tried Kenji's idea of locating near the Pacific areas, and we found nothing. It is almost as if she had vanished completely out of existence. We heard traces of them in Australia, with many sightings showing her up, but after a while nothing. We aren't even sure if she is in that location. Venelana could only assure her son, by holding him as he could only sniffle with sadness. There was nothing he could do against Issei. He was winning against him every time, and there was nothing that could be done. It's alright, son, we will find a way to beat Issei. I believe that Ajuka is still analyzing the blood alongside Athena, correct? Surzex nodded, as he split up from his mother, and shook his head and responded with slight anger. You are right, mother, we can't quit like this. Cause if we do, then all those lives he has taken, including Serafal and Sona along with those from Risa's peerage, will be for nothing, and that is something I am not going to let happen. Excellent, Surzex. Venelana responded by keeping her hand on his cheek, and responded, You are strong, Surzex. Issei is not invincible, and you will beat him, that is something you will. Surzex nodded resolutely, his determination unwavering. Though the weight of recent events pressed heavily on him, he clung to the belief that Issei would one day be defeated. The DNA samples they had collected from him were key, they just needed to uncover his weakness. It was only a matter of time. I promise, mother, we will make this right. Surzex murmured as he exited the room, his composure returning while he wiped the lingering tears from his face. His steps carried him down the hall to another door, one behind which his son, Milikas, diligently worked on his magic. Surzex paused to gather himself before knocking. The sound drew Milikas's attention, and the boy's face lit up with joy as he called out, Father. Rushing toward him, Milikas looked up with hopeful eyes and asked, Any news about mother? Surzex knelt to meet his son at eye level, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Not yet, my son. But we are closer every day. I promise you, we will bring her back to where she belongs, by our side, as a family. Milikas's expression softened with a small, hopeful smile. I'll keep training, father. I'll be ready to help when the time comes. Surzex smiled at his son's determination, pride swelling in his chest. He reached out and ruffled Milikas's hair gently, eliciting a light-hearted giggle from the boy. I know you will, Milikas. You're growing stronger every day, and one day, you'll stand as a protector of our family and our people. Together, we'll make things right. Milikas exclaimed, his young voice filled with determination. Together. Surzex echoed, standing tall once more. His resolve was unshaken, his love for his family and people driving him forward. Milikas then asked, remembering that Lord Ajuka had found some blood and hair potentially relating to Issei. But father, what would happen if you find his weakness before that? Will you lose to him? Surzex only chuckled, having to become strong for his son so that he could become an inspiration for him, as he spoke. Nah, I'd win. Milikas only chuckled seeing this. His father was the strongest devil ever witnessed, and he was confident that he will one day reach the level he is in. Perhaps he may surpass his father in the near future. He will get back his mother from Issei, and that was a promise he made to himself. Surzex looked at his son's resolve and smiled. He knew that he has raised a fine son, knowing that he will one day surpass his father, at a much younger age due to his massive potential that he posed, as at a pretty young age he was stated to be much stronger than many devils of his current age. Scene change. Norway, 7:30 p.m. You know. Hel responded with a tone was borderline annoyance, as she continued. When I was joked that we might encounter a bear, I wasn't expecting you to actually wrestle one into submission. Hee. I saw the challenging glint in his eyes and he did attack me first, so I decided to humor him. Hel only gave a frustrated sigh, knowing this to be true. She remembered on how Issei performed a German suplex on the poor animal, knocking it out cold, as she remembered him boasting and joyfully enjoying his victory, as she responded annoyed. Seriously? Hel responded, as Issei turned to her and asked, So where next? You aren't hungry? Hel asked with a surprised tone, as Issei responded. Not yet, I would love to move to our next location. Issei spoke in response, as he continued. Plus, I kind of like Norway, and who knows, maybe the next location that you have chosen will interest me in one way, like this one. Issei had a small grin on his face, akin to a smirk. Hel could only look at this for a moment, and give a sigh, before having a wry smile on her face speaking. Got it, just leave it to me. Our next stop is going to be Alisund, a coastal city where we can enjoy the coastlines, plus we can visit the Jugendstil Center, the Art Nouveau Center. and then we will be heading to the Lofoten Islands for our dinner, where we can have a variety of Norwegian dishes. Primarily fish-based, trust me, you'll love them since I did have them once in my earlier visits to the human world. Issei looked at her with a surprised expression as he asked, "You visited the human world?" "Once I did, had to tolerate the very same mortals that I once looked down upon, but I kept it in. I used magic to know some of the fish recipes for father's sake before Odin's squadron of Valkyries led by the Brynhildr of that era where I had to surrender myself and head with them. This happened around the 20th century, around the year of 1921. Issei nodded, being aware that Hel was one of the goddesses that was present for several centuries. She was also well inducted in this world for a while, and her traveling to this world was nothing new for her to do so. "So Odin sent them after you, correct?" Hel gave a nod to Issei's question, and responded with annoyance. "That man constantly kept me monitored due to being related to Loki, since according to some dumb prophecy, he kept tabs on all members of my family, and that included my former brother, his children, and of course my father. Not to mention, if I did fought back against them, he would have definitely sent Thor to deal with me, and both of us know on how that battle would have ended." Issei sighed, and responded with a shrug. "I guess you are right, his Mjolnir was able to seal his father. But what annoys me is that instead of doing it himself, they used me as a pawn to do so." Hel was surprised. She could sense the anger in his tone, and knew that if anyone was angry at what the factions had done, it was Issei. She was aware that Issei hated the factions for using him as a scapegoat and pawn for their own goals and enjoyment. They had relished his suffering when his use was done and threw him into Tartarus. Normally she would feel depressed remembering her sort of monitored past which had worsened after her father's capture and eventual demise. But she was surprised. She knew this was a date, and she should be feeling happy about it, not depressed. Deciding to shake the bad atmosphere off, Hel responded, "We should head there." Hel grabbed his hand and rushed into the next portal where they had immediately teleported to the coastal city itself. Issei looked at Hel as she spoke. "We are here. Let's buy some tickets and head inside, okay?" Hel spoke with a smile, as Issei nodded. He shook his head, shaking off whatever anger he had, as he walked inside with Hel wrapping her arms around him. Scene change. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, 7:30 p.m. Office, Tiamat and Ingvold were watching Divine Dividing, as Office responded. "I will speak to him. I need to gain some information from him." "You sure? Want me to control him?" Ingvold asked with slight concern, as Office gave a smile and spoke. "You needn't worry about that. Even if I am weaker than my original self, I can still take him down." Office raised her hands, and opened the cage the Divine Dividing, which was comprised of nothing but snakes from Office's body. Soon it started to glow for a moment with a voice coming out from it. "What do you want now, Office?" The voice that had spoken was that of a mixture of anger and grief, as it belonged to Albion. The former heavenly dragon of supremacy had spoken knowing that Valley was gone completely, and his soul would never be in the sacred gear due to it being forcefully removed from his body due to Office doing so, and tormenting Valley Lucifer before he demise. "I want to know several things. Do you regret what you did to Issei Hyoudou?" Office asked emotionlessly, as she continued. "Regret what you have done due to your arrogance and pride of being a devil more than a dragon." Albion stayed silent for a while before speaking with a normal tone. "I have none, Office." The group was horrified and angered by this. Tiamat was about to destroy the gear in anger, as she growled. "You!" Office stopped her by looking at her and shaking her head, making her nod, as she spoke turning to the sacred gear. "I see, then you have really become a disgrace to all dragons, just like Vritra and especially Drake. Even then, I have one regret. I had a feeling that Issei might break from the prison that he was kept in. He refused to give up, despite being in despair and was on the verge of giving up several times. I honestly should have killed him when he was at his weakest, else Valley and the others would have been alive." Albion spoke with anger in his tone, blaming Issei for the sole reason for what he had done. The three girls were furious with even Office being angry at what Albion had said, as Office responded with slight anger. "I see. Normally I wouldn't do this, but before killing you, I will take away something you cherish the most." Albion became wide-eyed, knowing that Office intends to take his treasure, since that was the only other thing he cherished besides his rivalry and former host Valley Lucifer. "You wouldn't dare. I won't let you take that away from me. Do you know how much I have sacrificed to gain that treasure?" Albion exclaimed with fury and anger, as Office responded emotionlessly, and without any care in her voice or even concern for the heavenly dragon responding coldly. "You should have thought of this before betraying Issei. now suffer the consequences. Goodbye, Albion. Ophis used several snakes to once again seal off Albion, as she spoke to her fellow allies. I will extract the information out from him, you leave that to me. Ingvold and Tiamat nodded, as they left the room, leaving Ophis to deal with Albion, who decided to use her snakes to enter into the gear and torture Albion for the information that he has. She used her snakes to force the information stored in his soul body to gain the treasure that he has kept in store. Once she was done, Ophis destroyed his soul since then. Despite Albion pleading for a second chance, he was killed without any mercy. Ophis had no sympathy for anyone that wants to ruin the honor of dragons with their betrayal, and someone that had ruined Issei's life as well. She looked outside, knowing that Issei and Hel are enjoying their date. A small pout grew on her face knowing that they'd be gone for a while. She looked at herself and responded. What is this feeling? Is this jealousy? She looked at the moon and wondered what plans are going to be next, since he knows that something big is going to happen next. Scene change. Lofoten Islands, Norway, 9:30 p.m. Hel and Issei were inside a restaurant as they were enjoying their dinner, with Issei as usual patiently waiting for their food. They had ordered for several dishes, and Hel knew that majority is going to be eaten by Issei. She knew that he has a massive appetite, and she was going to gain some more information on the recipes made by these mortals using memory magic. So Issei, how was the art center? Hel asked Issei, to which he responded. It was good, Hel. I did enjoy looking at the exhibition stored in the gallery, but I never truly understood why some of the pieces are considered art. Hel didn't deny this, as she knew what this was. She then spoke. You can't help it, artistic people have different tastes. They can find art even in some garbages that some gods struggle to deduce. They are truly one of a kind. I guess. Issei mused in response, as soon enough, his food came inside. The first was a dish known as whale beef. The second dish was known as stockfish royal with carrot stew. The third dish was vegetarian lasagna. The fourth was lutefisk, which was a fish-based dish. The fifth was a smalahove. And the last dish ordered was farikal. There were several plates of the same dish that were ordered, as the waiter responded to them to enjoy their food. Issei started digging in like usual, in his food, with Hel eating hers with a much more peaceful atmosphere. She knew that Issei would like these dishes due to many of them having some form of meat in it. He was rapidly finishing the dishes as Hel responded, seeing this, and responded. More dishes. She called the waiter, and asked the same dishes, who nodded. He was surprised to see the dishes being eaten so rapidly. Hel knew that the dishes might take time, so she responded. Issei wanted to ask, what is the next plan? Issei looked at her, and responded. I believe that there is a form above Super Saiyan 3. Hel looked surprised, as she watched Issei munch a piece of fish, as she asked, what is this form known as? And how can you achieve it? From what I remember, this form of mine can only be accessed if I tap into my inner Ozuru. The Great Eight form, remember? Issei mused in response, as he continued. Furthermore, no Saiyan before and after has been able to access this form in any manner. Hel mused in a tone of agreement, as she responded. True, I mean only Goku was known to access both 2 and 3, and Vegeta only did so for 2. How will you be able to access without a tail? That is something I need to find out, and I know just a person or faction that will help me in this case. Issei spoke with a low tone and dark grin, knowing that he knew that a certain goddess of the moon would help him access that, as he continued. Furthermore, Saiyans always reacted to the energy emitted from the moon, akin to werewolves, so this means you know where our next plan is going to be, correct? Hel gave a nod, being well aware of the pantheon that has ties to the sun and moon, as she knew that he is going to attack that pantheon, which will cause the complete collapse of the pantheon. She knew one thing. Her next fight is going to be harder, since this would involve actual gods, and dealing with a horde of god-class beings are no joke. The reason being is that a god-class being, even if it is a low one, can easily take down a horde of Satan-class beings, and that was the reason why the divine was no joke, and since many would be able to take down Hel before she revived several beings to her bidding, they had to deal with a horde of minor deities before moving to the major ones that would be the leaders of all these divine beings. This is a risky plan. We have to take everyone with us before we do so. Hel spoke her words with a low tone, as Issei gave a nod of agreement. Despite having access till Super Saiyan 3, he cannot get his guard down or underestimate them. That was why he struggled to deal with Valley until he managed to defeat him all by himself, and Ophis took her powers along with the divine dividing. Issei nodded, as more food came, and he continued to eat his food. Hel continued to watch with a smile, seeing on how he was eating his food with enjoyment. She really enjoyed the cuisine that she had suggested and selected for Issei. Once he was done, Issei has his fill, and soon the bill came. It was a lot of money but nothing for Issei and Hel, and they paid the money, which was 50,000 Norwegian krone. They soon left the location as some of the humans present were surprised by the amount of food they had, but they decided to say nothing, only watching him leave. Scene change. Hyoudou residence, Kuo, 8:30 p.m. Koneko and Lefei were still crying, devastated by the losses that had happened as well as the fact that they are the last surviving members of their respective families. They were watched and monitored by their friends so that they don't do anything reckless. There was nothing they can do. In another room, Kenji was seated privately with Drake, as he spoke. So it is true, you cannot sense Albion, correct? I do, Kenji, and he is no longer there, which means even Albion has fallen to them. He has truly reached a powerful level, and I highly doubt that it was the Leviathan girl and the goddess that can kill or destroy his soul or gear, meaning it was Issei that did so. Drake spoke with slight fear, as for the first time he felt fear. He was still clueless and unaware that Ophis and Tiamat had joined Issei. This is bad. Kenji spoke with worry. So far no amount of training is doing anything to benefit them in any manner. Issei's key training and transformation was always able to overwhelm him in any manner. Now Valley had also fallen to Issei, and even Albion was slain by Issei, and that alone was terrifying them even more. They were starting to become afraid of Issei. So what do we do now, Drake? Kenji asked, hoping his partner would have an idea to be able to find a way to beat Issei. Drake looked at his partner in a grim tone, and responded. One way, we convert you into a full-blooded dragon. That way your body will be much more powerful and durable than before. You'd be able to use Diablo's dragon without any problems, due to the power granted to you by Lord Indra. So that way we can fight back against Issei. Of course the process will be painful. Drake spoke the last part in a tone of warning, as Kenji responded with a serious tone. Do it, Drake. If it means I can beat Issei and his allies, then I will surely do it. Drake nodded in agreement, as he soon instructed him. He remembered on how some of the girls were still distrustful towards Kenji for keeping secret about Drake's treasure, and they partially didn't want Kenji to be with Koneko and Lefei, blaming him a little for their loved ones' demises. Kenji didn't blame them for being distrustful in any manner. He understood that they would be mistrustful due to what had happened when Issei had confronted them in the Kuo Academy, where he slaughtered his friends. Many of them had ended up dying to his hands. Very well, lie down, and once it is done, you will wake up, not as a human but as a pure-blooded dragon. Good luck, partner. Drake responded, as Kenji lied down on the bed, as he closed his eyes to expect the transformation. Once Drake started the transformation, it hit his body. Soon screams of Kenji were being heard, as his eyes was changing to his human eyes, as it now showed a brief flicker of green draconic eyes. Scene change. Norway streets, Norway, 10:30 p.m. Hel and Issei were walking side by side, as Hel had wrapped her arms around him and lied on his shoulder. Issei was used to it, as he didn't mind the goddess of the dead acting clingy towards him. She had a smile on her face, clearly enjoying the date she had set up to the fullest. Issei, before we leave Norway, since the Asgardians would like to pick their noses where they shouldn't be doing so, I want to end this date with something I would like to cherish. Hel responded, as she looked at Issei with a small blush on her face, as Issei looked at her slightly confused, as he asked, What? Hel didn't say anything and leaped to his level and kissed him on the lips directly. Much to his shock, she had made sure to kiss him deep enough so that she would cherish it. She had a small blush and a smile on her face, as Issei could only look at him with a look of surprise, as Hel spoke happily. In my life of centuries you were my first kiss. Repay it when you want, okay? Hel ended with a gentler smile, as she walked forward leaving Issei shell-shocked. In his time as Zamasu, Goku Black or even Issei, he had experienced several kisses, the last being the most, but this time, the kiss was not forced, and Hel was patiently waiting when she wants to experience a proper kiss and a relationship after that. Issei soon smirked. This goddess has certainly gained more than just his interest and care as an ally, as he spoke with a cheerful tone. Hel, you really are something, aren't you? Issei walked forward as Hel opened a portal back home. She had a gentler smile enjoying the date, with her soon entering the portal. Issei soon followed her and entered inside as well, reaching their home. Hel held his hands. Even if Issei didn't see them as a couple, she sure did see herself as Issei's partner at this point, and she was waiting when Issei is willing to take her in, as his girlfriend. Several weeks later. Issei's house, Sydney, Australia, 5:30 p.m. The girls had resumed their day-to-day lives, with Ingvold wanting to train under Issei, so he decided to help her by infiltrating the government and taking scrolls and information relating to the Leviathan clan. So Ingvold, how is your progress with training going on? Hel asked the Leviathan princess, as she responded with a small smile. I was able to use Sea Serpent of the End, a move capable of drowning entire cities. It took me several days of training to do so, but I reached the level. That's good to hear. I want you to be strong enough to defend yourself. We will be heading to the Greek pantheon soon enough. Hel responded with a smile of her own, proud of the progress that Ingvold was showing and the massive improvement in strength she was training. Tiamat soon spoke up. Speaking of which, you got any idea when we will attack Olympus? I am itching to kill some of these gods. Tiamat knew that Hel was the most closest to Issei, akin to his right-hand woman. Much to the Dragon King's jealousy, she was falling behind her two main rivals and she hated this was happening to her. Hel has also been sleeping near him, and making sure that no one enters his room, which is Tiamat when he sleeps since he wants to sleep peacefully. Hel was Issei's most trusted, and that was something Tiamat had noticed. Even Ophis held a special place in Issei's heart, but Tiamat on the other hand did not. Honestly, Hel speaks with a sigh, as she continues. I don't know when Issei will want to head there. He is training his other forms including his evil Saiyan form, so we won't be going till our boss gets ready. Hel spoke the word boss sarcastically. She knew that Issei wanted to master his other Saiyan forms before reaching his next form. The girls were silent about this, knowing that they aren't going to attack till Issei plans to do so. He wants to gain his new form, and they are going to need a plan. However, Ophis had placed some snakes in the factions, and she got intel that the factions are relaxing their forces to rest for a while. She responded after a while. I understand, but this would be the best time. The factions are lowering their guard due to the lack of attacks. So I believe now would be the perfect time to strike. Ophis ended the statement with a smile, as Hel and the others knew this to be true. The group all looked towards Hel, and she looked at them and sighed. I'll get him. Tell Nyx to get some water. They all agreed, with Ophis volunteering to do so, as she knew that Nyx listens to Hel due to fear, and with Ophis saying that it was Hel's command, she would immediately do it without hesitation so as to not suffer the wrath of Hel. Hel went inside, and entered the room where the training of Issei was happening. She could see him training shirtless, as a small blush creeped on her face. She could see his well-muscular body, which was more toned than before. Shaking the heads of those thoughts, she headed inside to call Issei for the next attack. Issei had returned from washing himself. He knew that he will have to attack Olympus next, and the whole faction will fall. He decided to spare some survivors if he is in a mood, but some like Zeus will fall, along with select gods and goddesses that he personally wanted to purge in order to restore the beauty of this world. So Issei, Ophis asked the Saiyan, what is your plan now? Our plan is simple. We know these gods are relaxing their forces. That means they won't be over-prepared, implying that we have a chance to attack them and ravage through Olympus. Using the golden tiger claws, we will probably enter into one of the more hidden locations of Olympus, and there we will start to ravage onto them. Once we are done, we will be confronting the Olympians, and I wish to kill some of these gods myself, especially Artemis, Zeus, and Poseidon. Hel, bombard the palace with bombs like you did with the Pendragon mansion. Issei explained, as Nyx came inside with a bottle of chilled water, approaching towards her current master with slight nervousness. She has gotten used to her new life as his maid and wasn't treated terribly like she was expecting, unless she disobeys an order. Here, master. Nyx spoke nervously, struggling to accept Issei as her new master due to having the pride of being once known as the primordial goddess of the night. Issei took the bottle and nodded. He started sipping some of the water, and responded. Any questions? Master, I have a request. Issei turned to see Nyx. As he looked at her, Issei then responded. Nyx, if you want to fight against the Greek gods, then the answer is no. But I can be useful, please. Nyx spoke with a pleading tone. She also wanted to get back at the Greek gods for being the sole reason why she was amongst the more forgotten gods with barely any worshippers. Issei looked at her and responded. My answer remains no. I hardly trust you, and I believe that you showing yourself to be alive will cause us more problems than benefits. Maybe in the future, we will ask you to fight. Nyx's hands dropped, and she looked down, her hair covering her eyes. She understood that Issei still didn't have faith in her at all. She spoke with a low tone. I understand. She walked outside the room and into the kitchen to prepare food, knowing she was still unwelcome in this location. You know Issei. Hel responded to her and suggested, "Maybe we should give her a chance. She has been working hard to prove her loyalty and her wish to return back to her former status." "I agree with Hel. She is not as scary as before. Maybe we should give her a second chance," Ingvold suggested, not fearing the primordial goddess like she once did when she was under her hypnosis. "It's not that. Nyx can stab us in the back at any given time. That is why I don't intend to bring her. She is not to be trusted, cause I trust the rest of the people that I can see." Issei's words made the others realize that the betrayal did hold some trust issues in him. They could see why Issei had more trust in them than in her. Hel was the most obvious pick, since she had absolutely no reason to betray Issei. Both hated the factions and despised them for ruining their lives. That was before Hel fell for Issei. But even before that, she still wouldn't have betrayed Issei. Ophis was another person. She trusted Issei with all of her heart, being the first person she considered as a friend and the one that taught her emotions. Additionally, she was still confused on whether she saw him as a friend or more than that. She was just displaying signs of someone that saw Issei as more than just a friend or family like jealousy. Grafia was easy. She could be trusted due to having her mind wiped and altered completely to make her more loyal and subservient. If she did betray him, it would mean that her memories had returned, which was a 0% chance of ever returning. Like Ophis, even Grafia trusted Issei with all her heart. And finally there was Ingvold. Like Hel, she also had absolutely no reason to betray him and despised the factions. She knew that being with Issei will help her since she doesn't want to be with the devils. Additionally, she also owed Issei for giving her a place to live along with a fighting chance against the people that would have oppressed or pressurized her to serve their demands. Nyx, who was hearing this, understood what this meant, as she walked away to the kitchen, saddened by the truth. She was aware of being distrusted by Issei, knowing her past of trying to kill him with Sama Ale, and she didn't blame him for that. She made a vow to herself that she will find a way to gain his trust such that she can help him in any way in the future. "Very well, Issei, but will you consider giving her a chance in the future?" Hel asked, knowing that she can start to have faith in Nyx, due to her diligence and duty in what she does after the first few times where she was forced to do so. Although, in some cases, she still needs her motivation when she does refuse the orders that are given to her. "Depends, but she will need to prove herself," Issei responded bluntly. As the others nodded, they knew that Issei might trust her in the future, just like he trusted them to do so. They knew that Nyx will be one of the few that will take time for him to trust. "We will leave in 3 or 4 hours. I want everyone to be prepared for this ride, and the plan will be simple. I will give them some leeway and some hope such that they will fire their attacks onto me." The four were surprised by this, as Ophis asked, "Issei, if this..." "Yes, Ophis, if this form truly exists, then I will be needing Artemis's moon-based attacks to strike me, and then I must absorb their godly side inside of me. This won't kill me, but it certainly won't be painless, that I am sure." Ophis nodded, still worried on how the moon-based attacks would harm them. Even the others are concerned about the battle, as they could only hope that Issei knows what he is doing. Scene change. Olympus, Greece, 3:30 p.m. The Olympians were discussing on their latest actions. Issei had slain Valley and his team, along with the fact that he has not been attacking them recently. Several weeks have been passed since there was no recent attack, with his last presence being found in Norway. But that was weeks ago. "We need a plan. Issei can attack us at any time, but our soldiers need to rest. They have been responding with rebels due to how exhausting the guard duty has been," Zeus announced, to which Hera spoke to her husband. "We can give them a break. It won't kill us if we do so." "Everyone, just because that brat Hyoudou is not attacking, doesn't mean that we should let our guard down," Athena responded, starting the meeting immediately. She knew that Issei was no joke. If this man can slay someone like Tartarus, Erebus, and Nyx without any hesitation or mercy alongside his allies, then there is no way they can take him for granted. "Even then, sister, that man and his women have no chance of fighting the might of Olympus. We will defeat him," Artemis retorted, her hatred for the opposite sex witches of men being in full display. She blamed Issei as a man for causing the fall of the supernatural, and so many deaths that had taken place. Her hatred stemmed from an event happening due to her past, causing her to hate a lot of men. Hephaestus spoke in response. "I agree with Athena. We cannot take his lack of attacks for our weakness." "Hephaestus, please," Hera retorted with slight anger, as she continued. "We will be fine. You don't need to speak your words. But mother, we need to prepare our defense against him. We cannot just let him come to Olympus and annihilate us, just like they did for the fallen angels, the Citri peerage, the Valley team, and many more." Hephaestus responded with a serious tone. as Hera glared at him, since she had a personal vendetta against her son. But before she could say anything, Zeus spoke up in response. I understand, son, but we won't have soldiers if they cannot be ready to defend. We have to make sure they are ready. Zeus made a valid point, as it silenced anyone that opposed his decision. They knew that an exhausted soldier won't do them any good, Zeus then declared. In that case, we will give them some vacation and… Before Zeus could end the statement, a massive spike in energy was sensed by all the divine beings that were in the Olympus main building. It's him, he is here. Dionysus spoke with a shocked tone, getting out of his drunken state, as they watched outside screams of terror and fear being present from the 4 attackers as they were laying waste to the Greek pantheon, purging anyone that stood in their way. One was hidden at the back, slaying anyone that had escaped the 4 attackers. The Olympians were furious and shocked at the carnage, seeing on how Issei and his allies were slaughtering the Olympians, as Zeus growled in fury. That brat. Father, we need to act now. Artemis spoke with desperation as the Olympians nodded, summoning their weapons. They were about to leave to deal with their attackers. Hermes even contacted the factions for assistance. But before anything else could happen, a soldier stormed through the doors, garnering their attention. My gods, Issei and his allies have. The soldier couldn't complete as a ki blast entered his divine armor, and he coughed up blood. The ki blast was in the form of a small purple line that had pierced his chest as he fell to the ground dead. Soon enough 4 figures showed up from the location, as it was revealed to be Issei, Hel, Ophis and Tiamat. The latter 2 were in their human forms. Graphia was handling the outside lower gods and goddess. It was more or less a cleanup since many were already killed or beaten by a powerful ki. Issei's evil Saiyan was more than enough. Brat. Zeus roared with anger, lightning crackling in his hands as he continued. How dare you attack us? Dare. Issei responded mockingly as he responded. Like this. He fired a ki blast that missed Zeus inches from his face, shocking the king of the gods, with many others being surprised by how powerful the ki blast was. Zeus looked at Issei with a mixture of horror and anger, and responded. You. Issei only shook his head and spoke. Honestly, amongst the gods, you Zeus take up the weakest position amongst the ones I faced. Hell, if I were to say it myself, Erebus or Nyx would have dodged those attacks. Zeus was angry and furious at the comparison as Artemis responded with venom and spite. You damned man. How dare you call my father weak? I gave my reasons, Karen goddess. If he is strong, then he should have dodged that ki blast. During my fight, Erebus was able to dodge several of my ki blasts, and even attacked me with Samael. Artemis was gritting her teeth in fury at the insult that Issei had given her, as she responded with anger. Men have always been the problem. That is why I am going to enjoy purging a man like you. Issei only rolled his eyes. He was initially going to kill her, but now he had a better idea. He was going to traumatize her, show her what this man is capable of. He was going to make her so afraid of him that she is going to remember him forever, until the day Issei decides to kill her. He knew on the amount of men she had hunted down for even accidentally wandering into her domain, which less people know of due to supernatural trying to hide themselves from humanity. So they are clueless on what they are threading into. Or maybe, it has been problematic due to women like you, Artemis. Look at the recent trends, gold-digging women, Karens, or even sluts. Yet you still live in the old eras. You must be so proud, aren't you? Hel spoke mockingly, as Artemis was even more angrier, as Issei looked at her and spoke. Don't bother, this whole pantheon is a walking mess of a pantheon. The Greek pantheon was furious in response, as Issei pointed out to each of the gods. We got a serial cheater as a leader. Issei points to Zeus much to his anger, as he continues. A bitch who punishes the victim instead of her husband, who may or may not be her brother. Issei points to Hera, who is also furious, as he continues. And of course, how could I forget, Miss Feminist Karen over there. Issei points towards Artemis, who is really furious, as she was about to lunge at Issei, but Athena stops her from doing something stupid, as he continues. And the worst part is that the blacksmith and the drunk are the most decent people in Olympus. Really tells on how far the Greek pantheon has fallen, and how much of a mess it is. The gods excluding Hephaestus, Athena and Dionysus were the angriest, with Athena knowing that she is not that bad of a goddess, but didn't blame him for his words, knowing she did unforgivable things in the past. And that is why she doesn't mind receiving karma one day, but knew that no one has dared to do so. Brat. You will die here, and we will enjoy your demises. Poseidon declared with anger, as Zeus responded. Now die. The 2 gods were about to charge their attacks, as Ophis stepped in and used her snakes to destroy them with ease, like it was nothing much to the shock of both Zeus and Poseidon, as they noticed her looking familiar, only to realize that this was Ophis, the very same dragon goddess who had gone missing. "O Ophis!" Zeus spoke with fear, as Ophis spoke emotionlessly, and with spite. "I must admit, there is no limit to how far the pantheon is going to fall, isn't it?" "No, Ophis, listen." Artemis tried to reason with her, as she responded. "This man is only manipulating you for his own." Artemis was unable to complete, stuck by a powerful blast by Ophis sending her flying to the ground. She only coughed up blood by the sheer intensity of the attack, as Apollo rushed to her, exclaiming, "Artemis!" Apollo was worried for his older sister, as Ophis responded, "I am not bothering saying this to you, but Issei never wanted me to fight. I was the one that wanted to make you all pay for lying and deceiving me about my Issei." Hel was a bit jealous of this, as Issei looked at Ophis and responded, "Don't bother telling these retards, they'll never see their faults, and it is time to inflict judgment." Ophis nodded, as Issei took a glance at Ingvold and Hel, who also nodded, as Hel decided to join in. She uses her barrier to isolate 3 of the gods, that being Athena, Dionysus and Hephaestus, taking them to a different dimension with herself and Ingvold, as the other gods were shocked at this, with the rest of the gods surrounding Issei, Ophis and Tiamat. As Issei speaks, "Tiamat, please go outside, assist Graphia in eliminating the survivors." Tiamat nodded, as she brought out 2 draconic wings, flying off into the air. The others could only watch her leave, knowing that the Saiyan and the dragon goddess would have stopped them. "Now then, shall we begin?" Issei responded with a sinister smile, as the gods surrounded them, ready to attack. Issei looks at Ophis, and nods. The first transforms into a Super Saiyan 3 as Ophis's body grows scales and she enlarges, soon entering her draconic form, which she hasn't used in a millennia. Her draconic form was how the Ouroboros dragon is described to be, an endless serpentine-like dragon that was blackish with small shades of purple in color, and the facial was that of a dragon. The dragon easily towered over the gods and even Issei. As the latter smirked, he knew she wanted to show them domination over them. Issei soon lunged at the gods, attacking some of them, as Zeus and Poseidon decided to attack him again together, but Issei only grabbed the attack and sent it flying. "Is that all you have got? I was expecting a challenge." Issei responded mockingly. As the 2 gods got angry, deciding to take it to the next level, they attacked him with a much stronger force. Issei only dodged the attack, as he constantly fired a rapid-fire barrage of ki blasts aimed at every location. He fired a powerful ki blast, destroying it. Nearby, Apollo strummed his lyre, attempting to unleash a wave of sonic destruction that rippled through the air. But before the melody could reach its crescendo, Ophis intervened, conjuring searing flames that roared toward the god, forcing him to dodge. Apollo grimaced, clutching his instrument tightly as he muttered, "Damn it." Seizing the opportunity, Issei closed the distance between them in an instant. His fists became a blur, landing a relentless series of bone-crushing punches. Apollo tried to block with his lyre, but the sheer force of Issei's assault left him struggling to hold his ground. Hera and Demeter rushed to aid their fellow god, but Ophis intercepted, her flames surging forward to cut them off. The fire burned with an unnatural intensity, forcing the goddesses to retreat momentarily. Their frustration boiled over as Hera snapped, "Stand aside, you insolent serpent." Ophis's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes blazing with amusement. "Sorry, no can do. I can't let you ruin his fun." The 2 goddesses prepared to counter, their divine auras flaring, but Ophis was faster. She raised her hands, summoning an even more potent inferno. The fire swirled around her, forming a massive dragon-shaped blaze that loomed over Hera and Demeter. "Let's see how well you handle this," Ophis said coldly, releasing the fiery dragon with a roar. She charged up for a few moments and fired a barrage of purple magical blasts aimed at all enemies. With Issei dodging the attack, the gods were being struck by the attacks, with some barely dodging and others taking some serious damage. Issei, meanwhile, grinned as he dodged the stray blasts of Ophis's magic with ease, reveling in the chaos. The gods who managed to evade the initial onslaught were soon met with a fresh barrage of ki blasts from Issei, each explosion sending them further into disarray. "You're all so predictable," Issei mocked as he advanced on Zeus and Poseidon again. "Powerful. Sure. But strategy. You're lacking." Zeus growled in frustration, electricity crackling around him as he unleashed a massive bolt aimed directly at Issei. Poseidon followed up with a tidal wave of divine water, the 2 attacks converging into a devastating combination. Issei, however, refused to be overwhelmed. With a burst of speed, he maneuvered around the combined attack, channeling a massive amount of energy into his fist. He countered with a single, devastating punch, releasing a shockwave that dispersed the water and shattered the lightning into harmless sparks. "That's it," Issei taunted, his tone dripping with disdain. "I thought the king of the gods would be more impressive." Before Zeus could retort, Issei darted forward, landing a powerful uppercut that sent the god hurtling skyward. Poseidon attempted to intervene, wielding his trident in a flurry of precision strikes, but Issei caught the weapon mid-thrust. With a smirk, he wrenched it from Poseidon's grasp and snapped it in half with his bare hands. "You're nothing without your toys," Issei sneered, tossing the broken trident aside. He spun and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick, sending Poseidon crashing into the rubble. Meanwhile, Ophis continued her domination of the battlefield. Her dragon-shaped flames roared as they pursued Hera and Demeter relentlessly. Hera, desperate to turn the tide, summoned a rain of golden energy spears, each one imbued with divine power. Ophis smirked, raising her hand to conjure a vortex of fire that swallowed the spears whole. "You're out of your league, Queen of the Gods," Ophis said coldly. She raised her other hand, summoning a massive orb of purple energy. "Let me show you true power." With a flick of her wrist, Ophis launched the orb toward Hera and Demeter. The goddesses combined their powers in a desperate attempt to counter the attack, but the sheer force of the explosion sent them both sprawling to the ground. As the dust settled, Issei and Ophis stood amidst the wreckage, their enemies battered and struggling to rise. The gods were weakened, their once mighty presence reduced to desperation. Issei looked down at Zeus, who struggled to push himself up from the ground. "This is the best the gods have to offer. Pathetic." Zeus glared at him, his eyes burning with defiance. "You underestimate us, Hyoudou. We are far from finished." Issei chuckled darkly, his crimson aura flaring to life. "Good. I'd hate for this to end too quickly." But before he could do anything, someone managed to bound him with what seemed to be chains. As he turned around, he saw Hephaestus using the chains to bind him. He had managed to escape Hel and Ingvold. Issei fell to the ground, seemingly losing his key. Hephaestus then spoke. "It's done, Father, our backup plan has succeeded." The gods and goddesses were happy that Hephaestus was able to escape Hel and Ingvold as well as bring the chains of Gleipnir, which originated from the Norse mythology, and has been developed by them due to their alliance. "Excellent, son. Once again your intellect has shown to be powerful," Zeus exclaimed proudly, as many of the gods and goddesses rose up, and were ready to unleash their final attacks on him. They decided to go all out, as Zeus exclaimed. "This is where you die, brat." "Issei," Ophis exclaimed in worry, as Issei looked at her and knew this was all part of the plan. Issei had to endure the massive amounts of attacks that were coming his way. He shook his head at her, as she watched waiting for what is going to happen. "Hey Artemis," Issei called out with a tone full of mockery, as he continued. "I wonder what caused you to be a misogynistic woman. You must be so pathetic to have lost yourself to a mere giant Orion." "You!" Artemis growled, remembering what that man did to him, as he continued. "What's the matter? Does the truth sting? I guess someone amongst your pantheon must have been involved to do this to the two of you." Then again, it was quite unheard of for a man-hating goddess to have a friend, a male friend. "You damn man. Die." Artemis charged up her bow, and unleashed her strongest attack as she shouted. Shooting Star Ortygia. The Olympians unleashed their combined energy blasts, their divine might focused solely on obliterating Issei once and for all, with Artemis firing out her strongest attack. The sky lit up with radiant beams of power, each infused with their desperation and fury. The ground beneath them trembled as the explosions rippled through the battlefield, casting an almost blinding light. For a moment, it seemed as though they had succeeded. Issei's figure was swallowed by the inferno of divine energy, his pained roars echoing across the battlefield. Poseidon's triumphant voice rang out. "Die, you damned being! Be erased from existence." Demeter, her face contorted in anger and determination, added, "This ends here. Your reign of terror is over." As the light began to fade, Zeus raised his hand, silencing the other gods. His thunderous voice boomed, filled with confidence. "You see, brat, this is the fate of those who dare challenge the gods." But their victory was short-lived. From the epicenter of the blast, a bone-chilling roar erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. The gods froze as they felt an overwhelming surge of energy, fierce, primal, and uncontrollable. The smoke and debris were blown away as a massive figure emerged, illuminated by a crimson and rose-colored aura. Issei's body had transformed. His size had grown exponentially, his frame now rivaling the massive dragon form of Ophis. His body was covered in thick fur that glowed faintly with a fiery rose hue. His eyes were ablaze with untamed rage, and his howls reverberated like the cries of a primordial beast. He had ascended into a Rose Ozuru, a form of raw, untapped power that dwarfed anything they had ever encountered. Apollo staggered backward, his lyre trembling in his hands. What is he? What have we unleashed? Demeter's voice shook as she tried to comprehend the sight. A monster, no, something far beyond that. The gods, refusing to succumb to fear, rallied themselves. They unleashed another wave of attacks, each pouring their remaining energy into desperate blasts. Beams of lightning, torrents of water, and waves of golden energy surged toward the colossal Issei. But it was futile. With a roar that split the air, Issei swatted the attacks away like mere annoyances. The sheer force of his roar alone sent shockwaves rippling outward, toppling the gods and shattering the ground beneath them. His massive tail lashed out, striking several gods and sending them flying across the battlefield. He kept roaring, almost akin to a feral monster of unstoppable rage and fury, rage of being killed by future Trunks, rage of being betrayed and humiliated, rage of being abandoned. This was nothing but a being of feral rage. Zeus, his golden lightning crackling around him, stepped forward, his face pale but resolute. He had to stop this abomination. I will not yield. Gods, rally to me. We will destroy this monstrosity. Issei's glowing eyes turned to Zeus, his massive hand raising slowly. The gods prepared for his retaliation, but instead, Issei slammed his hand into the earth, creating a massive shockwave that split the battlefield apart. Chasms opened, swallowing portions of the terrain whole, and the gods struggled to maintain their footing. The building of Olympus was destroyed. With a guttural roar, Issei charged forward, his massive form moving with terrifying speed. He slammed into Zeus, sending the king of the gods hurtling into a mountain with enough force to shatter the peak. Poseidon attempted to intercept Issei, conjuring a colossal wave of divine water, but it evaporated instantly as Issei exhaled a stream of searing energy that engulfed the sea god. Demeter and Apollo joined forces, firing concentrated beams of divine light, but Issei lunged upward, his massive claws slicing through their attacks like paper. His tail whipped around, catching Apollo and sending him crashing into the rubble. Demeter tried to assist, but she was brutally clawed in half, revealing her mangled body. She fell on the ground bleeding golden ichor, as Artemis exclaimed, Demeter. Demeter could only look in sadness, before closing her eyes. She was the first Olympian to have been slain by Issei. The other gods and goddesses looked in horror, before gritting their teeth in anger. Zeus emerged from the rubble, pushing it aside, battered but defiant. He saw Demeter's death and vowed to avenge his sister. This isn't over. We are the gods. We are eternal. Issei didn't respond, and started to roar even more. His roar was mocking, as the gods started to stand up ready for what is to come. However, a voice rang out. Issei. Issei turned his attention to Ophis. As he looked at Ophis, his vision was a bit hazy due to what had happened. But he sensed her ki and was familiar with it. Ophis had returned to her human form, as she called out. Snap out of it, you are not a monster. Are you going to let yourself be consumed by the feral nature of a Ozuru? Issei stopped roaring and growling, as he looked at Ophis, who stood in front of him with a motionless yet fearless look. She was not giving up on Issei, since she cared for him, more than anything else or anyone else. Oh, Ophis. Issei's voice reverberated, as she spoke with a smile, knowing Issei was still in there. Good, you are still in there. Conquer the beast. That is what I want to see. Issei, you are not like many Saiyans. Fight back and conquer the beast within. Control your instincts and become the one that would inflict true justice. Issei didn't say anything, as he once again started to roar. He was starting to conquer the form. He wasn't going to let his instincts take control of him. He was a Saiyan and a god that would judge these beings. And he is not going to let his own instincts take over him. Soon enough, he had compressed himself and his form changed completely. He had now transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The final stage in his Saiyan transformation. Issei now has spiky black hair styled upwards, resembling a Super Saiyan 4 transformation. They are adorned with bright reddish-pink fur covering their upper body, arms, and tail, while their chest is exposed, revealing defined muscles. The outfit consists of a gray sash tied at the waist, black loose-fitting pants, and white boots reaching up to the calves. The character has a red tail, typical of Saiyans in their primal forms. Issei looked at the gods, who were seemingly terrified of this, as Ophis looked hopeful responding. Issei. Is that really you? Issei turns to her, and gives her a grin, making Ophis smile and nod with happiness. He really reached his next form Super Saiyan 4. Ophis looked at the gods declaring, Now you see what you have done. You have awakened Issei's next form, only have made him stronger. Now, as Issei says, suffer judgment for your crimes. The gods, battered but defiant, forced themselves to stand. Zeus clenched his fists, his divine aura blazing once more. This isn't over. You may have grown stronger, but you're still nothing compared to us. Raising his master bolt, Zeus poured every ounce of his remaining power into the weapon. The energy crackled violently, lighting up the battlefield as he hurled it toward Issei with all his might. Now begone from my sight, you damned monster. The bolt tore through the air, its immense power shaking the heavens. Yet Issei remained unfazed. As the attack neared, he calmly raised his hand, catching the master bolt mid-flight with ease. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, but Issei held it firmly, his expression one of pure disdain. The gods could only watch in disbelief as Issei examined the master bolt as though it were a mere toy. Hera gasped, her voice trembling. Impossible. This cannot be. Issei chuckled darkly. You have no idea what's possible. With a flex of his fingers, the master bolt shattered in his grasp, its energy dissipating harmlessly into the air. The gods recoiled in shock as Issei raised his other hand, unleashing a torrent of ki blasts. The blasts rained down upon the battlefield, striking the already weakened gods with devastating precision. Their cries of agony filled the air as they struggled to withstand the onslaught. Among them, Hermes stumbled backward, his usually confident demeanor replaced by terror. No. Please. He pleaded, falling to his knees as Issei's gaze locked onto him. Issei smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. What, no jokes? No clever quips? I was expecting a punchline. Before Hermes could respond, Issei extended his hand, firing a concentrated ki blast that engulfed the messenger god in an instant. The explosion left nothing behind but silence and scorched earth. Goodbye, jester, Issei said coldly, his smirk unwavering. The remaining gods looked on in horror, their faces etched with a mix of fear and fury. Ophis, reveling in their despair, raised her hands, summoning a massive wave of purple flames. The flames surged forward, consuming everything in their path. The gods who attempted to resist were overwhelmed by the sheer heat and intensity, their defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. Zeus, his golden aura flickering weakly, growled in defiance. This isn't over. We will never fall to the likes of you. Issei stepped forward, his voice resonating with power. Zeus, your time is up. You shall now be indebted to the justice that is long overdue. You're not gods, you're relics of a broken age. Wanna know why? He soon charged up the powerful move Kamehameha Wave, as Zeus spoke in defiance. You dare question me on what a god is? Zeus was furious at this, as Issei continued. Yes, you serial cheater. Let me educate you on what a true god really is. A god is someone that is unconditional, unbiased and unfazed by the choices he makes. His actions are all precious towards the justice he inflicts on those that have wronged this world and tarnished its beauty. I have seen gods, and let me tell you, you lot are nothing but ants to what a real god is. You are pathetic disgraces who are nothing compared to what a true god is. Now take this. Kamehameha. He fired the Kamehameha wave and fired it upon Zeus, who only screams in sheer agony and pain, with Poseidon being caught in the collateral of the attack, as Zeus could only curse at their top of their lungs. No, please. I don't want to die. Curse you, Issei Hyoudou. Curse you. Poseidon was unable to speak due to the sheer pain he was in, as the two were obliterated from the attacks. There was an explosion, as soon they were vaporized completely, leaving nothing behind. The other gods and goddesses were horrified by this, as soon nothing but dust remained. Issei was in his Kamehameha pose, as they all turned to Issei in anger, with Hera screaming with anger and fury, tears present in her eyes. Damn you bastard. Issei kicks her in the chest so hard that it makes her look in shock as she is sliced in half. She has a look of terror and shock as Issei fires 2 ki blasts, killing her completely. Pathetic, all talk and no bite. 2 other gods, namely Ares and Hephaestus, ambush him from the behind as they strike him with their weapons, with one having Samael's blood in it. Ares then shouted with anger. Take this, you coward! Issei dodged their attacks effortlessly, with him barely even putting an effort into dodging, as Ares shouts. Stop dodging. Okay. Issei spoke mockingly, as he grabbed his weapon and fired a ki blast from his other hand and aimed at his head, completely vaporizing him without a second thought. All the while the god of war could only scream in agony. He turned his attention to Hephaestus, and disappeared much to his shock, as he spoke with a serious tone. For once I agree with that bitch, you all gods are disgusting beings, tarnishing and destroying the beauty of this world. Hephaestus was about to strike Issei in anger, but Issei acted quickly, concentrating ki in his fists, and had performed an uppercut so hard that it sliced Hephaestus in half, killing him instantly, as he soon exploded in response. He is slaughtering us like lambs. Apollo spoke with fear, seeing on how his family was relentlessly being murdered, as Artemis was shivering with anger and fear, seeing on how Issei was effortlessly murdering her family without any care or mercy. Soon enough, Tiamat, who was in her dragon form, and Graphia also came in. Graphia leaps from her body, leaping from her draconic body as Tiamat responded while returning to her human form. Issei, all the enemies have been eliminated, including all minor gods and titanesses have been dealt with. Excellent. Issei responded with a smile, as he turned to Artemis and Apollo, who were all looking with sadness, tears falling from their eyes, knowing that their whole family was slaughtered with only them and maybe Dionysus and Athena remaining. Issei then turned to Artemis and spoke. Why cry? Artemis. Artemis looked at Issei angrily, as he continued. I should be thanking you for this form of mine. If it wasn't for your shooting star attack, I doubt I would have reached this form. This form was because of my body's unique type of absorbing moonlight and transforming into the Great Eight form. You bastard. You damned man. Artemis was about to retort, but Issei responded. It's true you did this, and I am grateful for your aid and justice, and it is because of you that a man, a creature that you look down upon, has murdered your father and family members, and even had a hand in murdering your mother. Feel proud, Artemis. You did this yourself. It is gods like you that monsters like me are born. Monsters that are meant to purge this world of its gods. It's false gods like you. Issei declared with joy and happiness, as he started to laugh at Artemis's misery. The goddess of the hunt could only cry at Issei's words. She hated this. She hated that a man had slaughtered her entire family and even her huntresses that were present in the Olympus at the time being. They had been mercilessly slaughtered by Tiamat and Graphia. The latter was someone who is a traitor to the factions. Master. Graphia spoke, turning to Issei, as she took a look at his built-in body and had a small blush, as she asked, What do we do of the survivors? We kill one and send one as a messenger. Ophis, please do the honors, kill the brother, spare the sister. Ophis nodded with a serious expression, as she turned to Apollo, who was fearful of his life, with him speaking. And no, please. Spare my brother, he is the only family I have. I will never be your enemy. Artemis pleaded with Issei. She was willing to throw away her pride, as she hoped that Issei would show mercy to him. However, this only infuriated Issei. The reason was that this reminded him of a certain fallen angel named Rainer, who also pleaded for mercy when she was cornered and beaten, her allies slaughtered by Issei when he was a slave under the Gremry whore. Ophis. Ophis turned to Issei, wondering what he will do. She had hoped that he doesn't spare them. Kill Apollo, erase him from existence. Artemis grew wide-eyed at this, with her exclaiming upon seeing this. No. Please. Ophis didn't listen, as Issei kicked her away, placing her to the ground. As she was holding her cheek in pain, she was injured and helpless due to the combined attacks of Issei and Ophis. The dragon goddess breathed some flames and unleashed them on Apollo, killing him without mercy. The god could only scream in sheer agony as his soul was also destroyed. Artemis could only look teary-eyed as she shouted, Apollo. She was crying, seeing her brother perish, leaving her as the only surviving Olympian. She didn't know if Athena and Dionysus had survived. She looked at Issei with anger and despair, as she wondered what is going to become of her. Soon enough, a magic circle opened up, revealing Hel and Ingvold, as they had arrived, breathing heavily from their battle against the two deities. Issei took a glance at them, with the two doing the same, as Hel blushed, seeing the physique and topless chest of Issei. Artemis looked in horror, meaning if Hel and Ingvold survived, meaning Athena and Dionysus must have perished from the attack. So what of the two gods? Issei asked, as Hel responded, snapping her fingers, as a green magic circle revealed the undead Greek deities under her control, much to Artemis's devastation, as she spoke. Sorry, Issei, Hephaestus managed to escape. It's fine, cause he played right into what I wanted. Issei spoke, making the two understand the situation, as Hel asked with a tone of intrigue. So what do you want to call this form? I'd call this Super Saiyan 4, an upgrade of Super Saiyan 3. Issei declared, earning a nod from Hell and the others. Issei took one look at Artemis and spoke. Ophis, send her away. Issei soon sensed multiple presences, with this being noticed by Graphia, as she asked, "What happened, Master?" "We have company." On second thought, Ophis teleported the goddess straight to their location, which is outside Olympus borders. Issei responded to Ophis, who nodded since she could also sense them approaching. As she prepared a magic circle underneath her, he looked at the devastated and broken Artemis, who was weeping endlessly, and spoke his final words. He walked up to her and whispered into her ear, crouching to her level. "Remember this, Artemis, your whole pantheon was slaughtered by a man." The circle soon worked, as Artemis was teleported to the factions where they were at the moment, as Issei activated the golden tiger claws with everyone walking one by one, as Hell walked in last alongside Issei and responded. Explode. The seals soon triggered as Olympus soon exploded and was destroyed, the seals everywhere purging any survivors that may have survived the initial onslaught. The whole palace and other monuments were destroyed completely, leaving no one behind. Issei had purged his first divine faction successfully. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.